Okay, so as you can see, the wafer pumping, so I'm gonna reduce the heat duration for the heat number 2 to 20 minutes, okay? Even 20 minutes is gonna be long enough because we just tablets.
Good morning everybody and welcome to the islands of Cape Verde here.
Step by step, wings and light. So this is official announcement. The L flag is up. The L flag is up. That means that in the next heat, in more than 20 minutes, we are allowed to do that. So the L flag is up. I'm gonna reduce the heat duration to 20 minutes to transition. So for the next heat, set your watch to 20 minutes, 22 minutes. So once again, guys, attention for Arthur Gerard and Noah Angulo. I'm gonna give you 20 minutes heat duration because you can see the wafer pumping 20 minutes gonna be more than enough, okay? So please reset your watch, 20 minutes heat duration to transition. Be sure that that you are aware about this. You see the L flag is up. That means they want to show the heat duration. The waves are pumping. Looks great, man. Look at the guy. So beautiful conditions finally here again in Punta Prieta. So please, Noah Angulo and Arthur Gerard, just please be sure that you know that the heat duration in your heat gonna be 20 minutes plus 2 transition. So 1 minute red, 1 minute yellow, and then 20 minutes the heat duration. In the last minute, usually always we're gonna put the green down, and with no flags, you're gonna see that this is the last minute for you, okay?
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the islands of Cape Verde here, Punta Preta. This wave is known as a perfect right-hand point break, and it is looking good. We've already seen some great riding out there. The wingfoilers are starting to get used to this new discipline of 100% waves. The idea is to start off right now. It looks like we have some flags getting ready. What's going to happen for the first time here on the island of Sal?
And welcome everybody, as here we are, Cape Verde, Punta Preta for the GWA first wave event of the year. My name is Liam Dredge, and joining me in the booth, Chris McDonald. Chris, how does it feel to be here?
Liam, thank you very much. I had a great time doing the live stream in New Zealand. It was really fun, and I appreciate you guys having me back. Cabo Verde has been amazing so far, and we have some really good sets coming through. This morning was looking a little bleak, but it looks like now the boys are really getting some waves.
Yeah, some really nice opening waves. There's a heat on the water, so we're not going to waste any time because first heat underway. So let's go and check out the all-important action. And there you have round one, heat number one. Noé Cuala coming out of France against Yuri Johannes from Brazil. So this heat is underway. We have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. And just talk to us, Chris, about the scores that are currently going down.
So far, Liam, Noé Cuala, the F1 sponsor Monera back rider out of Corsica, really has a pretty commanding lead right now. This young man has grown up in the swell and is super smooth. The judges are looking for his long, sweeping carves. He did a little air earlier, and he's still actually out hunting for waves. He currently is sitting with a 10.53 versus the Brazilian Yuri Johannes, who is sitting with a 3.76. So time is running out. We're about a minute and a half left on this one, but Noé from Corsica really is having a fantastic first round.
Yeah, enjoying it, just ironing out the cobwebs on the water. And we've just been up in this booth for about half an hour now, just before we went live. And I must say, when I first got to the beach first thing in the morning, it was looking a little bit flat out there. But recently, over that half an hour period, we've actually been treated to a few bombs.
Yeah, earlier this morning, Liam, it was challenging. The waves were really coming in about every 30 minutes or so. The race director and his crew were here really early, scouting out the situation. And you know, that's something I'm not envious of those guys at all. Like, there's so much pressure back and forth about running here or there, and there's so many people that are experts on competition day. But so far, Mother Nature is cooperating. We have more wind than we did yesterday for the seeding round, and the swell is really coming through.
Yeah, and just talking about this seeding round, so yesterday we did run the seeding rounds in the morning. Because it's a brand new discipline, no one was seeded. So that seeding round was able to dictate where these riders were positioned in the elimination ladder. And on your screen now, you can see Noe just making the most out of this one. Top to bottom turn, staying nicely on that foil, just pure surfing, having that wing behind him. They're using the wing to power themselves up to get on the wave. As soon as they're dropping in, it's just natural surfing from start to finish.
Liam, that's the cool thing about this new championship they're doing this year. They have a couple other disciplines. They have already got freestyle, so that's a separate tour. They have free fly slalom now, which is the racing side, so there's a world champion there. But there was really a lot of excitement around doing a pure wave event. So this is where we are on the second stop of the tour, but the first stop in Cabo Verde 2023 is pure wave.
Pure wave, and as you mentioned, Chris, some of the riders really, really excited. And when we talk about waves coming to a location like this, Punta Preta, last few days it's been absolutely firing. We've seen some big sets. Yesterday afternoon a little bit calmer, but the day today is starting off well. And there are your two riders in the first heat. You can see there Yuri on your screen, just pumping down, left foot forward. So he is coming in, but looking out of the corner of the booth, looking a little bit flat as it is starting to come towards the final seconds of this heat.
Yeah, I don't think Yuri's going to have enough against Noe right now. Noe really is fantastic in the waves. We've been training with him all week, getting used to Cabo Verde, and I've been super impressed by this young man from Corsica. He's got real game in the waves. There's a bunch of youngsters in this competition that are going to, potentially show some of these older guys that how much game they have.
I mean, they want to take it to the older guys and show they're not here to mess around. They want to take part and take over. And you can see Yuri just on the screen there, making his way out as I'm just having a little look at the scoreboards and at the time. A little bit mellow out there as we come towards the final dying seconds. And there we have beautiful shots with the drone being able to follow our riders. So we're covering you guys from home, guys and girls, all the angles. As Noe here, the F1 rider, the young gun from Corsica.
It's really interesting, Liam, because there's a whole group of new riders. So we were discussing the seeding round, and for those viewers at home, the seeding round is basically because this is the first pure wave event ever. So a few things. On the pure wave side, you cannot use the wing to power yourself back up. So we are not doing the traditional freestyle tricks on the wave. I don't think we're going to see anyone powering up doing front flips or back flips or 360s on the wave. They can still do those tricks, but it cannot be wing powered. So this has brought out a whole new group of riders. Like we've got Kali Saeed, the legendary 3-time world champion windsurfer, who is a master in the waves, who actually had our highest finish in the seeding round yesterday, Liam.
Yes, he did. And just while we're waiting just to find out what's going on, we're going to head to a little bit of an advertisement break.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
Qu'est-ce qui t'a pas la navire l'algame?
And we're just going to be carrying on with this heat because this first heat, Chris, is 30 minutes long. Judges giving these riders that little bit more time. And then once this heat passes, we're just going to pop down to 20 minutes because as we've been discussing, the sets and the waves are a little bit more frequent now. So these riders having plenty of options. And there we have the scores and the timer in the top left-hand side of your screens.
Yeah, Liam, that's the good thing what the GWA has been able to do on this pure wave contest is that they've been really flexible, and they have to be because there's so many moving parts to these things. Location, wind and waves, and then, marrying the two together and getting enough to run whatever 30 or 40 different heats we have to do is incredibly challenging. So what they were doing from earlier this morning, the sets were just taking forever to come through. So they said these riders need to have a fair chance to each get 2 waves, so 30 minutes. But since we've started this heat one, Mother Nature has been cooperating. Noe has probably caught 5 or 6 great waves. Yuri is still trying to catch him, but unfortunately I think time is running out for him. Noe improved his last score. He is now at a 13.54. The young rider from Corsica, F1 Minera backed. And then Yuri Johannes is sitting on a 4.16.
Yeah, just looking at the scores as well. Yuri's backing that up with a 2.23 and a 1.93. Noe there, big score with that 6.97. And then the second one, equally as good with a 6.57. So as we are in towards the final few moments of this heat, it's looking unlikely that Yuri is going to be able to manage to snap the win. But 90 seconds still to come, and we all know what can happen out there. Waves are starting to filter through.
It is interesting. We're much more of a surf contest vibe here, Liam, with the carving, etc. But so much is about wave selection for these riders. I mean, sometimes I guess that's just the game that, if you get lucky and get a set, or if you're in position.
Okay, guys, we are coming into the last minute.
And here's the recap here from Noe on that last wave. Really getting onto a good one here, as you perfectly mentioned, Chris. Wave selection. You can see nice set here as a couple are in the back, and then just deciding to pull out against that one as the wave started to close, because waves at the moment as well, it gets a little bit rocky as you come closer into the shore.
Boy, Liam, you're right about that. We just saw Noe's foil sticking out, and for the viewers at home, I'm not sure if you can tell, but we can literally see the rocks from the booth up here. They are within 3 to 4 inches. Oh, Noe has a nice, clean little back loop. Noe is an incredible freestyle rider, and I was hoping he was going to throw a little trick just for the beach, and I think he knows he won that, and that was a really clean back loop he just did right there.
And here we have the final few seconds of this heat. As you can see, time is ticking down, and just enjoying himself out there, Noe, before now up it goes. Red flag in the sky. Noe Kaula is had a great heat, and let's go and have a little look at the heat highlights from heat number 1.
Welcome back to GWA 2023, stop number 2 in Cabo Verde. We are here at the first Pure Wave event of the year. We are already on to round number 2, round 1, heat number 2. We have Axel Gerard, the Frenchman, versus Noah Angulo. Noah's dad is a very famous Cabo Verdean local now. He's been here for years and basically was one of the guys that discovered this spot. So, Liam, this should be a good one.
Yeah, coming out of Cape Verde as well, so he knows this spot like the back of his hand. And as we always refer to, experience and wave selection. Let's have a little look out on the water. You can see there Axel Gerard on the left-hand side, Noah on the right, just coming in towards your screens now. 20 minutes on the clock, so heat's now down to 20 minutes, but waves are definitely filtering through. And Chris, I'm just having a little look at the corner of my eye, and it looks like there's a little bit of motion out there in the water.
Yeah, Liam, that's the best part from our booth up here. We get a really nice advantage of being able to see some of the set waves like the riders can way out there. So Axel Gerard, the Frenchman, he is one of the other youngsters that is just killing it on tour. His freestyle game is huge, and yesterday what I saw in the seeding round was I was very impressed.
Yeah, and we've got Noah here. There is eyes in the sky, but dropping in to the first wave, really working it. You can see keeping the momentum. That wing now fully depowered, hanging loose behind. And this is where we start getting a score on the board. I can hear the crowd going wild for the local and just milking this one all the way in. This is where it can get a little bit sketchy, a little bit shallow, and decides, I want to keep my kit in one piece.
You know, it's early on in this heat. He's only 1 minute in, and that wave will already have a score for Noah. So what he's doing, Liam, is he's filling his scorecard. A lot of what these riders will do is you can see on the replay, he's getting nice, clean carves. He's in incredibly shallow water, so the judges right now understand the commitment that takes. And, you know, he pumps through that section, and that's a good first wave because you never know. If the set goes, or if the ocean goes quiet for a little bit and gets flat, that's going to count. So, Noah, that was what we call filling the scorecard. It looks like Axel might be on a smaller bump coming in. He's on the red and white wing with the green jersey. Axel had an amazing seeding round showing huge commitment for the judges. Looks like he just pulls out of that one, decides to go back and keep his priority out there and wait for something a little bigger, Liam.
Yeah, and the first score just starting to get together now. The perk that we have up here in the booth, we've got a little bit of pre-score access up here, so we can have a little bit of a feel for what's coming, and there it is, a 3.50. So, you know, sometimes it's just about getting those couple of waves on the scoreboard, because we all know when riders get used to the conditions and they get those scores, that's where they start to feel a little bit more free, when they know that they're in a little bit of a comfortable position. And sometimes, you know, scores on the board equals happy riding, and happy riding means catching good waves, and before you know it, we're seeing big scores on the scoreboard.
You know, Liam, you're totally right about that. Nothing is worse than not having a score or even a second score yet. So right now, Noah is dropping into another small to medium wave, but what he's doing right now is he is filling his score sheet. So if it were to really go flat for the rest of the time, Noah is going to have a real advantage over Axel. So Axel's going to start to feel the pressure of having no scores yet. Wow, Noah's on a great one right now. He actually was basically in the rocks right there and pulled out of it, but again, that's commitment. And now we're looking at the youngster from France, Axel. We're going to see him really, I wouldn't doubt if we see air out of this one. This kid is fearless.
Yeah, fearless. You can see flatline in this section. Have you called it right, Chris? Is he going to go for it? He's still keeping the momentum through this middle section, but again, just going out of that one. So, 16 minutes still on the clock, couple of scores to drop, and just while we're watching these riders head out back to the edge of the competition area, Joe is down on the beach with our previous heat winner.
Thanks, boys. Well, here down on the beach, first win of the competition, heat number 1, Noé Kuyala. Congratulations, nice riding out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was so cool. It's well done for me. So cool, yeah.
Noé, you are known for your freestyle. You are one of the top freestyle riders. We see you spinning left, right, and center. And also, you have come back from an injury, but it doesn't look like it's done anything to the surfing. You're really riding well.
Thank you. Yeah, the wave is what I prefer, but I also love freestyle. So yeah, I'm happy to my hit, and yeah.
So Noe, you've been here for a little while now. You've been able to test Cape Verde. How is this place? I mean, you are 15 years old, and to be able to travel the world, enjoy the family that we have here at the GWA, not too bad for a life, eh?
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah, it's so cool. And the spot is here, just amazing. One of the best spots I ever ride, I think. The best ride for sure. So yeah, so cool to do competition here.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the first heat. Noe, congratulations. I'm going to let you go to it. Boys, back to you.
Oh, brilliant to see. Just 15 years old, experiencing and covering the world, Chris. And, you know, at 15, just imagine the places that guy's going to be able to shred up in the later years.
Well, Liam, Noe is part of the F1 Grom squad, and we call it the next generation team. And what it is, it's like 10 riders that are all from different parts of the world get together, and they just shred together. They don't train, they just go out and play. It's so cool to see them on the water because they're just laughing and giggling, and no one cares who can do what trick or they can't, and they all teach each other. It's pretty amazing. If you look out the back, we've got the Axel dropping in on what looks like a pretty fun one.
Yeah, fun one indeed. You can see really just rail-to-rail action here, keeping nicely on that foil. Not too shallow either, but wave just not quite filtering through, didn't quite open up on the face to be able to just continue the ride into the judges. And when we talk about this wave, it's a right-hand point break, and it starts pretty heavy at the top where riders are able to get 2 or 3 turns, and then it has that middle section, which is where the wave can tend to close out quite quickly. That's where our riders want to gain some speed, get past that difficult section, and if they're picking and choosing the right wave, they'll ride it all the way past the judges on the left and straight to the beach.
Yeah, Liam, the past couple days we have seen some bigger waves that have carried all the way through the beach. In the seating round towards the end of the day, right around midday, there were some real bombs that came through it, and we got to see riders like Kauli Said, the Brazilian 3-time world champion windsurfer, just put on a clinic right over the reef, just hard charging committed carves the entire time. And you know, he had the highest score in the seeding round, so he's sitting number 1, and I think he got a 15.83 yesterday, which was pretty amazing out of the Brazilian.
Definitely one of the riders to watch. He is going to be wanting to take the title, but we fully focus on this current heat number 2 of round number 1 in the men. Noah here on yet another wave. This guy's keeping busy out there when the sets do come through, and you can see just continuing on quite far on the right-hand side at the moment. So riders really out on the right.
Yeah, and I thought he was going to tack into that one just as well. You know, he what he's doing right now is he is really showing his local knowledge. This kid has grown up here and probably been at Punta Preta, you know, hundreds of times, surfing, windsurfing, kiting, and now winging. You know, Axel, this is probably his first time in Cabo Verde. He is sailing way out right now, just kind of scanning the horizon. Right now the scores are sitting with Axel Gerard just in front with a 6.67 versus Noah with a 5.83. So we're still not even halfway through this one. There's 11 minutes left, and you know, I suspect we will have a set come through in that 10 minutes.
Yeah, sets here at Punta Preta we've seen over the last few days probably coming through every 4 to 5 minutes, and in each set probably about 4 to 5 waves. But you know, sometimes they can be a little bit more frequent, or you know, with the swell just dropping off over the next few days, they come a little bit further afar. But nevertheless, these are the best wingfoilers in the world we have here in Cape Verde. So you know, we like to throw these guys and girls some challenging conditions because we've got to test them out there.
Well, Liam, you're right. This is the first pure wave event, and it's nice because it's really attracted some of the best wave riders around the world, no matter what your discipline is. We have guys like Zane Schweitzer, the famous Maui native who absolutely rips it. Jaws, he surfs, he tows, he paddles, he does everything. And here we're looking at a beautiful shot of the beach. Punta Preta is famous throughout the world, and that was just a really nice shot of the beach bars, and you go in and you have a snack and you go back out on the water, and I see some kites downwind, and man, what a great place. And the vibe on Cabo Verde is just so relaxed. The people have been so kind and friendly to everyone, and it's just what a special place. We're just grateful to be here, and it looks like we do have the boys dropping in. Axel in what could be a fun one. He's gonna be able to take this one a little bit further, I think, Liam. It's forming up in front of the judges' tower, and Noah behind him as well. So.
Yeah, both riders now keeping busy, and there we have perfect double shot. There we have Axel on the right, Noah on the left. Both riding this wave. You can see Noah backside.
Noah looks
there.
a little bigger. I think this is going to improve his score. So.
Yeah, I agree as well. You can see Axel just going down, but this is a better wave now. This one's starting to open up in front of our judges, and you can see there just going past
right
Axel.
by him.
Yeah, continuing to carve along. This is that middle section I was discussing where a little bit more of a flatter point. Speed is
look
needed.
at Noah go all the way down the line, pumping in no water. I mean, he's basically on a dry reef right there, Liam. That is going to improve his score. I think we might see a lead change on that.
Most definitely, because looking at the scores there, we have a 2.67 for Noah's lowest score, and I definitely think that scores, when they do drop, we'll see that one increase. And then Axel's lowest score, also a 2.67. So curious to think and see if those scores will be improved for our riders. But just under 9 minutes still on the clock. Plenty of time left.
You know, Liam, yesterday I missed Noah's seeding round, but I did get to see Axel go, and I was extremely impressed. And, you know, I thought Axel would be the guy to beat in this heat, but right now I think the local Noah Angulo is really, you know, kind of putting it to the young Frenchman right now. Like, that last wave was amazing.
And a nice shot there. Both of our riders waiting for that next set, because that there was definitely the best set of this heat so far. You could tell because the wave went all the way through the middle, right in front of the judges. And let's just have a little discussion. What are the judges looking for? So, looking for that flow, looking for the right wave selection, just keeping it all together, linking the turns, but also showing, you know, that power through the wave. As Chris, we have Noah here dropping in on yet another wave.
Yeah, Noah really is showing his, he's a veteran here. He's pumping really hard, trying to get some speed. Man, he is, I can't wait to see the score on his last wave, because it was, but Axel is looking on the outside. There may be a set coming through for him. So I feel if Axel gets something bigger, he's going to really be able to show the judges his commitment.
And I'm just having a look here now. Before the scores drop on your screen, you know, we are looking, and it's looking good. Starting to shape up nicely for Noah, who there we go, boom. There we have a couple of scores, and just look at that. Axel on a wave, but has taken the lead with an 8.40.
Wow, it's pretty close. 7 minutes to go, 8.4 for Axel, and Noah with a 7.83, but I'm still not sure if we've seen that final wave score where he rode it all the way to the beach, but we are going to wait and see on that.
Yeah, you can see scores on our end starting to drop, but a nice replay here of Noah's last wave. You can see really just pumping, getting some momentum through the board, feeling the energy out there, and this is where he starts to have some fun. You can see nice and relaxed, carving from left to right, top to bottom, all the way down. Nearly losing it there, but keeping it together before going down. But, you know, that was a shallow spot there. Talk us through Axel's ride.
So Axel is, the guy's like a cat on the waves. I saw him yesterday, like, survive 2 or 3, like, cutbacks where basically, like, I was cringing because I thought he was going to be on the rocks. And I did see him go on the rocks on a pretty heavy wipeout earlier in the day. And, you know, he just paddled over to his equipment and water started away. Like, I mean, obviously the guy has some experience in the surf and isn't scared, that's for sure. So he's amazing freestyler. So we're seeing a whole new side to Axel that he has game all around.
This is the thing, the young riders, they've got no fear. You know, you look at all the sports, all these water sports with the wingfoilers, they're going huge on the freestyle section. The young guys have no fear. Same on the kiting as well. You're seeing the young, all these doubles, loops, and everything being thrown. Young riders definitely taking it to the veterans, and we are seeing now 2 big heavy hitters out on the water. Axel Gerard on your screen. There is your current heat leader. But 5.5 minutes still ticking, and let's wait and see if any more set waves are going to come.
All right, I'm looking out the back, Liam, and I see both boys setting up. The lines are on the horizon. So here comes Axel in front in a good one. Could be the wave of the heat so far. He's pumping in, trying to get his speed. This wave is really fast, and it can easily go by you, but he is going to have a really nice, steep, powerful section. And Noah is behind him. There goes Axel in the shallow water. You can literally see the shadows of the reef below his foil. There he goes pumping. Let's see what he's got for us. He's probably going to, oh, look at that. That is commitment right there. Down the line. What a beautiful ride.
Boom, there we go. We can see both riders here catching, yes, one of the best set
Noah's
waves.
on a great one.
You can see the
just
wing.
Pulls out.
Just pulling out. Yeah, wing getting caught on the top of the wave there and pumping back out. Axel Gerard riding it all the way down onto the left-hand side. So those are the sort of set waves that we're looking for. And I have a little bit of a feeling that Noah's pulled out of that wave because there's still some rollers coming through. Are we going to see this rider do the old takaroo, the old switch, the old U-turn to jump back in on the back end of this set?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a difference in strategy with that. Axel tried to ride that wave, or he did ride that all the way into the beach. So now he's in a zone where there's not a lot of wind right there, and this could be, a bit of a process for him to get back out. So Noah, on the other hand, decided that wave probably wasn't going to improve his score too much, Liam. So what he did is he tacked back out. So now he is out on the horizon by himself, hopefully waiting for a decent set.
And they're your two riders. Well, one of the riders on the left. The rider on the right is an athlete who I imagine will be up next. I have yes, that is going to be Mizo Fernando out there from Brazil, because he is in the next heat up against Freddy Burrito coming out of Cape Verde. And just at the moment, going through that little bit of a lull because that previous set waves really giving our riders what they want, the waves, the famous waves here at Ponta Preta. This is what we want to see. We are in men, round one, heat number 2, just over 3 minutes to go, and we have a full day of jam-packed action to come.
Liam, this is such an exciting first pure wave event because anybody can win. There's so many new competitors here that we don't even know, like Kaulis is amazing from Brazil, and you just mentioned Mizo Fernando from Brazil. He is a legend on the surf side. So either one of those Brazilians could absolutely take this. Some of the other favorites from what I saw in the seeding round are Noe Kuela. We've got Leon Shield, the Englishman who has been coming on vacation here for his entire life, which is only 13 years. He put on a clinic for the big boys yesterday, dropping into the deepest sections and absolutely handling Ponta yesterday. It was amazing. The kid's 13.
Yeah, I don't want to put my money on any rider out here, and this is why we've done that seeding round, because it really is anyone's game. And it was a really important round yesterday. It did dictate where these athletes are seeded for the elimination ladder. And I was having a little look as well at the elimination ladder. There's some tough heat in round one. And the difference here, if they lose, they are out.
Yeah, that's the tough part, but that's sports, Liam. I mean, there's winners and losers, and unfortunately, someone has to go home in the first round. And I do appreciate the seeding round because technically it is a double elimination. You get to do the seeding round, no one gets eliminated, and then you get to sail the next round. So, we got Cali, we got Hugo Marin. Of course, you never count out any of the Boyer brothers. Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian stallion, is a legend. He did really well over on the kite side, so he is, getting more time in the water. Like just a few days ago, we saw him make it pretty far on the kite side. So
I don't think there's a rider out there that keeps as busy as Francesco. I mean, he is up there doing the wing, doing the windsurf, doing the kite. The guy does it all, and it's great to see. This is what we're looking for, though, when it comes to the tour. Those all-rounded athletes that can compete in all these different conditions, and a great ambassador for all sports. But we're in the final minute. Axel Gerard against Noah Angulo. Are we going to see another set of waves coming our way? Because if we do, we could see the old famous buzzer beater.
Yeah, we absolutely could. Noah knows what he's doing. This is his home spot. Wow, Liam, I just saw a big whale jump in the back.
No way.
That was so cool. I mean, do we need anything else from Ponta Preta? But there it was, a nice little whale shot out in the distance. But, getting back to the end of this, Noah is on a wave. So this is probably going to be his last wave. He needs about a half a point to pull ahead of Axel. So, let's see what he's got.
Here we go, dropping in. This is it. We're in the final 10 seconds, so this wave is going to count. In fact, both riders there on your screen.
Axel's on a good one too.
Yeah, you can see both riders both on the wave. Axel on the left, Noah on the right. Coming in close, but pulls out. But Axel actually looking like he's on the bigger one.
Axel has a really fun wave, and I'd like to see what this youngster has, because if he gets a big one, it's kind of dying out on him. But I don't think Noah's last wave is going to be enough.
Yeah, just waiting for scores to come in. I can start to see them, but that is red flag in the sky. So just while we prepare for yet another exciting heat, let's go and have a little look at the recaps from that heat. And welcome back, everybody, to the next heat. Up next, round one, heat number 3, Mizo Fernando Noves from Brazil against the local Freddy Brito coming out of Cape Verde. Wave the men, round one, heat number 3. This is a very, very good one because Freddy Brito, Chris, knows this spot. And there on your screen, Mizo Fernando riding for F1 on that new strike.
Yeah, Liam, we've been here all week testing, riding, and shooting the new F1 Strike V3, and that wing is amazing. You can see the bright orange wing with Mizu coming in, the Brazilian. Mizu is known for his incredible surf background. This guy is an absolute beast in the waves. He rips prone foiling, he rips surfing, and he's great on the wing as well. So I know he was one of these guys that was super pumped on the pure wave event.
Yeah, great bit of kit out there. You can see both of them riding for F1, but you know, plenty of equipment out there. You've got the duotone wings, you've got the AFS kit, you've got it all out there. I mean, there's so much equipment now available for not just our riders, but for all of you at home. You know, wingfoiling is a very accessible sport. So 17.5 minutes remaining. Let's see how this one shapes out.
So we're looking at, this is men's round 1, heat 3, GWA Wingfoil Pure Wave event in Cabo Verde. Liam, so far we've had a great start to the day. Earlier this morning the waves were not really cooperating, but it looks like, we are getting these heats done.
Yeah, firing through. The conditions are definitely here. I mean, that's why our sports committee and our race crew, our race director, chose to do that 20 minutes, originally starting with 30 minutes, but then, conditions looking that little bit better, moving down to 20, and it seems to be a great call because we saw in the previous heat, those riders managing to catch all sorts of waves.
Yeah, it does seem that the sets are coming through. Ponta Preta is providing the goods for us for the first stop of this pure wave event. I'm looking at Mizu coming in on the new Orange Strike V3. I've been watching him shred all week, Liam. I mean, he and Cowley and Ugo Marin and Christopher have been riding these giants, and it's like the boys, they just don't make mistakes. For the riders at home and the people that love to wing here, it looks like Mizu is going to be coming in on his first wave. Let's see what he's got for us.
Yeah, dropping into this one, just keeping those hands on the wing, keeping the power, the momentum going through this one. Does he like what he sees? No, he doesn't. But out the back on the right-hand side, the second wave in this set, Freddie Brito getting amongst this one here. Not the biggest wave, but as it's starting to get a little bit closer towards the shore, it's starting to peel and open up quite nicely.
Yeah, that's going to be a scoring wave for Freddie. So Freddie is Wesley's brother. Wesley is a tour veteran and duotone rider, and just an all-around great guy. It's really cool to see his brother here, and you never know, they might see each other later on in this contest.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit of a family duel out there on the water. And just there, just under 15 minutes now, scores starting to just come your way. Shortly will be visible on your screens as I'm just having a little look. But the waves that have been caught, nothing to scream and shout about just yet, Chris.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the game here. It is a bit of a chess match. I know, Mizo is a real veteran competitor from Brazil, so he knows he can wait a little bit. We are 5 minutes into this already, and I think Freddie just got a small scoring wave, but that's still going to score. So if it continues to be flat, at some point as a rider and a veteran rider, you start to think to yourself like, okay, I probably better get at least something out there on the scorecard.
Important. That's what we've always said from the start. Once they get those two scores, they can start to loosen up. And you can see on that shot, when those waves are breaking, the rocks there on the right-hand side, you do not want to get involved in those because, one, it's going to hurt, and two, you're going to need to go into the beach and rig up that new wing, get that new boards, and put that new foil on because those rocks, they will destroy anything that comes their way.
Yeah, unfortunately, I shredded a brand new 4-meter wing personally. That's the problem with riding with and following this tour like we have for the last 2 years, that you start to think you're as good as they are or in the same league, and you're not. And
we'll see you at Le Cat, eh? We're going to see.
Well, Le Cat is totally different than pure wave at Ponta Preta. I mean, Le Cat is a sandy bottom. I mean, the worst case, you're going to be a little embarrassed, Liam. You may hit the ground and tomahawk yourself, but coming in on the rocks here is a big deal. There's a lot of urchins. It's really slippery. Your foil and board are getting pretty trashed at this point, and then your wing, more than likely has multiple tears.
Yeah, not what you want to be doing on a Monday. Here we have 13 minutes remaining. Heat number 3, round number 1. Still no scores dropping yet, but I can see that judges just finalising a couple of those smaller waves we saw. But, we do have 20-minute heats, and as we are coming into that 7 minutes of the heat, nothing really happening just yet. Little bit of a more quiet heat, this one.
Yeah, I this is our first time in Cabo Verde, so I'm not going to even pretend to know what I'm doing on talking about tides, etc. at Ponta Preta, but it does seem we are in a little bit more of a holding pattern with the waves. The first 2 heats there was a lot more waves. Here comes Freddie on another small bump, but again, that is going to be something. So what he's doing right now is we're almost halfway through this. Yeah, and he just pulls out and says, nope, I'm not going to do this one. At this point, Mizu more than likely has a what we'll call a race watch out there. So he sees the timer on his wrist, and he knows that he still has a full 12 minutes left. But he is going to get to the point where he's going to get a score. I'm looking at Freddie here. Freddie's pumping into one. Freddie on the Strike V2, the F1 blue wing there. It's interesting because his brother rides for Duotone, so I guess Wesley's not hooking up Freddie with gear, huh? Freddie going out and getting the F1 stuff himself.
Yeah, no, plenty of gear out there, and we can see riders now as we're starting to get a little bit more of a nicer set.
There's Mizu, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, Mizu. Oh, I haven't seen him crash in 5 days of riding, and wow, maybe that's just little contest nerves there. He's still got plenty of time.
Sometimes the cookie can crumble, and just there for Mizo, there we have it. Just one score on the board, a 1.20 for Freddie, just pumping him up into first position. And I'm just having a little look at the forecast. So we have a good solid wind. I don't think we're going to see any changes in the wind. Good 15 to 18 knots scheduled. It does start to drop off a little bit around that 4 or 5 o'clock mark. But actually, over the last couple of days, we've seen conditions start to pick up around that time.
Yeah, you can see Mizu there. He's on a 5-meter F1 right now, so that's kind of his go-to light wind wing, and he's sinking, and so it's just he's in a bit of a lull. He's not panicking yet, but he is to the point where he's like, okay, I got to get up on foil. There you see him pumping. All right, come on, Mizu. There you go. These guys are the best in the world at getting going in no wind. What he just did for everyone back home is incredibly challenging. Like, I would be sinking up to my neck there, Liam, and basically swimming in.
Yeah, they're also on the boards with, those liters of the boards. They are on the lower side, so definitely a couple of sinkers out there. And if they're not on the foil, then it can be an absolute workout. You can see the old flapping around. That's how you can generate power through that wing. There's a few options. You can pump your board to keep the foil and that momentum going. And you can also, pump that wing up and down, generate that little bit of force. But now, once you're up on that foil, you can see Mizu there just cruising upwind, getting into the right position while we go through that quiet moment in the heat. Just under 10 minutes remaining, and a score there dropping for Mizu, nothing to really at all get excited about, a 0.20. So pretty much not even a score for Mizu.
Yeah, right now, those guys both are... they're watching each other. Freddie right now does have the lead, and that's because he took a really easy wave in the beginning. So Mizu right now, he has tons of time. He is an experienced guy. He's on a tiny board. The Brazilian loves riding the 4.4 32-liter Rocket S from F1, and it's like in this wind, I would say that's probably 15 at the most where those guys are. He's also on a very tiny foil. All these pros, they ride tiny boards and tiny foils so they can make really hard turns in the waves.
Yeah, and for those at home, just talking about these foils, Chris, the bigger that front wing, you're going to get plenty of lift. And when you're on the wave, you don't want to have too much lift because you're just going to pop out and, eject. And that's where it's going to get that little bit messy. Having that smaller kit, definitely a lot more maneuverable, and when we look at the judging criteria, that's what they're looking for. Numerous turns on the wave, and with too much of a big kit, you're not going to be able to be as elegant.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a tripod theory. You've got your board, your foil, and then your wing. So here's Mizu. Oh, he doesn't take it. So he's looking down at his race watch. He realizes he has 8 minutes. One of the disadvantages the competitors have out there, Liam, is that they don't know who's winning. He doesn't know that Freddie has a score of 1.2 and he has a 0.2. So that's one of the things. It's like you've really got to know what's going on, and you got to watch the other guy out there to try and gauge where you are.
Yeah, and we find that the riders, there's a great community as well on the tour. All the riders, they train so much together. There's no room for enemies out here, and caddies are a big factor for these riders. So on the beach, you'll see that most of the riders, they'll have someone, giving them some signals or telling them, if they're first or second, especially as the heats start to progress. But this is an elimination round, so the loser of this heat will be getting a one-way ticket home. Not what you want to be doing here in Punta Preta when the sun is shining, the wind is blowing, and the waves are coming. But caddies, super important. They can also help, give advice on, what size wing to take, what size board, what size foil, and, everyone's friends here on tour.
Well, Liam, thank you for the shout-out to the caddies. That really kind of hits home for me because that has been my profession for the last 2 years. Caddy in the sense where we hope that we keep them fed. I'm talking about my son, Christopher, 16-year-old kid on the freestyle side of things. And
recently coming from a win in New Zealand as well.
Yeah, we had a really nice first opening round in New Zealand. Christopher got the conditions he really likes. He likes flat water, lighter wind. Oh, Liam, look, Mizu might actually have a small wave, so let's see if he can get a score on the board here.
Yep, keeping the momentum and the power through that wing there. As soon as we see that backhand come off, that's when we're going to know he's going to engage. Right there, that's the moment. So, engaging into this wave. This one's not so far on the right-hand side, but on the right, we have Mizu on a yet lovely looking wave here as it's starting to peel nicely in front of the judges. Freddie as well on one at the back. Wow, both
Freddie has a bit of a better wave, so we're going to see he's not quite doing the swooping, and he does pull out. I suspect Mizu's wave, he rode it for probably an extra 10 turns down the line, so we'll see where that score drops. I mean, these guys have had pretty slim pickings on waves. It's not like they've been letting him go by, so I'm sure Mizu's feeling a little bit more comfortable, Liam, actually getting a score on that one, but again, we have less than 6 minutes to go in this one, and we've really not seen any action in the sets.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a quiet one. Freddie's wave there, although it did look quite nice, just sort of not doing too much on it, just sort of flatlining the section. And you know, it's going to be a scored wave because both riders only have one scored wave at the moment. But you know, it's not going to be, you know, anything to really get excited because Mizu has a score coming in, and it's looking like it's going to bump him into that first position. And here we have the replay, Chris.
Yeah, Mizu finally got something he could. I mean, this is probably the smallest wave I've seen him ride all week. Like, he doesn't even want to be on this thing. Like, he likes big, powerful stuff where he's in really critical sections. He, you know, rips the lip, goes deep in the pockets. You know, here was Freddie's wave behind him, and I think Freddie's wave was a little better. You can see there's a little difference in their style. Yep. Freddie is riding down the line. Mizu is turning every swooping big carves. And then Freddie, you know, just gets out of that one, decides he doesn't want to deal with the reef, which, again, smart move. But, yeah, it's pretty flat right now for the boys. Just under 5 minutes to go. Mizu and Cowley are both these two powerful Brazilians that they're so funny when they're together. They just tease each other all day. These guys are both in their 40s. And Liam, they act like they're 12 and they're on a sleepover. But it's been really fun to watch them ride, and both of them want to be on the water 12 hours a day.
Yeah, and here we have someone on the wave, someone in the water. Freddie Brito, again, pumping through this section. Definitely going to want to start linking some more turns together because that's what our judges want to see. That's a little bit nicer, but still not really rail to rail, as you mentioned, Chris. Getting, you know, top to bottom down the line, really getting and trying to find the pocket of the wave. Whereas Mizu here, definitely showing a little bit more style when it comes to dropping down, getting nice and low, and sort of up and down, and getting a little bit more verticality on his turns.
Yeah, Mizu's really good at getting at the very top of that wave and just those, like, so that's the most critical section right there. I can see the reef. And there he does a nice little air. Oh, he just overfoils, but he goes for it. He should be safe right there. There's no bombs behind him, so he's going to be able to paddle out and maybe catch one more.
3.5 minutes remaining. That will definitely improve on the 0.20 that Mizu has. And then Freddie Brito's lowest score, 1.20. The other one, a 1.5. Not sure if that previous wave is going to improve on the 1.5, but maybe on the 1.2 as we enter the final few minutes of this heat. We're in the men's round 1, heat number 3, out here, Cabo Verde, Ponta Preta, for the first wave stop of the GWA calendar year. We've got a busy year ahead with a couple more wave stops on the horizon, linked up with some of that free fly surf slalom and also the surf freestyle. So busy year ahead.
Yeah, there's quite a few stops this year, Liam. I mean, it's amazing traveling the world, that's for sure, but there's also a point when it is nice to get home every once in a while.
And where's home for you, Chris? Where are you located?
We're in Hood River, and our dream months in Hood River, you know, one of the best spots in the U.S. for wind sports is, you know, June, July, August is just primo. So we're hoping to get a little bit of a break in between there and get home and ride our home spots and see the family, etc. But you know, so far we're just really grateful to be on the tour, and as you said earlier, everyone is just so kind. There's quite a few kids. We're really missing our friend Malo, who's not here. Malo is, you know, the world champion on the freestyle side from 2022. And I said, Malo, are you and your dad Patrice coming to Cabo Verde? He goes, Chris, I have exams. So he's just a regular kid. I'm pretty sure he's what we call a senior in high school back in France.
Best wave of his heat. Let's see what he's got as both riders on your screen are working the waves.
Mizo in a good one. Oh, Freddie goes down, but look at Mizo. He's in like, wow, where did this wave come from? So this is where we can actually see the Brazilian do what he does. He's going to go up and rip the lip right there. Right now he's going to go around Freddie, which for everyone back home, 99% of the planet would crash if they looked down and saw someone in front of him.
The way he's passing his wing as well, just from left to right, the style.
Right here in this super critical section, like this is what the judges really want to see. Like he is like literally 2 inches from the rocks. So he's specifically trying to foil as high as he can on that mast. Mizu rides an 85 centimeter, high modulus carbon F1 mast, but what he's doing is he's basically trying to keep that as high as he can so the foil doesn't hit the reef.
And scores starting to drop as I'm looking out of the corner of the booth.
Oh, look at Mizu just tacks into one more just to kind of have fun. Right now the heat is almost over. He's in the lead, but look, you're going to see him just carve this glassy section right here.
And there we have Freddie trying to get struggled in, but now on your screens, Mizu making the most. This is definitely going to be his last wave. Freddie yet not on his feet, so that's Freddie's heat over. Mizu here. Scores on the doors are going to be dropping as he makes his way all the way in towards the beach. That's the back end section of this wave. And before we can give you full confirmation, it's looking likely that Mizu is going to be heading through, but scores still coming our way. And just while we wait for them, let's all take a little breather and just check out those heat highlights.
Welcome back to the GWA 2023 first Pure Wave event in Cabo Verde, Punta Preta here. I'm here with Liam, and we are about to go into a real burner of a heat. We have Vinny Martins from Brazil versus Hugo Marin from France. Both of these guys are super experienced in the big waves, Liam. I mean, this is a really tough first round battle. So one of these guys is going to be pissed because they're going to be going home. But
someone's O has got to go on this one here, and you can see there we have on our screen, just trying to quickly identify who that one is.
That's Vinny.
Yeah, that's Vinny there, because Vinny there with the yellow lycra, and you can see helmet on because it's dangerous stuff out there. No one wants to be going down. And Hugo Marin, I can see on a blue wing, making his way out towards the competition area. 20 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Two big, heavy hitters. No one wants to go home here. And I'm just praying to the wave gods up there that they can throw us a bone and give us an exciting heat.
yeah, Vinny rides for Neil Pride and JP, and he is a real legend. Vinny is the first guy to ever wing Nazaré, which is the huge wave in Portugal. And I mean, he showed me his kite foil that he did it on. It was like a under 500, cm. It was this. It looked like a steak knife.
Yeah, tiny little steak knife. I mean, must have been having some huge ways to have something like that under your board. But there he is on your screen at the moment, looking over his right shoulder, and I'm looking over the booth as it looks like there might be a little bit of movement. There's definitely some movement closer in towards the beach, but you don't want to be catching that stuff because it's in the shallows. So catching those waves out the back, riding them all the way in towards the judges, as Hugo Marin there on your left, Vinicius on your right, turning round. Do they like what they see? Hugo looking like he's just engaging. Yes,
Hugo's got a good one. Wow, that kind of jacked up quickly. Hugo, the F1 rider on the blue Strike V3 right there, and Hugo's got mad style. Like, oh, look at the floater. Oh, we haven't seen that all day, Liam. That was awesome. Vinny's on one behind him. Hugo going right over the reef. Just float. This is what Hugo Marin wants. He won Dakla 2 years ago, and he is a real master in the waves.
Yeah, and Vinny here as well, getting busy on this wave as it's starting to open up, but yet again just deciding against it. It looked a little bit like it was going to be peel away through past the judges and back towards the end of the beach, but once it gets really shallow, you've got to remember, as you mentioned, Chris, the rider's probably on around, I would say, between anywhere from 75 to 95 centimetre mast, most of them being on that middle number of an 85. So, they've got to be careful when they come in towards the shallows. And Vinicius here keeping busy with big turns.
Right in the critical reef section right there. He just tacked right into that one. He wants to get a score. He knows Hugo had, and Hugo out the back. All of a sudden, we've got some waves, so we'll take it right now.
Yeah, this is what we want, and a few little cheers, a few little cries from those
Vinny's
on the
going
beach.
all the way to the beach. And look at Hugo on a bomb on the outside. Oh, that's the wave of the day so far. That is overhead.
Oh, here we go.
Hugo Marin. Oh, he's untouchable in these waves.
Big wave, gets a nice top turn, dropping down, carving nicely, up and down, showing the flow, showing the style. Steezy stuff here from Mr. Marin as he's going through this middle section now. Doesn't want this wave to close out, but decides, I'm okay. I probably reckon there might have been one or two little short turns
look
at the
at
back.
Vinny out the back. He's got another set. Oh, these boys are getting treated to the waves of the day so far. I don't know what just changed, but something, maybe the tide switched. Oh, Vinny. The Neil Pride rider absolutely gets a huge carve down the line, Liam. He is, he is about to he goes down.
Yeah.
Oh, he was on the edge for 2 or 3 seconds there. That is so hard to do. Man.
5 minutes in, and we've had sets like that.
And look there's another wave. Hugo Marin says, I need a break. I'm not taking that one.
Yeah, there we have it. Just under 15 minutes left. Scores now starting to drop. We've been so excited, we've forgotten about that scoreboard in the top left-hand side of your screen. So little bit of a recap. Let's talk about second place. Vinny here at the moment, 2.97, the best scoring wave, and a 2.10, forming that 5.07 score. Hugo Marin, 6.5, best score with a 5.57 as a backup, and he is on a 12.07.
And he's already looking out the back, dropping into another one. So, and it looks like it's going to be good.
And here's the replay of that last wave. Definitely, as you mentioned, one of, if not the biggest wave of the day so far. Just really showing that surfing elegant style that he has.
That's what Ugo has. Christopher was talking about riding with him for the last 5 days and in much bigger waves than this. And he said, Ugo just disappears and you think he's getting smashed. And then 3 or 4 seconds later, he pops out. He's like, I don't even know where he goes. He's so deep in these waves.
Yeah, and that's where Vinny went down. You could see it like a little bit of a ballerina there, just as that foil was nearly breaching. Unfortunately, not able to just put that front foot pressure on and keep the momentum going on the wave. So plenty of power through these sections. 13.5 minutes on the clock. You can see there no changes in the score, but I can see no more scores dropping. Maybe that wave will score with the judges as well, but I don't think Hugo is going to increase on his 2 scores because they're looking quite good at the moment.
You know what's funny, Liam, is as I look at this shot of Ugo Marin coming in, that's not his helmet. That yellow helmet is my son Christopher's, because Hugo forgot his kit. So the veteran F1 rider did not have his impact vest or his helmet. So he's going to have to pay the price on that helmet rental because it's definitely giving him good luck in this one.
And if they come up against each other, what's he going to do there? He's going to be without the gear. But riders have to, in conditions like this, they've got to wear them. It's got to be on their head. They've got to have that impact vest because we can't come to a place like this, a wave so famous like Punta Preta, and you cannot, have the safety behind it. It's all well and good that you have some fun out there and there's waves to be caught, but if it goes wrong, you could definitely pay the price. So, riders definitely having to look after themselves out there.
Yeah, the safety protocol is super important, Liam. Helmets are just a good idea in general. When we go to the ski slopes these days, you don't see anyone without helmets. So, we're right on the reef. We've got foils. We've got other riders. So the helmet, you add on the impact vest, it gives you a tiny bit more flotation and, rib protection. So it's like most of these guys don't mind riding with this stuff because they know it's good for them. So,
and you want to compete on the rest of the tour. And if anything bad happens, you're injured, then a busy calendar year could see you out. And every event is super important. There's always points up for grabs. And the great thing about this new discipline is we're going to have a new world champion at the end of the year. So another reason for all of our riders out there to be fighting for the title of the first wave event ever. Main wave event for the GWA 2023. Boy, oh boy, have we got a good year in front. But it's all systems go, go, go here in Cape Verde as we're on round 1 still with the men, heat number 4.
Yeah, Liam, it's nice to have this pure wave event. I really appreciate the fact that we have such a new cast of characters. There's guys from all over the world, like we talked about earlier, from different disciplines, from Zane Schweitzer to Cowley to Mizu to, Vinny, who's in this heat from Brazil, who's a big wave guy. And then there's a bunch of guys I haven't even gotten to meet yet. But the fact is it's a nice change from the regular freestyle or racing cast of characters, which we're all pretty used to.
Yeah, and there he is on your screen. Current heat leader, Hugo Marin. Very, very good surfer. Just cruising his way back in. There's a wave in front that we can see which is formed quite nicely. Not the best because it's closing out quite quickly. But that might be the start of something special. That might be the start of a set coming our way as we enter the second stage now of this heat. 20-minute heats. So plenty of time for our riders, but only their top 2 wave scores will be counting. And you can see at the moment Hugo Marin with quite a comfortable lead over Mr. Martins.
Yeah, those are 2 primo waves that, here comes Vinny on one. So he's got a little speed. It's not really the size he wants, but you know what? He's going to do his best on this one and see if he can improve on his scores.
And on your screens now, yeah, again, just there must be a section there where the wave just, they're not fancying it because we've seen, not just in this heat, a lot of riders, when they're on the right-hand side of where we are, Chris, as soon as that wave hits that spot, they think, nope, I'm okay. And it must be to do with just getting in too close for comfort with the rocks.
Well, what they're doing, Liam, is they're making a decision based on when they're catching the wave and when they're on it. Is this big enough to change my score? And if it is big enough to get a better score, they're saying, okay, now that risk of going over the reef and riding the entire way into the beach in front of the judges is worth it. But on this last wave, we can see right now with Vinny, like it's pretty small, it's shoulder high for him. So right here, he made that decision that, you know what, there's no point in risking my gear over the rocks and wasting time. I would rather get out and get priority. So if you notice right now in this shot, he has priority because he is upwind of Ugo. So Ugo turns in. Ugo, we were talking yesterday about the seeding round, and he goes, Chris, I did not get any waves. And then he goes out and has an amazing first minute or minute and 90 seconds of that round and gets 2 of the best waves we've seen all day. So Ugo's a happy guy right now. I like him to go pretty deep in this contest.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the riders that, before even starting, you see his name in the fleet and you think, yeah, wave discipline, this guy is going to be quite a handful to beat. His wave selection is very good. He's got that experience, and it's showing at the moment because he's your current heat leader. Sat in first position, lovely shot there of both riders.
Right now they're making a decision on whose wave that is. I think that's Vinny's wave, but we're going to see.
This is an interesting
shot. So Ugo's
shot.
pulling out. So that's kind of that's a one buddy to another saying like, okay, you take it. Vinny did have priority as far as I'm concerned. There's lots of arguments either way, but
there's an issue with that though. I reckon there, Chris. Obviously, Vinny just managing to keep it together, but I'm just wondering when they were having that discussion if Vinny was losing out on that wave, because you could see that the wave was starting to form. Maybe he could have dropped in just that little bit earlier and get a little bit more, the extra turn or two. That can be crucial when coming in on the scores.
You're right, and I think in the case that we just saw, it did not affect him that much. But going forward, as these pure wave events get held and guys kind of establish who's, the bit of a pecking order, because that's kind of a surfing move where you see those guys playing chess all the time out in the water saying like, hey, like paddling really hard to take a wave or kind of get in someone else's head. So maybe Ugo Marin was playing, a tiny mind game with Vinny on that one and saying like, I'm going to sit on this wave just a tad longer to kind of, throw you off your game.
Exactly, and scores now starting to just come together. Don't think there's going to be much improvement there. Maybe a slight improvement for Vinicius there, but 7 minutes on the clock. Hugo Marin there on your screen, just waiting for the next set as we go through that nice little quiet patch. But it's been a busy heat at the moment. We started off in the first 5 minutes with some big heavy hitters. That is where the big scores came on the scoreboard. But as of yet, since then, we haven't really seen anything similar. Mind you, looks to be a little bit of movement, couple of rollers, but you're not going to know if they're going to form up nicely until they get that little bit closer to the beach. Hugo Marin here just deciding he wants to head back upwind and just get in that prime spot for when the waves do come.
Well, Hugo knows right now that he got 2 Christmas presents on that one. Like, I don't even know where those waves came from. I'd like to talk to someone who really knows Punta Preta. Maybe we can get Hendrik's opinion on like why are there these little tiny patches of like 4 great waves, and then we can go 2 or 3 heats and really kind of just see these mediocre ones.
Yeah, Hendrix is a great rider to talk about this location. Very good and very talented on the kiting side. Was in the kite surf competition over the last few days, and now he's keeping just as busy with the wing foiling as well, and showing some nice air maneuvers and a little bit of freestyle on those waves in the seeded round yesterday. I think he went for a big frontside 360 on one of the waves, but having fun out there, and he's got the local support as well. He's got his family, he's got his friends watching him, so a rider that's going to be up very, very shortly. But full focus now as we enter 5.5 minutes left on the clock, and just talking actually about Hendrik Lopez. He's going to be up next.
Yeah, Hendrik's put on a really nice show for the beach yesterday in the seeding round. He was really sending it in the shallow section and doing some big aerials and trying 360s, etc. A lot of times, there's Ugo Marin who, that's a super clean tack back onto that wave. Decided against it. Right now, these guys, they'll just ride around, and when there's no waves, sometimes they feel the pressure of they feel like they have to do something. But it's going to be tough for Ugo to improve on those first 2 early scores. Like, those are definitely the scores of the day so far. Ugo's sitting at a 12.07. I don't think anyone else is close.
No, not yet. That's the highest score of the day. Early stages, so that is going to be the score to beat. Hugo Marin currently still comfortably in the lead with a 12.07. And there he is with your son's helmet on, rocking around, waiting for that next set of waves to come.
I'm gonna make him buy me lunch at minimum. So, I mean, it's funny because the pure wave event is there's so much out of these riders' control, as in waves. Like either you get them or you don't. There was some heats yesterday on the seeding rounds where guys were seeded, artificially low because there's 3 riders and 5 waves come through. So 5 waves, 3 riders, each rider needs 2. So in 11 minutes or whatever it was, there were certain riders that just didn't get their proper scores. So in a way, it's a bit challenging for Vinny and Ugo to be facing each other so early, because either one of these competitors could go super deep and someone's going to be disappointed. In this case, Vinny, the Brazilian Neil Pride JP rider is, he needs a bit of a miracle from Mother Nature. If he gets 2 bombs, he can definitely get in front of Ugo. But right now, the horizon looks pretty flat to me, Liam.
So 3 minutes left on the clock. Hugo Marin still in first position. Up next, we're going to have Hendrik Lopez against Lilian Juppet. Big heat. As you mentioned earlier in the stream, Chris, every heat is a huge heat. It's anyone's game here at this wave event over in Cape Verde. We're here at Ponta Preta, and Hugo Marin is your current heat leader. There you can see on the left-hand side, that is Lilian Juppet just waiting for his heat to start in a few short minutes. But all systems go as we're in the round 1, heat number 4.
Yeah, Liam, we really have grown quite fond of Lilian Juppet. And fun fact, his nickname is the Peanut, or Cacahuate. And he is the guy's always got a huge smile on his face, rides for Gong. He's a new teammate to Malo Genole and Patrice over at Gong. And here we got Vinny trying to make something work. The Neil Pride JP rider from Brazil always has a giant smile on his face. He's one of the happiest guys on tour. Here he is. He's got some good speed. Let's see if he can improve on his score.
Yeah, dropping into this one, and you can see both riders. Hugo deciding against it, but here we go. Vinny there on this wave, pumping through this middle section. Are we going to see a few more nicely linked turns? Unfortunately not. Definitely wanting to link a few more maneuvers together, but Hugo Marin here with 90 seconds left on the clock is going to be dropping into a bigger wave of the set as he's going to start linking these turns together, showing that style, showing the flow as he goes from top to bottom, making it look simple out there. Middle section coming up next.
Yeah, Ugo just has a certain style where he makes it look effortless. It looks like he's kind of just standing on his board, but for the viewers back home, the way he rides it's almost superhuman sometimes in the waves. He's never nervous. He's I asked him a couple times this week on some bombs. Here's a replay of Vinny doing the best he can, but he just has not gotten a set wave, unfortunately. The Neil Pride rider has not gotten the waves that Ugo has. A lot of that is luck, but a lot of that is Hugo Marin's skill. So Ugo, clearly out in front on this one. We're into the final seconds of this round, and Vinny's this is his last wave more than likely, and hopefully we can just see him try and send it.
Yeah, luck definitely plays a little bit of a factor out here, being in the right place at the right time, but that wave selection also being key, and Hugo Marin at the moment just picking and choosing the right waves as we're going to be entering now just the final minute of this heat with 20 seconds left to go. So let's go and have a little look at the last recap from those waves. As you can see there, Hugo Marin on your screen. And recaps coming up very shortly as 3, 2, 1. We are going to be wrapping up that heat now. You can see none of the riders on the waves. Red flag is up in the sky. And that is that heat over. So, looking like he's going to be progressing through, Hugo Marin. But first, some absolute bombs were caught. And there's only one thing to do, Chris. That is look at the recap from that heat.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are here for the second day in Cape Verde for the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. I'm Joe Siastra, and what a day of action we've already had. We've already seen some of the boys get through their heats as we're continuing on, and looking just outside of the booth, it looks like we have a set. So let's go right back into the action with the next heat of the competition. There are the players that are going to be going out on the water. So we have Lilian Dupet, as Chris just said, El Cacahuete, the Peanut, going up against Hendrik Lopez. Dupet coming from France, Hendrik Lopez coming from Cape Verde. We already saw Hendricks over the last few days in the Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour of the kite surfing, absolutely throwing down. But you know what? I can see Chris looks like he's got one of the top surfers, Misu Fernandez. Let's go down to the beach.
I'm here with previous heat winner Misu Fernandez from Brazil. How did that heat go for you, man?
It was actually really hard. It was a slow beginning of the heat, and a good wave came and I fell. I got kind of nervous because there was not a whole lot of sets coming, and I was looking on my watch and I go, man, it's 8 minutes, I need to run. But luckily I found some good ones and ended up winning the heat. Stoked.
Yeah, I've been riding with you all week, or at least watching you ride these huge waves, and I didn't even see you fall once, literally in 5 days. So was that just like contest jitters or what?
I think it was a banana shell on my board.
Oh, I think it was your roommate Callie who may have played a little trick on your foil, huh?
Probably. Yeah, but it was fun, man. I'm stoked to be here. The conditions are good, still good. Now the sets are coming back, so good expectation for the continuous of the event. Stoked.
Thanks, Mizo. Back up to you, Joe.
Okay. Thank you very much, boys. Yeah, Miso, watch out. It does look like maybe they are playing a trick on you there, mate, and getting the old banana skin. We will soon find out, but at the moment it is action out there on the water. Hendrik Lopez, Julian Lopez are going to be going out towards us. There you can see out there on the F1. That is Hendrik, and out there on the gong is Jupet. One of the things I also like about Lilian, he has some amazing freestyle maneuvers. The front roll master, I like to call him, and as we said before, always has a smile. It's so cool to see a lot of the young guns, the new generations. They really, you know, they have the fire, but they are ambassadors on and off of the water, and it is cool to see the young generations coming up. Watch out, boys, watch out, veterans. They are coming for you. They're going to be biting on your heels. Here, second day of competition, we have 20-minute heats, 2-minute transitions. The guys have 12 wave possibilities, with the top 2 waves are the ones that are going to score. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? We're going to be pushing as far as possible in this competition. And there we can see Hendrik Lopez dropping in. Also, Lilian Dupet is also going to be going there. But Hendrik, nice backside carving. Talk about caking it close to the rocks. But he is a local here in Punta Preta. And now let's have a look here at Dupet. Very talented surfer. No fear. And he is speeding across this one. Not arcing as much as Lopez, but still a good ride for both of these boys. That's going to be the second wave score for Hendricks, who is already in the lead with a 3.30, and it's going to be the first wave score for Dupet. And I reckon Hendricks is going to have a little bit more, because we can see here in this replay a little bit more up and down, passes the wing behind his back there. Make sure getting a little bit more of a whack there, but still opening the shoulders, cruising and perusing, smooth operator, as I like to say. And here we can see Dupet entering in as well. Nice turn, powering down and not touching the board at all on the waves. Judges are really going to be liking the surf, making it all the way down to the flats. But yeah, faster, but not as vertical as Hendricks, quite similar. But looking at the scores, I reckon there's going to be at least a point and a bit to 2-point difference in between these two riders. But hey, already sets coming through here, Cape Verde, Punta Preta. It looks like we're going to have 4 for 4 here in Cape Verde. Ah, mixing it up freestyle style here, Hendrik. Let's see if we can get a replay of that one as he came down the wave. But here we have Dupet entering in as well. The sets are starting to come through here. Oh, skimming past as he is going straight lining it here, and there you can see how close these boys are to the rocks. There is no fear out there, no fear. All right, well, it definitely looks like we are still waiting for some sets to be coming our way, and we are going to go down to the beach because I can see Chris has Hugo Marin.
I'm here with previous heat winner Hugo Marin, F1 rider from France. Hugo, how did that go for you, man?
Was quite a nice hit. You know, like the conditions are super tricky because there is not that much sets, not that much waves. The wind is really light, but I managed to have two best waves in the beginning of the heat, who was assuring me to have some points for the next time of the heat. So was quite good heat, but I hope I will be better at the next round, and I hope I'm gonna be more confident because I still have a bit of struggling with my fall, but it's gonna be good.
I'm going to bring in Vinny Martins from Brazil. Come on in, Vinny. You guys, come on. We're all friends. Let's talk about this. Vinny, it just seemed from my standpoint in the booth that Hugo just got lucky on some of the set waves. Tell us your perspective.
I mean, yeah, like there's a lot of time in between the sets today, and Hugo for sure did a really nice job choosing the right waves to go. I mean, it's super nice just to be out in Ponta Preta here. I have a lot of work to do to catch up with these guys still on the wave riding, but it's exciting times for wingfoiling, man. I can't believe that we are here, and I think we're just getting started. Like the level from the first day until the finals, I'm sure it's just going to get up, and it will be a cool show to watch for sure.
So this guy Vinny from Brazil rides for Neil Pride and JP. He always has a smile on his face. Like, I can't believe that you're getting out of the water and you're this stoked. And is there anyone you want to thank for getting you here? Or?
Yeah, of course. I would like first to thank the GWA guys for making it happen here, because I mean, it was always a dreamy location for me to come, and it's really cool to finally be here. And yeah, JP, New Pride, my sponsor, I'm super happy with the gear that improved so much from last year. And yeah, I'm super, I mean, yeah, and thanks Chris and all the people who are making it happen, man.
Yeah, man, there's such a good vibe down here. Hugo, why don't you send it back to the booth and go back to Joe for us?
It's tricky what you ask me now.
I know, too much pressure on him. We're going to go back up to the boys. We still got a heat going on right now between, I know that's Lillian out there, Cacahuate, the Peanut. So back to you boys.
Good stuff. Very good. To have a little chat with our previous heat competitors, and it's all systems go, 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 as Hendrik Lopez is currently sitting in that first position, Lilian Juppé in second, as there are the scores on the board up in the left hand side of the screen. Men's round 1, heat number 5, 6.5 minutes to go, and 8.97 for Hendricks. Lilian 6.94, but here he is, the gong rider, dropping in for his next wave. This one's looking like it's going to shape up a bit nicer. Needs to get a little bit more vertical if he wants to give Hendricks a run for his money, as he's nearly starting to lose a little bit of control, but composing himself, bumping and jumping along this wave, trying to get every ounce out of it as those calves continue to make their way out in front of where the judges are positioned. Definitely a better wave there for Lilian. He needs to improve on a 3.17 to give Hendricks a little bit of a run. And there, our next riders are out. Next up, we have Pablo Padilla against Luca Gasparini. So there we have Pablo, fully focused, a very, very good wave rider. And once again, Lilian Juppé getting involved in this wave, nearly losing it, but keeping it together. Always a fun character to have on tour, Lilian. He loves getting out in the water, having a little bit of a shred up. And very, very good on the freestyle as well. Has a very famous front flip. Really does go to the moon. But here he is riding this wave. Nearly falling off the foil there. But better couple of turns there. Linking it all nice together. Showing some flow and style. And score still dropping. Don't think that's going to be enough to take the lead from Hendricks. And just going to have a little look. Now there he is. Pablo Padilla coming up next. Making his way into the rocks, as you can see. A little bit rocky in the shallows here at Ponta Preta. Got to be super cautious about putting that front wing through that wing. You don't want to be doing that. Those foils are super sharp. And a great shot there. You can see a little bit of a drone flying there as well on the right-hand side, getting all the shots. As we continue on with this day number 4, and the second day for also the GWA, because we've been here since the 17th, previously doubling up with the kite surf, so we were able to wrap things up there yesterday. And now we fully have all eyes on the prize when it comes to the wing. Just under 4 minutes remaining. Hendrik Lopez still in the lead against this guy on your screen, Lilian Juppet, coming out of France. Hendrik Lopez coming out of Switzerland, Swiss, but also coming out of Cape Verde. This is home for Hendrik there on your screen. Loves this spot. Has great fans and family here supporting him throughout the week. But a little bit of a quiet patch now. We saw yesterday in the seeding round, Hendrik really was enjoying himself out there, showing a few little bit of a freestyle move on the odd wave or two. And now Juppet deciding against that wave there. Both riders pumping around. You can see Hendricks saw Lilian there do the old switcheroo, so he's gone back out as well. And the advantage Hendrik has is he is on the foil, so he's definitely going to be able to gain some more momentum over Lilian, who is on the verge of starting to sink down. Needing a gust of the wind. Got to start pumping up some power through the wing. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. No change in scores as Hendrik does see something on the horizon, looking over that left-right shoulder. And lovely shot there. You can see powered up, keeping both hands on the wing to gain some momentum. And you'll see as soon as that wing drops back behind. There we go. Pure wave riding at its finest now. Hendrik Lopez dropping in. Switching the wing from hand to hand. You can see flat line in this section. Looking like he's going to go for maybe an aerial maneuver. Hendrik Lopez going down there. Hopefully that wave behind is not going to catch him up and swallow him whole, because Lilian Juppet is on and riding this one through as Hendrik's there passing by. Nice top to bottom turns there from Lilian. This is a little bit better. This wave is shaping up to be a little bit nicer. But now coming in towards the shallows and deciding, yep, I don't want to be on that one any longer. Great freestyle maneuver there from Hendricks. Unfortunately not able to keep that one together. And Lilian here has actually lost the board. That board is on the rocks, and you can see there surfing this one in. That wing is going to be shredded up, I am sure. Yep, that wing, if that's come out whole, I will be very, very surprised. Let's take a little look. Let's keep all eyes on this shot here. No way has that been kept together. Yep, you can see there. Couple of tears. We all hope he's okay. Look, the smile on his face. Is that wing still in one piece, though? I tell you what, I thought it would be a lot more destroyed than that. Let's just get that one on a replay. As you can see here, just really nice wave from start to finish. And continuing to ride this one through. And just getting a help and a hand there from some of the locals here on the beach. Just discussing there what went down as we enter the final few seconds. Green flag is still in the sky, but there's no chance that Lilian is going to be going back out onto the water. As there he is on your screen, next rider, Pablo Padilla, coming out of Spain. Going to be facing the Italian Luca Gasparini. And red flag is up in the sky, so Hendrik Lopez will be the rider advancing through to the next round. And now we are going to check out the heat recap.
CV móvel. Estamos ligados.
All right, well, welcome back. There we can see Pablo Padilla is going to be going out onto the water as the waves here in Punta Preta are starting to get better. Already, Liam, it looks like those waves are starting to come in. We have the tide is coming up. We're looking to see what is going to be going down, and look at the run-up we have coming up next.
Great run up here, round 1, heat number 7, Camille Boyer from France coming up against Mr. Max Robinson out of Canada. So good heat on the way now.
All right, well, before we go out into this heat, as we can see, there's not quite a set there. There we have Chris is with Lilian Juppé El Cacahuete.
I'm here with Lilian Juppé, the gong rider from France. Lilian, you just had an amazing heat versus Hendrik Lopes, the local Cabo Verdean. What happened at the end there?
Oh, it's very good. It's a big session, big wave, and it's wing on the rocks and.
Oh, wing on the rocks and foil, right? I saw you it really hit the lip there, and what happened was you came in and hit your foil on the rocks.
Yes.
So what do you do when that happens?
No, I don't. No, it's no problem.
The guys at a loss for words. Lilian absolutely shredding today against Hendricks. Back up to you, Joe.
Yeah, thanks a lot, boys. Yeah, you can see just unfortunately did go out on the rocks, but just those results have come in, and making his way through it was Hendrik Lopes. So Lilian Juppé, unfortunately, there in that first round has not going to be making his way to 3, but you know, they still have round number 2 to battle it out. They're just, you know, as Anguilla would say, getting loosey-goosey, getting the juices flowing. And I tell you what, they are really risking it on the inside because they are coming close to the rocks, Liam.
That is the dangerous part of this spot, with these rocks really close in, and the way the waves are currently forming, we're finding that definitely in that midsection, Joe. You know, you've either got to catch the right ones, or if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you can go down and say a little hello to the rocks. And that wing as well of Lilian's looking like it's, yeah, not going to make it back out onto the water again. Let's go into the repair shot, because here we have the replay. You can see wave started to form really nicely, and a really good start here for Lilian, who was chasing Hendrik at the time, carving the way through this section. And then this is where it all went a little bit pear-shaped. You can see there the nose of the board just tapping down, losing a little bit of momentum, but pumping his way through before getting swallowed up. And that's where the wave caught Lilian, and he actually rode his wing in towards the beach.
Yeah, all the way along. I mean, you know, we can say one thing about those gong wings. They are strong.
I mean, yeah, they're very, very strong. I mean, these wings and materials, you know, they are, obviously, they're going to rip and tear when you catch them on the rocks. But nevertheless, you know, these are the pro athletes. I'm sure he's got another wing in his bag, Joe.
Yeah, you know, left, right, and centre, these boys, they can be bringing out all of those wings every day. But, you know, when you're at the level that these guys are, equipment is a secondary thing. You have to have as much as you need to be able to perform out there on the waves. Of course, you can't bring an absolute warehouse of equipment, but you know, these
unless you've got the money for it on the plane.
Absolutely, no. But these guys, you know, we can see all the way out the back there, and now we have Luca Gasperini from Italy is up against Pablo Padilla. And Pablo Padilla in the seeding elimination rounds had one of the better waves. This guy does throw down, but yeah, let's have a look how the Italian Gasperini does. Luca also was involved in the kite surfing over there, the GK, on the last couple of days, and now he's going to be getting involved here on our sister tour, the GWA, mixing it up. A very waterman out there. Straight line in this one, though. Yeah,
just straight lining this section, and we've seen quite a lot of that section be straight lined, and it's clearly the way the waves are forming out there. And just going back to our riders, there you can see on your screen riding this one, Mr. Luca Gasperini. Nice couple of top turns there, but only getting a couple of turns before the flatlining section begins. Just after that little maneuver there, pumping along. That's not going to be scoring very high on that back end of the section. But a rider that's multi-talented, multi-disciplined. We've got a few of our athletes in the sister tour, the Wingfoiling Tour, that also competed on the kite, the likes of Francesco Capuzzo, Luca Gasparini, Hendrik Lopez. You know, these guys like to keep busy, and why would you not want to keep busy? You're out here in the sun, Cape Verde, Punta Preta.
Ah, yeah, it is. There it is. There's the Cape Verdean flag. Hendrik going in, throwing it up high, as he was el numero uno in that last heat. As we are starting to get this move and get this contest on a groove. But I will say, this set doesn't really look like they're going to be able to make much of it. We have Gasparini has a 2.03, so he's in the lead. Pablo yet to really score a wave. And I can see down on the beach, it looks like we're going to be getting an interview with Hendrik, who took the win in that last heat. So he's comfortably into round number 3. And here we can see Padilla, El Canario, dropping in. This is looking like a better one. All right, cut back right in to the power section of the wave. That's what I call a nice carving. Oh, but going a little bit too far and going down on that one. That was a shame, because that wave did look like it was opening up.
Yeah, that second turn that he did where he went back on the left-hand side was really, really nice, generating that extra little bit more power. And here is another replay, just here, going quite far left to have that nice carve right to gain some momentum. But as you can see, a bit too much front foot pressure going down. And fortunately there, not getting swallowed up by the lip of the wave, was able to back out and get straight on the foil. As you can see, both of our riders on your screen just making their way and waiting for the next set as we enter 13 minutes. Round 1, heat number 6, Luca Gasparini 3.80 in first position, Pablo Padilla 0.83. So needing another wave just to bump that score up, and he will definitely be wanting to improve on that 0.83 as well. But plenty of time on the clock, and the only thing these riders now need are those set waves to come through.
Yeah, we want that Poseidon to throw the old Triton into the waves and get it happening. I mean, we've had 3 complete days of incredible conditions here for the GWA Kite World Tour event, the kite surfing event, where we saw the guys and the girls slash it up there on the strapless surfboards. And now it looks like the waves are a little bit lower, but towards the afternoon the swell is supposed to pick up, and tomorrow is looking even better. So we're still here at Punta Preta. There could be a possibility that if the conditions don't suit this, because the swell is coming from the northeast now, we will be moving over to Kite Beach, which is the other competition location we have for this opener here in Cape Verde. But you know, all the way around, we've checked the island, multiple positions there this morning, and now we just want to find those top conditions. But at the moment it is still on this comp site. Punta Preta sets are taking a while, but when they do come through, they have that ease.
And that's a great thing about this island as well, Joe, is that we are here at Punta Preta, which is, you know, where we want to be, but all in all there's plenty of other locations that we can choose from if conditions allow.
There we can see Luca Gasparini out there on the duotone with the Alula, just getting a cruise. The Alula, one of the new constructions coming along in a lot of the brands, using it in the kite and in the wing, and also in some of the windsurfing, keeping, you know, it's got its stiffer, it's lighter, it's stronger. We're starting to see one of the things that a lot of the brands are investing in on the R&D is construction. You know, there's Hokeeper fiber out there. You know, back in my days there was even Cuban fiber as well. It's a little bit of everything, but that is where we're really seeing the brands put their efforts into, because if you can find something that is stronger, lighter, stiffer, has the flex patterns that you want, you are going to be able to make a pattern. And there, that flag says it all. I can see Chris has the winner of that last heat, Hendrik Lopez.
I'm here with local rider Hendrik Lopez, who just came off the water, who beat Lilian Juppé from France. Hendrik, man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, I just finished the kite comp. I'm doing the wing just for fun, so I have no pressure, completely relaxed and having fun.
So it must be a lot of work on these home competitions. I see your family and friends are always around, and you probably had a bit of entertaining to do with everyone last night.
Yeah, we went so hard that today I'm really just super relaxed, just having fun out there, and yeah, it's great to be here at home with everyone, with my family, friends, and I'm really stoked to represent Cape Verde on the Wingfoil World Tour.
Yeah, it's been really cool. Today we saw you doing some tricks that no one else was really committed enough to try. What were you doing out there on the waves?
Yeah, I was trying like some 360s, have some imagination of the like WSL with Italo Ferreira, doing full rotations on a lip. So I'm trying to do that on the wing, and let's see how much they're gonna score it.
Well, congratulations, Hendrix, moving forward in next round of the Pure Wave competition. Back to you boys, Joe and Liam.
What a brilliant little chat there with Hendrik Lopez. Thank you very much, Chris, down there on the beach. Hendrik really does have a smile on his face. Sounds like he maybe had a little bit of a party last night with old Matthew Lopez and Ayrton Cozzolino.
I wouldn't say that. These boys are professional athletes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Matthew took the win, obviously, in the kite surf, so big congrats to Matthew. But 9 minutes left on the heat now. Luca Gasparini still in first position, but only by a slither.
Yeah, really, just fine line he's got past there now. So 2.23 for Pablo Padilla's first wave, 0.83 for a backup. So very small scores there. And then we have a 2.03 for the first one for Luca Gasparini versus a 1.77 of a backup. So both of these boys, pretty much a one-hit wonder, little turns. They're going to have to step the gears up if they want to be able to get into some of the scores that we have seen out there already. But conditions, it does look like the sets are far and few between. Let's hopefully see that with that push with the tide is going to start bringing us some waves, and we're going to see Punta Preta in its true glory.
True glory, Punta Preta. Wouldn't have it any other way.
All right, well, it looks like Pablo Padilla, this is looking like a better set wave, and he is moving from side to side. Let's see if he can keep it together because he missed it on the last one. Going right into the pocket, Padilla. Nice first turn, engaging all the way up to the top. Back now, he's going to be going back to the power section of the wave. Yes, he is. Balancing it out. Not bad, not bad. Nice surfing there from the Canarian.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of that wave. Lovely style. Lovely to watch Pablo there, just carving nicely. And what I really like is these maneuvers here, where he goes really far left into the pocket of the wave, where you were mentioning, Joe. That's where a little bit more energy is. And you can see, I think it's after this turn here, where he really snaps back into there. Generates a little bit more power and able to just finish it off nicely.
Yeah, no, I mean, really liking that style. And like you know, you can see him going back and making sure he is in that energy spot of the wave. Because let's not forget, you know, for you guys looking back at home at wingfoiling for the first time, when that wing is behind them and flapping around, it does not have any pull. So they have to use the power of the wave, the power of the foil, and make sure they are in the position where that wave is breaking and where it has, you know, that little bit of energy to be able to push them forward. Then they go out, whack a little turn, then it's back again. Go out, whack another air, and it's back again. Because, hey, this is the GWA Wingfoil World Tour.
And we can see our logo there on the back of Mr. Diogo, one of our media crew, just getting all the relevant shots, all those little snippets that we love to look back on once the events come to an end. As now 6 minutes left on the clock. And what a time to be alive. We're out here, the sun is shining. Great wind as well today. Wind was a little bit stronger in the morning than it has been the last couple of days, and it seems to be nice and consistent for our wingfoil riders. You know, as soon as they're on the foil, Joe, and they're up, they can get away with a lot more, and you know, those gusty conditions, they can handle that a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's about, I'd say it's about 14 to 15 knots at the moment out there. You can see the boys are out on big wings. It is light, but also the surfing is involved. We saw yesterday Punta Preta is a very powerful wave. When it's big, some of the athletes were saying I might have to be going out on something like a 400 or 500 front wing to be able to have the, you know, to be able to have the speed. But in lighter conditions to get that foil flying, that is a whole different kettle of fish. So I reckon, if it was me, I'd go to that easy medium, which was, I reckon, is going to be in between 700 to 900 wings to be able to have kind of that nice combo. The waves aren't too fast there, to be able to get back upwind, to be able to carve, to be able to cruise, and then where the bigger heats come, hopefully with that tide on the push and the waves really start to get bigger, then you can go down, because you are going to need that, because if not, you are just going to be flying too much.
Yeah, you don't want to have too much of a big front wing either, because that's just going to generate a hell of a lot of lift. And when you're going down on, sort of those flatter sections and needing the speed, you're going to pop out. But also, a bigger front wing is a lot harder to maneuver. And that's where you're not going to be able to get that fluid turns that we saw Pablo do. So if Pablo had a bigger wing on those last waves, there's no way he would have been able to turn so elegantly into the pocket. So a smaller front wing, yes, is definitely more ideal for conditions like this. Okay, it can be a little bit harder to just get yourself on the foil, but once you're on, I mean, these are the best wing foiler athletes in the world. So very rarely do they come off that foil, only pretty much at the end of the waves. And you can just see there, Luca Gasparini deciding against that one, but again, staying on the foil. And here he is, Mr. Pablo Padilla, your current heat leader, and really does look to have everything fine-tuned on this one here. It's closing out on him, but just going down. Quite a nasty crash, that one. Hope all the equipment is okay. And there we have a few of our crowd members getting comfortable, getting the old binos, the binoculars out, so that they can keep all eyes on the prize out there as we are in round number 1 of the competition.
Yeah, Pablo really throwing in the leads here. Liking what I see. He is going for it. And unfortunately, they're paying their price. It almost looked like his foil touched his wing there. I wonder if he has had a little bit of a down and out, because maybe we can get cameras on him there in the water. Yep, there you can see the wing is...
Yep.
Yeah, it does look like that foil did hit the wing completely. So that is going to be a wounded soldier right now.
Yeah, that wing has definitely seen better days. Going now, is a bit, great to see he's okay coming out of the water. Doesn't want to get caught up in any ways, but fortunately it's a little bit quiet. I don't know if he will be tempted to head back out onto the water with only just 2.5 minutes left. And hopefully Luca Gasparini can really take it to Pablo, because he's on this nice wave here. Maybe Pablo's got a wing rigged up, ready to go, but all systems go now for Luca as he's milking this one. But again, I just thought maybe one more turn. I know it gets a little bit shallow, but if you want to get those scores, you've just got to show maybe that tad more commitment on the wave.
You do. I mean, and talking about commitment, look at the state of that wing. I mean, we've been saying here in Punta Preta, if you fall off of a wave on a wing foil, it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
It is pretty much over, because you are going onto the rocks, or you're not going to be able to get out. Talking to Victor Fernandez, who is over here for the competition, because he is the husband of Manuela Jungo. Victor Fernandez, who doesn't know him, he has been the world champion of wave windsurfing for multiple years, and he has ridden Cape Verde, Punta Preta time after time. And what he says a lot of the windsurfers do is they have the same kit rigged up going down the reef. So he says when he goes out for his heat, and let's say he goes out and he's going on a 4.5, he will have a board with a 4.5 which he goes out on the water. He'll probably have a board with maybe a 4.7 or another 4.5, and then further down he'll also have another board with another cell all rigged up, so that what he can do is, if something happens, if he breaks something in the wave, he just kicks it off, swims back into the reef and gets back out there, as that is going to be the faster option. Once again, competition savvy, competition experience, but hey, that's why he's world champ.
And yeah, talk about a warehouse, Joe. That is a warehouse of equipment. And here we have Luca Gasparini, final minute of this heat. And all of a sudden, the tunes are pumping down here on the beach as we start to enter local time 12:30. So it's now past that lunchtime now. Beach is starting to attract that few more people. It is Monday here, so we're not on the weekend. But, conditions like this, they'll sure attract a few of the locals down as we look at Luca Gasparini's last wave here on the replay, just cruising around, showing the style. And there, Pablo just having a little look at this poor war veteran.
Yeah, the wing has seen better days, but hey, it's died with a cause. It's gone out with honor. We are going to be burying that wing, saying, here he is, once in, an MIA. KIA, something IA. That one looks like it is done. But, you know, you've got to pay the price, and Punta Preta does not take any prisoners, as it does look like we are coming in to the closing seconds of this heat. And I reckon Pablo Padilla might have done enough to keep the lead.
For sure. I mean, we always say, Joe, there's that famous quote that we love. If you can't handle the heat, where'd you go?
You definitely get out of the kitchen. And you know what? If you want to make an omelette,
you got to break a few eggs.
There you go. We're getting cheesy as it comes. Wow. Already it is official. Pablo Padilla has taken the win in this heat, meaning he is going to be going into round number 3. And Luca Gasperini is going to have to go into round number 2. Welcome back, everybody. Round number 1 of competition is going on hard. Chris, welcome to the booth. It's great to have you here on the team. Chris over there in New Zealand, absolutely killing it, and it's cool to have you in the family, mate.
Joe, I really appreciate it. It's been fun over the years listening to you and Liam. And in New Zealand, you know, they were missing some bodies, and, you know, I was a little bored, and I know how to chat, so that was it.
The gift of the gab, the gift of the gab. That is what we want to see, and it is really cool to see all of the newcomers. There are so many young Roms on tour.
Yeah, the youth energy just around wingfoiling in general is just crazy. We just got back from Baja, and there was, on any given day, 10 young riders in the water, and they're not even training, Joe. They're just out having fun. They're riding together, from guys that can barely wing. They'll teach them on the beach, and then to the guys doing big front flips, and it's just insane. Like, they all are just buddies.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to have. This is what we're trying to achieve here at the GWA, is that family vibe. And it is so cool to have that new energy, because also sometimes veterans, they can get a little comfy. So it's good to see some of the youngsters coming up with a little fire and, you know, nibbling at the heels.
Well, you know, some of the boys, Tituan, Balls, Goito, they may have not seen this youth generation coming a year ago. And I think they may have liked to have held the throne a little bit longer, but you know how it goes.
Such is life, such is life. And now talking about a little action, it looks like we have 2 big riders going out onto the water. So let's get straight into it as that heat is about to happen. Who are we going to have up there? There we can see Camille Bouillet already starting off strong.
Yeah, we got Camille and Max Robinson, the Canadian slingshot rider, and Max has been having a really good tour start. He had a great time in New Zealand and did quite well on the racing side of things. And the last week, we have ridden with Max multiple times, and both Boyer brothers out at Alibaba and some of the other amazing spots in Cabo Verde. Like, boy, this place delivers.
It's known for its right-handers, especially here. And like you say, the island of Sal, we're just outside of Santa Maria, day 2 here at the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. And Cape Verde has been delivering. And, you know, you can surf in the morning when the wind isn't up. Then as that wind starts to filter through, you can get out on the wingsurfing, the kiting. It really is a water sports paradise.
Yeah, I can see why this is such a big destination for Europe. It's only 6 hours away, and I would kind of compare this to, you know, Maui for the U.S. On the West Coast, we're 6 hours from the islands. You know, we got Kauai, Hawaii, Maui, but it's very similar. Cabo Verde, I think, actually has better waves.
Oh, we've had quality, and Punta Preta, when it peels, when it works, it really does show the likes of, you know, some of the top waves in the world. And one of the main riders that is getting ready for his next heat, we just saw there, Wesley Brito. Tell me about that guy. He is so powerful.
Yeah, Wesley is a legend already. Wesley's a duotone rider, and he's from Cabo Verde. He's from Boa Vista. So this is, I mean, from what he has explained to me, they'll chase the swell between islands for sure. But Wesley's one of our bigger riders. His nickname is the Black Mamba, and you know, he's an animal on a skateboard, on a skimboard, on the basketball court. Wesley, just a great guy in general, and when Wesley gets the proper win for just his overall size, I don't think I've ever seen a more powerful forward.
No, and also you know, when he goes out there, you can just see it's kind of like the likes of the Mitus, the Ayrton. I reckon there is something in the Cape Verdean water. They just go all cylinders firing.
Yeah, I've seen some older videos of Wesley when he was younger skimboarding, and that is one of his main areas where he started as just a kid, and he just sends it into the waves from the beach, and it's like the guy's. He can surf. I mean, I love his Instagram because he's just constantly showing these amazing waves in Cabo Verde. And like I said, it's just a treat to be here. It was cool. We got to see his cousin Freddie ride earlier. So I don't know, just all the kite legendary stuff around here and the energy and the vibe on the beach, and just there's a real support for water sports in general here.
No, there is, and that's why we love the island of Sal. And now going back to the water, we can see Camille Bouillet has a 333, keeping it freeze out there, and Max Robertson at 0.70. We've seen that on the set waves, the guys and the girls are able to get the turns, they're able to get the carving, but some of them come so close to the rocks, I reckon we're going to be putting wheels on their foils soon.
Yeah, or maybe ball bearings, so when they hit the rocks, it's not quite as bad. But, you know, there was all kinds of drama going on earlier in the week with some of the bigger, you know, more experienced wave rider guys really insisting that the contest happened at you know, Ponte Prieta. And then there was some of the younger guys that maybe weren't as comfortable in the surf, and there was some talk of potentially doing it at Kite Beach, which is next door. But you know what? I'm really glad that it seems like everyone's doing great. Right here we're seeing Camille, who's one of the he was on the podium last year in the World Championship for surf freestyle. He's a legend in the waves, and I think he could definitely be one of the guys could go really deep in this. Max is out the back, the slingshot rider on the green wing. He is, you know, he is another amazing Canadian guy who's just always got the biggest smile on his face, and he's been having so much fun in the waves with everyone. Like, this tour is really one giant family. I mean, people literally rode this entire week together. No one cares what brand you ride or what you're doing. It's just all about getting out there, having a good time, you know, teaching each other. Some guys are better in the waves. Some guys are better at freestyle. It really doesn't matter.
I mean, I think it's good to have events like this because also it pushes the...
Saw Hugo Marin, the F1 rider, get a couple, you know, overhead sets and really kind of show what winging can do in the waves.
Yeah, Hugo has such a laid-back style. I mean, when he is out there on that board, he just cruises. It doesn't matter if he's going in a straight line or he's turning. He kind of just no emotion. You can really see he just has complete control. And he probably is one of the wingers on tour at the moment that has the most experience in the bigger waves. We saw him together with Tituan Galea. They've been in Mauritius last year. They go to, you know, Nomea quite a lot. They're used to these kind of surfing, but it's great to see the rest of the tour also coming up.
Yeah, Ugo is definitely one of the guys that could win this contest. He's really laid back, like you said, and I honestly don't think he loves competing. I think he's what I would call more of a free rider. You know, if we were to look on the surf side, I would say he's more of a Rob Machado type of character that, you know, is kind of figuring out his place on these, you know, contests. But I know Ugo would love to just be chasing big waves all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad job. It wouldn't be bad.
Well, that, you know, with social media these days, these riders are able to basically travel around the world right now. And Ugo and guys like Tituan are carving out their spots in, you know, being the first guys to really wing La Perouse. Like, we were there 2 years ago when Tituan rode the legendary Maui break, and it was just insane to see it up close. And he's fearless. And Ugo Marin, you know, kind of came up under Tituan over in France, and it's like now he's one of the main guys as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, the totem pole is being given, and this is how it is. And we were mentioning at the beginning of this with all the new generations, it is just going to keep going. But I mean, we see it in the likes, you know, the name, the GOAT, Kelly Slater. He has won so many World Championships titles. I think he's actually had 50 career event wins. I mean, and that is saying something. He's been on tour more years than a lot of the young riders have been on the planet.
Well, Kelly is obviously an incredibly gifted human in general. To be doing what he's doing and still at such a high level, you know, it reminds me of some of the tennis greats, you know, Rafael and some of those other guys that are like, nope, we're not going to let this generation win anything. We're gonna keep it for ourselves, and that's what Kelly's basically done. It's been really fun for us. We've had the treat of getting to stay with Cowley, you know, and he's this Brazilian 3-time world champion, and I've just loved it for Christopher. We've shared a flat with him, and he's gotten to see how Cowley operates. Like, he had the highest score out of the seeding round at a 15. Here we're seeing Max on a fun wave. I'm stoked for the Canadian Max Robinson. He pulls out of that one. Not quite what he wanted. The waves are not ideal for the guys right now, but you know what? We're going to take what they give us, and you know, we're just kind of grinding through this first round, Joe.
Yeah, we are, and you know, with the new format, obviously single eliminations. When you are out, you are out. So you've got to be on your A game. It does look like Max is on quite a chunky board there. Obviously, also similar to Wesley, these are probably the two biggest riders we have on tour, so needs that volume to be able to get up flying.
Well, Max is definitely one of the bigger riders on tour. He's probably the most fit for sure. The guy is like, he's in the gym all the time and cares so much about his training and eats super healthy and just has a giant smile on his face. We spent a lot of time with Max in Baja this year, and he's just a really good ambassador for this sport. You know, a lot of times the kids think that their skill on the water is what's really important, and what they really want is the ambassadors and the people that can talk on the beach and have a giant smile on their face.
Yeah, I mean, one thing they always say in any sport, there's always going to be someone who is in the end going to spin faster than you, jump higher than you, or be better than you. But you have to have that complete skill set to be undisposable. So, you know, to be able to talk to a person on the beach, to be able to give an interview, to be able to take an interview, to be able to present your products, know your gear. And, you know, that is a word I really like to throw around a lot, is ambassador, not just a rider.
Right, because when it comes down to it, I mean, I've had seasoned pro riders who've actually made a career out of this in their 40s who are like, you know what? It's 70%, you know, how you talk on the beach and, you know, how kind you are to people, and don't be a jerk and be appreciative. And it's easy to, like, get caught up in things and think you're cooler than you are. And the reality is like, we're just all grateful to even get to be in Cabo Verde right now.
Yeah, and just a nice set rolling through there for both of these guys, as it is starting to look like some of the waves are there. We're 7 minutes to go, so a little bit more than halfway through this. Let's see if we can get a replay of those last two waves. Here we can see Cammy.
Yeah, Camille he's super comfortable on the surf. He and his brother travel around. They have an amazing YouTube channel called Juju Cams, and they just do fun stuff. And they're another set of riders, and there's Max on a good one. So these guys are getting a few little waves. It's definitely not ideal. As we saw like in Vinny and Ugo Marin's heat, occasionally there are some bigger sets that come through, but Camille, like, he's so smooth and styly. Like, I mean, in Brazil and Taiba, we had some pretty fun waves, and Camille was throwing forwards, and like, there's a reason why he was on the podium there, and you know, he ended up third in the championship.
Yeah, just scoring out there with that last one. He had a 6.50, and here we can see this wave here of Camille. Just smooth, easy, going back to the foam ball. A little bit of a wick there, a little bit of a whack, but yeah, keeping it on a movement. And yeah, Camille, we always know him in the freestyle side. He is one of the top riders at any contest on the top podium of the last year's season, together with his brother, Julien Brouillard. I reckon we're going to be seeing good things of him here, because already he's got 2 big 6-point rides.
Yeah, Camille's sitting with a 13.4 right now with just over 5 minutes to go. Max is not out of it. Max is at a 6.87. So if Max were able to get a set right now and go deep and show his commitment to the judges, you know, Max, this isn't over. These wave events are so different, Joe, because on the freestyle side, you know, it's 90% the rider. They're not relying on wave selection. Whereas here, like, it's just a case of the haves and the have-nots. Like, you might get the sets or you might not.
Yeah, and also, you know, the experience to pick off those waves. And I tell you what, big set all the way out the back. Nice carving turn here from Camille all the way down. Going big, Mick Fanning style, powering through that back foot, opening up the shoulders, opening up the hips. Nice little twiggle there at the end. I must admit, I'm more of a fan of those power carves at the beginning of that wave, Chris.
Yeah, Camille just got a good one, and there's another big set out the back. Unfortunately, Max Robinson, the slingshot rider, is not up on foil and unable to get it. Camille actually riding back out, and I bet you we're going to see him tack into one of these bombs right here.
And that was splashing all the way out the back. There we can see whales in the background, Chris. We just saw one fly out just as Camille was going on that wave. There we can see the whales are in. This is what it's talking about. This is Cape Verde, 100% raw nature.
Well, 4 minutes to go in this one, and I was down on the beach speaking with Wesley, the local Cabo Verdean. Here we see Camille just absolutely shredding up on the lip. He's fully committed. This is what the judges want to see, Joe. He's not out there like making it safe, shoulder hopping. And right there, you can literally see the reef underneath his foil. So Camille putting on a good show. I think that's going to improve his score.
Yeah, and this is where we saw the whales starting to come in. But no, Camille really pumping it. And it does look like, just looking above, we have, you know, we're very fortunate here with the stream booth. We have front row seats. It does look like there are some lines coming to stack to the horizon. And yeah, let's not forget, coming up next, we are going to be having Wesley Brito going up against Giulio Gasparini. I'm looking forward to seeing Wesley come out here home ground.
Oh, here's Camille. Oh, he does a nice big air, real committed, stays on the foil. Oh, that's the best air we've seen so far, Joe.
Yeah, lots of control, lots of style, and one of the things we are seeing with him, he has got some speed underneath him.
Yeah, that wave was one of the few waves that actually the middle section was rideable. So that was definitely the wave of that we've seen so far this heat. I can't wait to see that score.
Yeah, also Camille, one of the RRD riders, looks like he's out there on the Gold Alula together with the Beluga Limited Edition board. Not quite sure the liters he's got underneath his feet. What do you reckon?
Those guys ride, I'm pretty sure it's 65 liters. So there's been this trend to go to smaller boards last year, and what the riders have found on the tour is that there's so many variable conditions in the wind. Like some spots, like say for example Lanzarote, is very windy and they can ride a smaller board there. But the reality is we can see Camille, even on a 65 liter board, one of the best riders in the world, is still having to slog out of the zone right there.
Yeah, I mean, really having to push it if you want to be able to get through the rounds, and especially, as we were mentioning before, there isn't a dingle format anymore. It is the single elimination. You have first that kind of seeding one to kind of position you out, kind of Formula One style, to see how good you do on that day. Is the kind of easier family tree you can get to go all the way to the final, but big difference, if you lose, you're out.
Yeah, I mean, technically we could start nicknaming it Quali, right? It'd be pretty cool. So, I mean, I'm a huge Formula One fan, and the qualifying thing is really cool. Yeah, the seating is neat. I mean, You are guaranteed to ride in two rounds, we'll call it. You get the seeding round, and then you get round 1. But at that point, it is single elimination. And for me, the Pure Wave event has brought out a whole different group of riders. We're seeing guys like Cowley and Mizu and some of these other names where they're old. Zane Schweitzer's another name from Maui, who Zane's a legend. He's ridden Jaws multiple times just in the past 6 months. We were talking story, and he said that the day the Eddie Akau contest was over in Oahu, that he and his brother got Jaws almost to themselves, which is just unheard of. So Zane, I'm really stoked that he wants to be here. And then in New Zealand, we had a whole crew of young rippers. We had Matteo L. from Kauai was here for the contest, and we had Cash Barzola, who came out of nowhere in the seeding round and was second best, just below Christopher.
Yeah, no, Cash, he is a talent to be reckoned with, and it's so cool to see people coming from all different sports as well. I mean, like you said, Zane, his whole family, the Schweitzer family, they are water men and water women at heart. And we can see Zane's been a world champion on the SUP Wave. He's been one of the top windsurfers. I think he's kind of like a Kai Lenny. Anything to do with the water, this guy is going to sink in. And also expecting a little one to be coming, so obviously expanding out the family. We're going to have new generations coming our way.
Yeah, Zane's having a little boy in June, and he's so fired up. I mean, Zane's excited about everything, so he's going to be an amazing father. It's funny because I lived on Maui in the 90s and used to ride motorcycles with Zane's dad. So that dates me a little bit, but that entire family, they have this great new movie out called Broken Molds, and it's all about the history of windsurfing. If you haven't seen it, it's a full feature film, and it covers everything, winging, windsurfing. It's pretty neat stuff.
Yeah, and to be there from the beginnings, it must be really cool to see some of the origins of the sports that we can have on our screen today. But before we go into the next heat, let's enjoy a short recap of the best moments of that heat between Kamui and Max Robertson.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
Dođo da si durunja spasu Cu fake perfil po care și-arastu Marja dura chimbo și-we caricosu Dezi menino que o leva
All right, we are getting ready for the next round. We have Julio Gasparini from Italy versus Wesley Brito, the local Cabo Verdean from Boa Vista. So this one's going to be really good, Joe. I was impressed with Julio Gasparini's seeding round yesterday. He absolutely was committed right over the reef going full speed. So I'm impressed with the Italian rider. I want to see if he has something for Wesley.
Yeah, there was no fear, and one of the things with Punta Preta, and like we said, it's the first time we have a wing contest here, 100% waves, bringing in surfers of the likes like Misu's, like the Zanes, like people who only want to come to wave events. A lot of the, I don't want to put people in a box, the freestylers were a little bit worried, but then once they got out there on the water, I was impressed the little fear that they had because they were going for it, and Gasparini was definitely one of them.
Yeah, Julio looked really good. So when I saw it was Brito versus Gasparini, I was like, wow, that's not a heat that I would want in the first round. That's the thing with this pure wave event. It's just crazy how, some of the best guys could be eliminated in the first round, no problem. I mean, anyone could really win this.
Yeah, but that's the beauty. I think it's, the level is so similar all the way around. And, now with the waves coming in and a whole different pool of riders appearing, it's such a new sport. It is great to have that anticipation. But also, the occasional surprise always goes down well. But at the moment, I can only see Julio out there on the water. And it doesn't look like Wesley is anywhere to be found. But is he all the way?
Looks like Wesley's totally out the back.
All the way out the side. Maybe he went to say hi to the whales.
Well, Wesley is a veteran, and he knows this spot pretty well. And the thing is like, I really feel like we're almost commentating a surf contest here, because it's like if the waves were big and plentiful, there's 10 different guys that could win. But now that the waves aren't as plentiful and they're smaller, I think way more guys could get upset.
No, and, experience is key, and knowing a break when it comes to the waves. We saw it in the kite surfing, Mito Monteiro. Mito is the GOAT here of the strapless surfing on the kites. He absolutely ripped, went all the way through, probably had the hardest seeding to be able to go through the contest. Took out Ayrton Cozzolino in one of the biggest kind of finals that we had, and it wasn't even a finals, it was only quarters. And then in the very last heat, Manchu Lopez, also one of the local boys, took them out. But talking to Mito, it's the knowledge of the break. Joe Silva, the organizers here, says Mito has a special contract with this place because he knows every rocks, he knows where it is, he knows all the different positions, all the different conditions to be able to get those scores, and you can really tell that going over the foil. It looks like Julia there just missed it on that bottom turn. Doesn't look like there's too much of a wave behind him.
Oh, let's hope he escapes this section.
Rocks.
But you know what, Joe? It looks like he's lost his board, and darn it, that is just so unfortunate. You can see his dad and his family all running to help him try and get back in this. He's got 17 minutes, so it's definitely not over. He's swimming madly for his board right now. I know this Italian does not want to go out like this right now.
No, you can see him out there on the ends.
I think he's going to be good. There's no sets behind him. If someone goes and gets his board and gets it out to him, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to fall off, you better do it at the beginning of the heat, because then you have the chance to be getting back out, because it does take a little bit of a time for them to be able to get the board and go. But yeah, look at that. Look at the colors. Cape Verde is a paradise, and there we can see the competition area. And as you can see,
there's one
reef,
behind him.
So
yeah, that's not where you want to be right now. So what's going through his head right now, Joe, is that he's going to try and throw the wing over the surf or hold it up, because that's the most fragile part right now. Surprisingly, the manufacturers are pretty good at the boards and foils now, but this next one might get him. See, now he's standing up in the reef, and there's holes and urchins, and we got Wesley possibly trying to look for his first score. So right now he's watching this all unfold, and it really just allows him to be a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, all right. So he's going to be dropping in at backside here. Wesley Brito out of Boa Vista, Cape Verde. And just look at the size of that boy. He is flying over the reef and just cruising along, straight lining it a bit there, though.
You know, that's a smart move by Wesley. He's looking at Julio on the rocks, like he's having a bit of a yard sale, we would call it. I think the Italian will be all right. He's got enough time, but it definitely isn't good mentally. You're a bit panicky, so Wesley can ride out there. He now is going to have one score on this wave. So if he would have gone into the critical section here, Joe, instead of pulling out, I mean, he's going to get another half-point score. So instead what he does is he's a veteran. He says, you know what? I'm going to just pull out of this one, or I'm going to go look for something bigger.
Yep, no, intelligent move there. And it is all about that. And Julio stumbling across the rocks there. Looks like all the equipment got out in one piece. So, you know, hats off to the manufacturers to be able to surviving that. But now they are going to be running down the beach.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to have to do a change of some sort or...
Yeah, we can see the whole family because, you know, also his dad running all the way down as it looks like they're going to go back in the beach to be able to get back out there.
Yeah, Gasparini Sr., you know, he knows what's going on. He was a Red Bull windsurfer sponsored rider back in the day and really rips. I've seen him in the waves and he's got chops. So Julio right now has got a really good support crew, or we like to call it caddy, I'm pretty experienced in that field myself. You know, most of the time they don't need you, but every once in a while when you're standing by and ready to grab the board off the rocks and, you know, have an extra wing, you know, that's your job. So he's going to be fine. We're still looking at 14 minutes. They're already back in the water. You know, it's not the end of the world, but he'll be good.
It shakes you up a little bit, though, on the first wave to have already gone down. But, hey, Chris, I thought your kid was your caddy, mate, not the other way around. What happened? When did that happen?
Well, he used to be my caddy, and then he started, like, showing his potential. And, Joe, you know, Nicole, my wife at home, I know she got up at 6 in the morning to watch this, so shout out to you, honey. Love you, babe. I know this isn't ideal. We're going to be on the road for 7 weeks, and she's at home with that weird thing called a JOB.
Ooh, what's that?
I don't know. Anyways, you know, it's like we've had this amazing time on tour, and she jumps in, and she might go to Greece this year, or she might even come to Le Cat. So I'll go home and hold down the fort, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, you know, it's a team effort out there, and it is great to see so many different families also on tour because, you know, we said it again, the youngsters, there's so many young riders that they can't travel by themselves because they wouldn't be allowed on a plane.
Yeah, that's the thing. Christopher's 16. He's almost 17. March 30th is his birthday. But, you know, I have a lot of people that kind of, well, why can't he travel alone? And I'm like, you know, the reality is it took 6 flights for us to come from New Zealand. And we went 1 hour, 11 hours, 14 hours, 7 hours, 1 hour. And it's like, oh, look at Wesley on a good one. Oh my gosh. Joe, that's the first landed 360 we've seen. And for the people watching live stream, I don't think you have any idea how hard that was. He landed directly on a boil.
No, I mean, yeah, well, with the likes of Wesley, the snow probably got out of the way of him instead of him avoiding the stone. On the way here, you can see just opening the hips up and down. Look how close he is to the rocks. And at the end of this wave, when normally people punch out, he goes, all right, I'm just going to do a 360 there, make it look easy, pump it along, get it on the wave. Good riding here for Wesley. He's definitely going to be one of the favorites of this contest.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, Joe. I don't know how they're going to score that. I mean, to me, that should be a giant score, but we're just going to wait and see because that's going to kind of dictate to the rest of the riders if it's worth it for them to be throwing these big airs. Or do the judges really just want you to wait for the set waves?
Yeah, I mean, this is where the judges have to mark the difference so that the riders know what they are looking for. You know, it's all about, one thing is to be a free rider, another thing is to be a competition rider. You have to make sure that you know what I's to dot and what T's to cross. But they're looking at some of the judges' scores coming in. I'm liking what I see. This is going to be a big potential. I reckon in the high 7s. We are still waiting. There it is. 7.67 is just about to be dropped there for Wesley Brito. Wow, big score.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only way he could have gotten a better score on that wave is if it was just a bigger wave. I mean, he's dealing with this, like, shoulder-high, kind of crumbly, maybe a 4 wave. So what does Wesley do? You know, he's so good at those 360s. Like, his Instagrams are always full. Now, Joe, I can see Julio Gasparini back on the water, so that's really encouraging. What are we sitting at? He has half the heat left. This is nothing for the young Italian. I think he's actually going to be able to get some good waves.
No, for sure. I mean, sets at the moment, it does look like they're starting to come in. It does look like they're starting to filter through. About 8 minutes a set. But there we can see also that looks like, yep, that's going to be Zane Schweitzer who is going to be coming up in the next heat. So Wesley Brito going back out. And as you said, it was Gasparini who is just going to be joining them one more time.
All right, we got Wesley coming in on 1, but more important, there is Julio Gasparini in the background, the Ensis rider, Sab rider. He is back out there, Joe. He came in on the rocks at the tip. Oh, Wesley's going for a good one. But the fact that Julio is now on a good wave himself, I'm so happy for the young Italian rider.
Important moment here because, that just shows the confidence. Wesley went and got a wave, not a bad one on the inside. They are coming so close to that reef. But Julio went straight at it, doesn't look shaken at all. You can see, I tell you what, that Ensis and the Sap foils, they have to be strong because he took a beating.
Yeah, he got pretty yard sailed on the rocks up there. The problem is it's not like it's a flat slab of rocks. There's holes, there's urchins, there's bigger rocks. It's pretty tough. I scrambled down and got a few people's equipment, and it's challenging. So the fact is the Italian's back out. I just see him making a swooping turn out there. He is trying to come in on another one. So sometimes, Joe, this is when you have a big crash or your heat doesn't go your way. Sometimes it can actually clear your head. And now he's just going to get in the zone.
Yeah, there's nothing like a bucket of cold water to wake you up and get you back into competition mode. So he is out, and this is looking like a nice set wave coming towards us. Let's see what the Italian can make of this. Staying close to the power section. Wow, risking it again.
That's insane. I can't believe he just did that.
That is probably, I'm going to say that is an unforced error there. He was risking it way too much, and he has taken also the first wave of the set, so he's going to get the rest on the head. He's going to be coming up the rocks one more time.
Look how his foil is about to come out of the water here. He does like a sick floater, but I thought he saved it, and then the white water just caught him. I got to give credit to the young Italian. He is absolutely sending it, Joe.
He is, risking it there, but maybe not the smartest move to do if you are already behind.
I think what's going on right now is that he's got the nerves from coming in on the rocks earlier. He's probably a little bit overexcited. And we saw him do that big bottom turn and actually cut back into the meaty part of the wave. We haven't seen a lot of riders do that, and the fact is that, I think right now he's just like, I'm going for it.
Yeah, no, all guns blazing. But Wesley Brito, 7.67 and a 5.90, 13.57 total. And once again, all the way over. And it does look like this time it is over and out, as that looks like the wing has deflated.
Yeah, Joe, it's so easy for the wings to rip on the rocks. That Ensis didn't stand a chance, but my hats go off to Julio because he's a really strong freestyle rider as well, and I'm just so impressed with this guy's attitude right now. Like, he's not leaving anything on the table. He's coming on the rocks twice. Like, I'm definitely giving him my Ironman award for that.
No, absolutely. A for effort out there. And this is the wave. That turn there, he goes right back into the meaty section. I thought he was going to go forward again, and no, he goes even further in. Nice little top turn there, and this is where it all starts to go wrong. And you can see the wing is completely on his forwards, being ripped apart.
Yeah, he almost landed that floater. I think that would have been just an insane score on that wave. He literally did a surfing floater on that. And like I said, when in the seeding round, I was really impressed with Julio. And I was like, Julio could really make a run at this. I don't think it's gone his way, to say the least, coming in on the rocks twice. But I'll tell you what, it's not for a lack of effort.
No, and you got to go for it. This is a world championship. You have to throw down, and he knew he was up against probably one of the hardest guys in the contest, Wesley Brito. Wesley already with 2 big scores, but no, hats off to Julio. He still does have 5 minutes. Do you reckon we'll see him be going back out?
Well, I'll tell you what's going on in his dad and his caddy's head right now. They are scrambling right now. They are trying to pump up another wing or get the backup wing and see if there is any chance at this point. I know that family, they never quit. They will never give up. So they're going to try to the very end, but he's got a pretty uphill battle right now, Joe.
Yeah, and Raimondo, a very experienced competition rider himself, coming from the windsurfing background, and a very passionate rider. Also, you can see it is in there with Julio as well. But I'm just looking out of the stream to see where they are. I don't think he is going to be able to get back out.
Yeah, it's stacked against him right now. I've had some fun races against his dad, and he is a fiery Italian competitor. He does not mess around. And my favorite part about his dad was he wore his old Red Bull windsurfing helmet. Like, that is a badge of honor right there.
That is, yeah, you know, the Forza Italia, as they would say. But yeah, Wesley Brito doing a masterclass out there at the moment because he's only had 2 waves, but the 2 waves have been big scorers.
Yeah, Wesley right now is on cruise mode. You know, this isn't per se his home break, but he's been here so often and knows these waters so well that I'm happy for Wesley moving on. You know, it was super cool on the kite side to see the whole podium of Cabo Verdeans. You know, this is such an amazing place. We got the whales jumping in the background. And I'm looking out the back right now, Joe, and Wesley seems to have found a little bump.
Yeah, he is picking up on some of these outside ones. And now we are talking. This is the first set that is going to be coming through this competition area in this heat. It's almost like he was waiting out there, and it is starting to jack up on the reef. Experience one more time.
Yeah, let's see what Wesley's got for us here. I don't know if it's going to be big enough to carry all the way through, but he is in a pretty fun section right now. So the big Cabo, oh, wow, he got a little foil like wiggle right there, which that's not easy to do. So he just decides against it. I mean,
small wave, small ride,
yeah.
But yet that is what we're looking for. But now while we're waiting for the guys to go back out the back, it looks like we can go down to the beach as Liam has the tour manager, Tom Hartman, with him.
On the beach here at Punta Preta with Tom Hartman, GWA Tour Manager. Tom, new discipline this year, pure wave. Plenty of prep gone into this. Must be exciting to get that underway.
No, absolutely. I think I'm personally very excited of bringing this discipline to the tour. You know, we've been running the surf freestyle discipline now for the last 3 years, which was a combination of having freestyle and wave depending on the spot, which is still continuing. You know, we're not took that out of the calendar. We're still having surf freestyle events, and the surf freestyle events will always have a combination in case there are waves. Like we had in New Zealand a couple of heats, we had combined freestyle tricks with wave rides. But it will never be more than 50% wave orientated. So the freestyle part has to be minimum 50%. We came up with the idea with the riders really to come up with a wave tour because we wanted to create a format for those guys that have the pure surfing background, the guys who are not into freestyle that much, that wouldn't really find themselves in the surf freestyle format. And there's quite a lot of riders out there that love to ride foils on on waves, and there's plenty of spots to do it. And obviously we choose the locations where we are quite sure we're going to get good surfing conditions. Cape Verde, I think it's the perfect destination to kick off this new discipline. And I mean, a lot of competitors weren't sure because they have never ridden here how suitable it is for the foils, but I've seen all the boys and girls out here the last days, and they put on a good show in like amazing, clean, powerful waves, and this is, I think, what we all want to see. And we're going to go to Rio as well. We're going to go to Morocco, where we've done an event in 21 already. So I'm pretty excited about this new discipline, and I think a lot of the competitors too.
Yeah, riders, crew, and you at home, we're all super excited. So let's get back to the action, because I can hear some cheers going on in the crowd.
Yeah, we've got Wesley, who's just has the whole break to himself. He's just been tacking into set wave after set wave, but man, the Cabo Verdeans just in cruise mode right now. You know, sadly, Julio had a tough run on the rocks twice, Joe, but Wesley is definitely advancing on.
Yeah, I mean, that's how the cookie crumbles. That is competition, but like you said, hats off to him for, you know, for effort, for putting himself in there, but it does, the Cape Verdean coming out of Boa Vista, the powerhouse of the Black Mamba, Wesley Brito, is going to be going in to first position, advancing through to the next round. And while we're waiting for the next heat to be going out on the water, which is going to be in between Zane Schweitzer and Giannis Delormo from Italy, we are going to have a little look at the highlights of that last heat.
Okay, so we have advancing Wesley Brito. Janet, Wesley Brito. Thank you.
Welcome back to the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, first wave-only event in Cabo Verde. This one's going to be a good one. We are on round 1, heat 9. We have Zane Schweitzer from Maui against the Italian Yaris Delamo. This is going to be exciting. Zane is no stranger to the waves. This guy is a legend on Maui. He rides Jaws all the time whenever there's big surf. He lives on the west side and absolutely crushes those waves, so I can't wait to see how Zane does. He's actually one of the guys I think that could potentially win this. So green flag up. We are 18 minutes to go in this. It looks like Zane is on a small bump on the outside. Working that starboard, he decides against it. So much what these guys need to do is wave selection. So right now we've got Yaris on what looks like a fun one. I think he's going to pull out 2. There goes Zane tacking into one. Pumping the foil, riding toe side. We'll see what the Maui rider has for us. Oh, Zane going deep into the power zone. Nice strong carve. Yeah, Zane is really good on the foil. He's in a real critical section there. That's a good wave. The judges are going to really reward how deep he's going. There he goes. This one is going to form up all the way through. We also have Yaris on. Oh, Zane pulls out of that one, and we've got Yaris out the back. Yaris on a fun one. These guys are getting a nice little set early on in this. Yaris looks like he pulled out, decided against going over the rocks on that one. That's so hard for the viewers at home to be able to tell what we got going here, but it's so critical in that last section. These guys are literally foiling over the reef right there. Less than a foot deep, and you know, there's just no room for error. Here we are looking at a little, we had a replay there. We got Yaris. He is out the back. So what these riders are doing right now is they are establishing what we call priority. That's a surf contest thing where it's the rider that basically has the right of way or the priority on the next wave. So Yaris is out the back. He is looking for anything on the horizon. The Italian rider right now is just looking for any type of anything on the horizon that will show itself and potentially be a set wave for himself. So it looks like Zane's last score on that wave was a 5.57. So that's a good score for Zane to start this off. As an athlete, that's what you want to do, is get one decent ride under your belt, or we call it fill in the scorecard. So Zane with a 5.57 on his first wave, and Yaris with a 2.2. So Zane pumping up on foil there. You can see it's really light right there. We're up in the second story booth here, and it's just glassy out there. So, you know, for the normal average wing foilers out there at home, like myself included, that it's just so hard to get up on foil in no wind. And all these competitors ride such small foils because they want the maneuverability on the waves. So it looks like Zane might be in a fun bump. Yaris trying to get going there. Zane is in one. There we see him. He's riding toe side in, so he is a goofy foot rider, meaning right foot forward. Zane with his classic Schweitzer swooping carves like that. He's going to turn as much as he can. The judges love seeing how Zane just turn after turn, really in a nice critical section there. Yeah, that's another good wave for Zane. Zane definitely on a high scoring second wave. You can see, boy. Well, that's what we're talking about. He is literally just smacked the reef with that foil. So hopefully the foil is okay. It's amazing how strong they are, so I'm thinking it's going to be fine, but he did just hit the reef. All right, here we see Zane on that second score. So this is going to be a good score for him. Zane's going to be in the Cape Verde seat. So he's got 2 high scores. You know, critical section right here. He's going for it. Zane doesn't back down. Let's just put it that way. So for him, this is like a walk in the park, tiny wave. And there's Yaris out the back. Nothing really going on. So still waiting on Zane's second score, but it is going to be a big one. Okay, there's Zane. So what he's doing right now is he's deciding. Oh, boom! So what happened is he just stuck it in a hole right there. You know, it's just literally less than a foot deep, and I mean you can't even really call that a mistake. What the athletes are doing is they're trying to show the judges in that case, you know, their full commitment, and that was really committed. Yeah, we got Yaris Delomo out the back. He's sitting on a 2.2, so he can improve with 2 scores. There's a little bit of a bump. He might be into something here. Zane going out the back, trying to get on a set behind him, but Yaris is going to have a scoring wave here. So this is good for the Italian rider, where he makes a nice swooping turn. He's going to cut back towards the critical section. There you go. That's a good wave. So there he goes. He goes back in close to the pocket. He's up on the lip there. Oh, he's keeping it together, but that is so hard to do and not overfoil. So here he is. He's going to be in the glassy section. Wow. Oh, we see his foil. Oh, man, that was impressive. So he keeps it together. It doesn't look like there's a big wave behind him. So what he's going to do is paddle out just a little bit, and he'll live to see another wave for sure. Yeah, so here's a replay of the Italian rider. Like this is a good one. This is going to be a high-scoring wave, so this is going to make it much closer. You know, you can see how critical it is. Look at the shadows. Like his foil, it looks like it just dropped right there because these guys are going over the boils. So boils are big rocks underwater that disturb the water. So when they foil over that, it feels like they're going over air bubbles. So it looks easy at home, and let me tell you, folks, it is not easy. Right now it's looking a little bit flat out there, but we got the Italian rider, Yaris Delomo. Looks like he's trying to pump back on foil. It really is quite glassy out there. I'm going to say it's probably in the 12 knot range. So the fact that these athletes are even foiling right now is so impressive because, like we've discussed earlier, they don't want big foils. Big foils will make it easier for the people back home, like beginners or intermediates or just normal humans. But there's not a rider on this tour that is normal. These guys can ride in no wind. I mean, we see Zane out there pumping out the back, just trying to stay on foil, looking for a bump. Camera's on Yaris right now, who's just trying to get going and get into something. But I am seeing Zane out the back. So there's Zane. He's one of our smarter competitors. He's competed he's a world champion stand-up paddleboarder. He's done the Molokai to Oahu crossing multiple times. That race, I think he holds the record for the fastest time, and he did it on a wing. Like his average speed was 20 miles an hour. But Zane, you know, big wave surfer, he really knows what he's doing. And it was fun to see Zane in New Zealand because I'm trying to get the Maui crew on the GWA Tour. Christopher and I would like nothing more than to have more athletes from the U.S. riding. So we want all those Hood River people. We want Zane. We want Cash. We want Mateo. So come on, boys, let's do this. This has been a great event in Cabo Verde. Mateo and Cash would both crush it here. They're absolutely kill it in the waves, but we're so stoked to have Zane here, the Maui U.S. rider, really going to put on a show for us here. So here's the Italian rider, Yaris Delomo. He looks like he might be on to something. Looks like we got a little set coming through. He's sitting on a 5.47, definitely looking to improve that score. This wave looks like it's going to be fun. There he goes, starting to work it early. He's going to make some turns, and we're going to see him do a turn and come up, hit the lip right there. He might even cut back into the more critical section. He stays there, super glassy. They are 100% powered by that foil right now. The wing is worthless. There he goes through the critical section. Oh, that's so hard. I'm literally from the second story here looking at his foil just over the reef. Yeah, that's going to be a good score for the Italian rider. Right there, he's got real nice bottom turn. The judges, they understand the conditions. They know that some heats there's better waves, some heats there's better wind. So they have to adjust a little bit and realize, like, hey, if there's no giant sets, these guys are doing the best they can. And we are into the stage of single elimination. We are in round 1, heat 9. We are making progress today. I suspect we will get through all of our heats at least on round 1 and then potentially move over to the women. Yeah, there's Zane working the outside. He's looking pretty good with a combined, he has a 5.57 and a 6.6 on that last wave. So Zane looking good. Zane always a competitor. He always wants to go bigger. I think Zane would be happiest right now if he was in, triple or quadruple overhead stuff. We'd probably see his real skills. Right now, this is not like the absolute perfect showcase for these athletes, but you know what? We're doing the best we can with what we got right now, and we're just happy to be in Cabo Verde and on the first stop of the, pure wave. Yep, there goes the Italian rider Yaris. He was almost up on foil, gets into another lull. Sitting on about 7 minutes to go. Zane does another tack. So what he's doing is he's just being patient. He's looking down at his race watch. He's saying, you know what? I've got 2 good scores. I think I'm in the lead. One of the hard parts about these heats is that as a rider out there, you really don't know if you're winning or not. I know there's been talk of some hand signals between caddies, etc., and teammates and trying to figure things out, but it's pretty challenging. I mean, if you ask most of these riders, they can barely see the flags that go up and down. So, we're still in the early days of wing foiling and freestyle racing, and now the first pure wave stop. So it's fun to see the new group of riders we have here. Like I've mentioned Cali and Mizu and the Boyes and Galea and Wesley and Hendricks. All these guys could win this, Yeah, right now we're in a bit of a lull. Just under 6 to go. Zane in front. He's looking pretty in command of this one right now. Yaris is sitting on a 2.2 and a 3.27, so he still does have a chance. If he got 2 set waves, he could pass Zane on this. But right now the local from Maui is looking pretty good. So we got Zane and Yaris both jockeying on the outside. What they're basically doing right now is they're looking down at their watches and they're saying, okay, I got 5 minutes left. The clock is ticking at this point. So they might not be as choosy on these waves. If I was Yaris, my strategy would be that I would like to be in position. So I'm looking at Zane right now. He's taking this one. It doesn't look like much, but he's going to try and do his best, put on a show for the crowd. Zane is really good at airs. Like in New Zealand, we did a towing contest, and Zane was chucking just flips everywhere. So maybe we'll see a power move at the end. He's getting into the critical section. He's right over the reef right there. Maybe we'll see a little air. Let's see. We are getting closer to the end of this heat, so he does have 2 good scores already. Yeah, so not much working for the kid from Maui right now. So he just pulls out of that one safely, and he's going to go out and hunt for something bigger. There he goes. That's a nice move. So he just tacked into that one. I mean, Zane's just out having fun. That's the best part, is like, that was a really critical turn right there. So Zane just sees a fun wave. He says, you know what, this might not be the best wave of the con. Oh, he's pretty low right there. And he lives to tell another day after that one. I thought he was going to hit, but yep, Zane's just having a good time out there. He's riding waves. That's all he does. He has a huge smile on his face. He's going to be a dad in June. Congratulations to him and his wife. That's so exciting, and I'm just stoked for him. Zane's got a great attitude. He's a real ambassador for the ocean, and I see him working with a lot of the Groms on Maui and kind of passing on his knowledge that he's gotten from his family and some of the older guys. So whether Zane likes it, he's about to be a dad, and I called him an elder the other day, and I meant that as a compliment to him because he is so good at teaching about ocean conservation, about teaching about, waterman stuff. And it's pretty cool to see him doing these 2 events. I would love to see him do more of the tour because I think he's a really good ambassador for the sport. I also would like to see some big waves for him because I think he would really show us something. So we are winding this one down. 2 minutes to go. We got Zane and Yaris out there. Zane in control of this one. He's just riding around having a good time. We are in round 1, heat 9. Coming up in round 1, heat 10, we have another good one. We have a battle of the Italians. We've got Francesco Capuzzo and Gregorio Puglisi. So this one's going to be a good one. There was a couple. Oh, there's Zane on a fun one. But this next round between the 2 Italian riders is one of these ones where I was looking at the board and I was like, man, this one's too. Oh, Zane, wow, really critical section. This is going to be a high scoring wave. Boy, he is on the edge with that foil. He is the very. Oh, Zane goes down hard. I hope the foil didn't catch him from behind. That was a critical wave. Oh, looks like he's back on his board and he's going to be able to paddle over this next one and not get smashed. So, again, that's just experience from the Maui rider. He knows that he was in a section where, see, he's almost overfoiling right there the whole time. So he's on that fun part of the wave. He grabs his rail right there. The judges will love that. And just showing his smooth style. And that's what happens. He caught his board, and it slows you down enough that it just throws you off. But Zane's going to improve his score on that wave. The judges are going to like that. So we are in the final minute of this. Zane Schweitzer from Maui versus Yaris Del Lomo from Italy. It looks like the kid from Maui, Zane, is going to advance. He has really put on a clinic in these small waves and shown why he's really a known guy in the surf world. He was riding Jaws earlier this year, and he's got a lot of game. But, boy, the next heat's a tough one against 2 powerhouse guys this early. Round 1, Puglisi versus Capuzzo. One of these guys is going to be really disappointed. And that's the thing about this wave tour right now. Oh, here's Zane on the last one. Zane on a fun one with Yaris behind him. They're both trying to milk that final seconds of this heat. But there goes Zane riding in. He's doing a little victory salute right there. Yaris has a good one. This is definitely going to make it closer. I don't think it will be enough, but at least the Italian gets to go out on a good one and show everyone what he's got. Welcome back to the GWA 2023. We're in round 2, but round number 1 of the Pure Wave Stop in Cabo Verde. Liam, this has been an awesome start. We are already on round 1, heat number 10. And boy, this one is going to be a big one for Italy. We've got Francesco Capuzzo from Italy versus Gregorio Puglisi. They're actually teammates and both ride for RRD as well. So this one, boy, this is a very challenging round 1. Francesco Capuzzo is, I call him the Italian stallion, but Gregorio he's got game in the waves.
Yeah, it's a tough one. None of these riders would have been thinking that they probably would have been up against each other in the first round, and both, as you mentioned, Chris, teammates, so riding for RRD, they're both out there on similar wings, and there you just have Zane from the last heat, and easily identified on the water, Mr. Capuzzo, always rocking the orange lid, always rocking that orange helmet, and you can see there Gregorio in the white. So there they are, with the Alula sort of style wing from RRD there. 18, just under the 19 minutes left as a 20-minute heat. Men, round 1, heat 10. Let's go, go, go.
It's funny you mentioned his orange helmet. Francesco told me that he took it from his family's windsurfing school. They had this orange helmet, and he's like, oh, everyone will be able to recognize me. So that's the story behind his orange helmet.
Oh, there you go. You got all the little golden nuggets for us, Chris. I mean, that's the great thing about having you up here. You know those athletes so well, and little gems like that. There's the story behind Mr. Capuzzo's orange helmet, and there he is on your screen at the moment, just coming back in towards the competition area now where those waves are starting to form really quite far on the right-hand side. So I just wonder, talk to me about the waves in the last heat, Chris, because you were up here. What were they looking like? Were they a little bit more frequent, or is it looking a little bit challenging out there?
It's a little bit challenging, Liam. I was speaking with Wesley Brito, the Cabo Verdean, earlier, and he said things should get better as the tide gets higher. We saw some okay ones for Zane and the Italian rider last round, but really no big sets came through. So we're hoping that Gregorio and Francesco can get enough waves to let it be decided by their riding. Sometimes it's challenging when it's literally so much of these wins and losses in the first round are based on luck. Did you get the waves? Did you have priority at the moment?
Yeah, and on your screen, dropping into his second wave, actually, because already catching one earlier, Gregorio Puglisi here, pumping along this smaller section as the wave starts to just open up and just create a little bit more of a face for this rider. Nice, quite a nice big hack turn there at the top. You saw a foil just coming out of the water a little bit. And then Mr. Capuzzo coming in on the second wave. You can always spot him from a mile off. He's sort of got that very open stance when he rides. And one of the bigger guys on tour as well. So I wonder if that's just changed the kit choice for him.
Yeah, Francesco's definitely one of the bigger guys. And, you know, I've been out there riding with him when he's trying to learn new moves. And sometimes I'm like almost scared because he sends it so hard and does like these giant forwards and just he comes out of the sky like a bomb. Like Wesley does the same thing. And it's just the way it is for these bigger riders. But Francesco's just an amazing competitor. He's always happy. He's always smiling. He's got an amazing dog named Nacho. Like Francesco's he's like he's like the guy that's most excited to be on tour.
It's great to see him. I mean, busy in New Zealand as well, where you also were with each other out there. Nice start to the year on the surf freestyle and free fly slalom. So we've already had one stop on tour, but this is the first wave stop on the 2023 calendar out here in Cape Verde. 16 minutes on the clock and a couple of scores now dropping. So Capuzzo with the 1.57. That's just a one wave score for him. And Gregorio there on a 6.10, made up from two wave scores of a 3 and a 3.1. So there are your current scores on the board. We are plenty of time left. And I can see us both there, Chris, just having a little peek, getting to the edge of our seat because, I mean, close in, there's a few nice waves forming. And then now you can see the riders starting to engage. There's clearly a little bit of motion in the ocean at the back.
Yeah, it looks like the swell direction has changed a little bit as the day has gone on. We're having to lean forward on our chairs here, and I see Francesco on a fun one. He's doing some nice swooping carves. He's in a critical section there. He's getting real close to the rocks. And Gregorio's on another good one out the back. So Francesco's wave kind of peters out. Wow, Gregorio's on a big one.
Yep.
I think if that wave continues to form and allows him to ride down the line in front of the judges, it's going to be a high-scoring wave.
Boom, yeah, that's a little bit of a nicer turn there. Starting to gain a little bit of momentum now as he's coming right in front of our booth. The speed as well going into that wave, that is going to be one to get the Italian frothing because great wave there. And as you mentioned, Francesco Capuzzo also dropping into yet another one in this set.
Francesco's on a huge one. If we can go to him, he just got a great wave. Oh, this is getting spicy already, Liam. Like these two just had two really good rides. Francesco riding all the way in, and it just peters out right there. And then Gregorio pulling into another one.
Yeah, you can see here, these are our previous waves on your replay screen at the moment because currently, here we go, back end of Gregorio's wave. As that set just kept on giving, and hopefully we will be able to show you the replays of those two waves from the riders because scores will be dropping very, very shortly as that set petered through nicely. Gregorio Puglisi on your screen, Francesco Capuzzo on the left-hand side, just both making their way out. And Gregorio is not finished with this set yet.
Oh, Gregorio just turns into the pocket, which is just so committed. I think he scared himself on that one. But Francesco now going deep.
Yeah, Capuzzo dropping in like it's hot here. Really are on the far right-hand side of the booth here. But, you know, here we are lucky enough to have the screen in front of us, watching Capuzzo as he turns and doesn't like what he sees. The swell was supposed to shift, and I reckon we're going through that shifting moment at the moment, Chris.
Yeah, Liam, that must be what it is. Francesco is one of our competitors that competed on the kite side and made it really far. I think Francesco was eliminated right by the quarters in the kite, but I saw a good heat versus Nico, his teammate on the RRD side, and they were battling, man. The waves were really good, and, you know, Francesco's always in the water. He's just happy. He's either racing, he's doing freestyle, and, you know, he showed us that he still has kite game. In 2019, he was actually 4th in this kite event.
And on the screen, there is a few more scores now dropping, and it's shaking things up a little bit. Not too much, but a 6.70 for Capuzzo Puglisi on your screen, 6.10, but engaging in this wave here.
Another fun one for these boys.
Beautiful stuff.
Heat 10 is turning out to have some much better waves than we've seen in the last few heats. There's Francesco out the back. We're keeping these. Oh, Francesco with a nice air. God, the live stream just got that. We're going to go to replay at some point, but still in a really critical section. That's going to be very high scoring for Francesco.
Yeah, this is a nice wave here. He's really making the most out of this one because no more scores have dropped for this guy on your screen. 10.10 now as he's in first position. Really starting to find a little bit of rhythm. And there is the previous wave on your screen, front and center. Capuzzo there, just riding very nice back-sided style.
Yeah, Liam, this is exactly what we want to see. I don't want to see these heats decided by who gets the wave or not. This is great because these guys are just going punch for punch, toe to toe, and it's like wave after wave. So Cabo Verde is producing for us, so we're very grateful.
And Puglisi now going for that 360 maneuver, but unfortunately not being able to carry on the foil and just getting caught up in the lip. But a little bit of variety on the wave there, Chris.
Yeah, it's really close right now. The current score is 11.26 for Capuzzo versus Puglisi at 10.27. So here comes Francesco and another one. These guys are literally like...
They've got the set waves. They've got the heat. That's cooking with gas.
Absolutely. Like, you see the Italian stallion Francesco, like, just they're literally just tacking in wave after wave. So good for these boys. Like, at least, oh wow, look how close it just got. Gregorio, I think, just took the lead.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the scoreboards. Talk us through this replay.
All right, here's Gregorio in the white helmet. So he's got a fun ride. I think this is where he tries the 360, where it's like, boy, that's really committed. Man, if he would have landed that, that might have been the nail in the coffin on Francesco.
Yeah, Capuzzo at the moment on your screen is only leading by a 0.25. So there is nothing in it. I mean, teammates, friends off the water, but I wouldn't say it's friends on the water for the remainder of this heat because we have 10.5 minutes remaining, plenty of time. I'm keeping my fingers, my toes, everything crossed because I just want to keep seeing waves as right now, finally, we're going to have a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 10 minutes in, and I feel like each rider's had 6 waves, so...
it's a great guess. They have had 6 waves.
Thank you, Cabo Verde. Like, if we can keep this up, we can go to 10-minute heats. I mean, that was already a battle, and I'm not sure if we've had the final scores, but it looks like we're less than a quarter point deciding these two RRD riders between each other.
Yeah, bang on the money. That is super, super close. And just while it's a little bit quiet, I'm just bringing up the rankings from last year. I know that, we are in a new discipline now with the waves, so we haven't yet had a wave champion, but Capuzzo finishing 10th last year on the surf freestyle and Gregorio finishing 13th. So there's nothing in it in this heat, and even in last year's 2022 rankings, Francesco finishing on 1,960 points, Gregorio 1,440. So, I mean, 2 very, very close riders. But new discipline, and this can really shake things up as we carry on in this heat. Just above 9 minutes left. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be?
Liam, this reminds me a lot of Red Bull right now. Checo versus Verstappen, they're teammates, and they're on the water battling. Less than a quarter point separating these boys. Oh, man, this is a tough one because I really appreciate both these riders. They've got great attitudes. They're super cool. They're great representatives of their brands. But it's like, that's the thing in sports. Someone's going to lose every time. And just, wow, this is a good first-round battle.
Very, very good heat. Who is going to come out in pole position? We will have to wait out because you can also see there on the left-hand side, we have a couple more riders on the water, and I'm taking a little look at who is up next. Oof, we've got a couple of big names, but I'm going to leave you hanging on that one because Gregorio Puglisi jumping into yet another wave. Chris, this is looking like a few rolling waves are coming our way.
Yeah, Gregorio's in. He's really up far to the right of us, but he's in a critical section, so I don't think he knows that he's only a quarter point down, but he's going to do everything he can right now. These guys are just going punch for punch against each other.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the right as well and really unable to sort of see anyone. So no caddies down on the right, and they're probably getting all their information from someone on the beach. But again, really, really challenging stuff.
2 huge set waves that no one was on. I'm kind of surprised Francesco must have seen something out the back, but
Puglisi.
Look at these 2 waves. He tacks on it. That's committed, but I don't think he has the speed. Oh, look at Francesco out the back.
All right, here we go on your screen, Mr. Capuzzo. This is a big wave, Chris. This has packing a punch. Here he goes, dropping in.
Oh, he's done. Wow, I can't believe he was able to not just get destroyed by that wave. What he did, Liam, is he touched down and his board stuck like that, and then that was it, off foil. But what Francesco did is he used his size and his strength to hold himself up. Most normal riders would have been catapulted forward and then in the washing machine. So, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
he's going to be kicking himself on that one.
Because-
and here, look at him going up against this one. I don't know if he's going to make it. Oh, so close. It looks like the Italian is through, but his teammate Gregorio drops into a monster on the outside, does a huge air in a super... I think Gregorio's going to take the lead on that one.
I mean, look, he's popped into the lead on the last one as well. Only just goes for the maneuver, lands it. Can he get back on the foil?
Oh, my God,
Yes,
and he's
can.
back on foil.
There we go.
That's it. That's Francesco. Oh, my gosh. Come on, Francesco. The Italian stallion needs someone on the beach to tell him that he needs to go big.
Chris, he is pumping that wing like it's going out of fashion. And there you can see, this is the wave previous that Gregorio caught. Big sets that we've just had. We could see that one coming a mile off. And again, just going around there. Beautiful maneuver.
Wow.
One of the first freestyle moves we've seen perfectly executed on a wave. And I'm sure, looking to my left, the judge towers, they're liking what they see. And also, I'm liking what I see, because I can currently see scores dropping, and they're looking good. This is going to be one of the highest scoring waves we've seen in this heat, and if not today. So there it is, 7.37. Mr. Gregorio Puglisi going into first position, looking like it is a comfortable lead now. Capuzzo needing a 3.12 addition to take the lead.
Yeah, Liam, I didn't see that coming from Gregorio, but the 360 was impressive, but what we didn't see on the replay there was that he did a huge air at the highest, most critical part of that wave. I actually think that will score higher than the 360. The 360 was great, but when he was taking off on what was essentially a well overhead wave, he did a big air, which we have seen no one do yet.
And Capuzzo really, really pumping, trying to get every ounce of power out of that wing. And we've spoken about luck, Chris, but in this heat, I don't think there's any luck involved. I think it's all about wave selection, because there's been so many of them. One of the heats with the most waves, and here he is, Gregorio Puglisi, your current heat leader, on yet another very nice looking wave. I reckon we're going to see a freestyle move.
Oh, look at the wave out the back, too. These guys are getting the best waves of the day.
Capuzzo out the back, looking like he's going to start to come in, as Puglisi here on your screen making his way out. But Capuzzo, let's get all eyes on the prize.
Capuzzo's on a beast right now. This could be what he needs. If he really shows the judges now some commitment, maybe we get an air trick out of him. He still has a chance in this.
Oh, but Puglisi as well. Here we go. Focus on two.
Yep, let's go out
Francesco.
the back. Gregorio's on a monster out the back as well. Gosh, this is definitely the best waves of the day. Wesley was right with the tide going up, things. And there's another one. So Francesco's going to tack. Well, Gregorio on the inside. Francesco is, he sees something even bigger out the back.
I think that's a good move from Francesco, gaining a little bit more ground upwind, because if he caught that one, then he wouldn't have had the wave.
Look at Francesco pulling.
Here we go. This one is looking very, very good. Overhead height.
Double overhead right there. Look at Francesco. Real clean, controlled, swooping turns.
He needs more, though, Chris. He's going to need more.
Yeah, he just doesn't know that Puglisi did that 3 in the big air. See, that's the thing as a rider out there. You just don't have that data, so you're not sure what to do. But here's Gregorio again, doing another 360.
Oh, yes.
Doesn't quite ride out of it, but that's just a feather in his cap for the Italian. I mean, he is putting on a show. So I think Liam Gregorio has to catapult himself into, I think, one of the top 5 guys right now.
Oh, of course. And, I mean, I'm just having a little look at the scoreboard, and I haven't actually had to scroll down this far because there's been so many waves caught. Gregorio, let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And it looks like a 12 score is coming in as well. So we just have to also bear in mind there is only 12 waves that they can catch, and top 2 are scored. So is Gregorio going to be able to keep going, or is the scores on the doors that he has the ones that are going to be going forward? Because 2 waves, a 7.00 from his 3rd wave and a 7.37 for what looks like his 8th wave.
8th wave.
It's just your 8th wave, Chris. 14.37 is what makes his score up. And then looking at Capuzzo there, 5.13 for his 2nd wave, and his 5th wave was a 6.13. He is on 11.26. Wow, I mean, this is what we want to see here at Punta Preta. This is why we have come to a destination like this. And by far, the best heat 4 waves we have had all day.
I think including the seeding round yesterday, I mean, this could have been the finals. These two RRD riders they just went toe to toe, punch to punch. And it's like, look, now it's flat. I wish I could understand this spot a little better. I mean, but that was, so if they each caught, let's call it 10 waves, we just saw 20 waves come in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, and still just under 2 minutes to go. Look at me. I'm chilling out. I've got my legs stretched because that was I need a breather after that one. Finally, Punta Preta delivering a little bit more consistency because we've had waves. They've been coming through, but not very frequently. And then all of a sudden, for the last 16 minutes, it's been back to back. They are rolling with the punches out there, and I do not think it is over. Looking out of the booth there's a little bit of movement.
Lines on the horizon, Liam. It's like
picture perfect.
It just continues. We're just over a minute to go. I see Gregorio in the first wave.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice one, but I honestly think I can see Capusa at the back as well. I think he's going to get the bigger one. But full focus now.
Oh.
Gregorio working this wave from top to bottom. I really like it when the riders try and go as far left as they can and get deep in that pocket where the energy is generated from each wave. And you can see there some nice rollers. Here we go.
Here's
Gregorio.
the air. 1, 2. Come on, give us an air, Gregorio. I think he knows that he doesn't really need to risk it right now, but here's Francesco out the back.
This one's shaping up.
Oh, it's a big one, Liam.
Here we go, Capuso. If he's got to do it, this is going to be his last wave to try and make it through because he is sitting in second position. He's going to need to do something special. He needs more. He cannot get past Gregorio if he's just sort of working this wave like he is. Give us an air maneuver, Francesco, as it gets to the drawing stages, but it's shaping up still. One of the longer rides.
Yeah.
Capuso going down. That is not the finish he would have been wanting.
Yeah, the Italian stallion. I mean, that was such a battle between the two teammates and Italian riders. I mean, Gregorio just threw another 360 in the most critical section of the wave, and he's going to ride all the way to the beach. I mean, I cannot believe the performance we've just seen from the Italian rider, Gregorio. I mean, this kid 2 days ago at Alibaba was swimming on the rocks for 20 minutes. He got pounded, Liam. So I guess he learned something to be able to go out and put on what I'm going to call a clinic.
Yeah, no, amazing. And just talk to us as well, Chris. You mentioned that spot there.
Yeah, Alibaba is this legendary spot. It's been really, really nice for Christopher and I to get to hang out with Kali and Mizu because these guys are so experienced on Cabo Verde. So we've been going to these remote spots with these insane waves. And the whole tour was there during the kite competition, but just great times on Cabo Verde.
Great times on Cabo Verde. Wouldn't have it any other way. And what a heat. And let's go and have a little look back because there are some extreme highlights from that one. And welcome back, me and Chris. We have now finally got our breath back after what was the heat of the day so far, and only that means that it's going to get better because right now, up next, we have two big heavy hitters as well. Titouan Galère coming out of France against Fabian from Switzerland, the North Rider. Big heat, round 1, heat 11, and they are already on the water.
Yeah, Fabian is from Tarifa, and he is an amazing rider. I really think we're gonna see him try and put it to Titouan. So there we see the New Caledonia rider, Tituan Gailea. He is no stranger to the waves. I expect to see Tituan really put on a clinic in the super smooth carvy. He always goes into the most critical sections. Here we see the two competitors out there, and what they're doing is they're jockeying for position. Tituan is looking like he might take one of these sets. Liam, I sure hope we get the same amount of waves that we had in the last one.
I'm going to call it. I reckon we're going to have it. I reckon there's a little bit of energy out there, and I don't know, Mother Nature's throwing us not one, not two, but about 3 or 4 bones, because plenty of time in this heat, and this swell is really starting to kick in, although it has probably shifted around and swapped directions a little bit. If we get anything like the last heat in the next 60 minutes, boy, oh boy, are we going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, here we see Tituan. He's looking like he's going to just pull out the back on this one. Tituan's a very experienced competitor. He knows he's got 16 minutes left in this heat. He's looking down at his watch, and he's just saying, you know what, I'm going to take it easy. I'm going to wait for the right wave.
Yeah, and there he is on your screen. And while there's no waves, we are going to be treated to an interview on the beach. It looks like Joe is down with Mr. Zane.
Thank you, guys. I am standing down here on the beach with Zane. Zane, congratulations, 14 points, mate, already in first position. It is great to have you here in Cape Verde.
Oh, man, I've always dreamed to come here. Super stoked to be here, Joe.
So, Zane, you also come from an island over there in Hawaii, in Maui. How is it? Because I know it's your first time here in Cape Verde.
Oh man, you know, island vibes, and I could feel it here. You know, there's this aloha spirit that seems familiar with the people here, and I'm so grateful to be staying local style with Uncle Josh Angulo and Noah Angulo, and get a vibe for the everyday life, and be able to hang with locals and really get a true experience here. And you know, there's no better way to do it than you know, experience it local style. And I'm so happy to be able to have the experience to be a part of the first ever wave event with the GWA.
Yeah, it's really cool that we now have a 100% wave discipline. I mean, you know, riders like yourself turning up. We've got the Misas, we've got the Kaulisi coming out of Brazil. I think it throws a mix in there, and it's really good to see some pure surfing style.
Oh, 100%, you know, and back home in Hawaii, it's all I do, winging downwind and wave riding with the wing, and, you know, punting huge jumps off waves. So the flat water events that I've done in the past at Lacotte and New Zealand were very challenging, a great learning experience for me to be humbled and to get that fire inside to get some freestyle down. But this is where my heart is, in the waves, and so any sport in the waves is where my heart is.
I think it's really impressive as well, because there are so many young guns. I mean, the youngsters, they're coming up, and they're coming up strong. Zane, you have been a professional in pretty much every water sport there is. It must be really cool to see these, you know, these youngsters coming up and pushing harder, and it must also, you know, give you a little fire and oh, wait a minute, I'm going to defend this.
Most definitely, you know, I still feel like a youngster at heart, and it's funny that now guys are calling me one of the OGs. I'm like, oh man, I'm still a child at heart, and I got that fire inside. But watching these young kids, like, you know, killing it and pushing the limits. There is local kids at every location we've been so far that are pushing it, and you know, I think it's so exciting to be at the forefront of a new sport, and I'm just so grateful to, you know, pave the path as a pioneer in wingfoiling and foil sports, and in many ways following my family's footsteps, revolutionizing water sports.
Yeah, that's right. It's a family. I mean, you are watermen and waterwomen at heart. I'm going to ask you a little bit of the techie questions. Obviously, new discipline, waves, is really coming into it. What do you recommend for people looking out back there at home to get into this discipline of the sport, kind of foil-wise, board-wise? Because obviously, all of us want to have fun out there, so there is that starting point.
Most definitely. You know, one of the things that I've learned with my 3 stops with the GWA and my first stop here for the wave discipline is, you know, being prepared to adapt in any sport, in any competition. You have to be ready for any conditions. And, you know, having, for me, a higher volume board from what I'm used to back home in Hawaii. Hawaii has such dense, strong wind every day. And so I'm kind of adapting, taking larger foils, larger boards that I could, still get going in the short amount of time during these heats. There's nothing worse than sinking waiting for a puff of wind. And so, adapting to the location you're traveling is important, and not being stubborn to what you know. And I think that was something we saw in New Zealand. A lot of riders are trying to hold on to what they know and what they're familiar with, but when the wind's light, we have to adapt. And especially incorporating these free fly disciplines, like in the racing now at the GWA and the core surfing, where we're actually using only the power of the foil and we can't power up with the wing. I think this is great for the growth of our sport. It's going to broaden the interest for the demographic and the people. So many wingfoilers in Hawaii, Australia, and around the world are downwind and wave riding specifically. There's not that many guys that are super interested in throwing 720s and backflips. Of course, we have the core crew on the GWA pushing it and really putting on an amazing show for what's possible. But I really do believe that we're going to see a lot of success in the wave and the free fly racing with the GWA.
Well, thank you very much, Zane. Mahalo. It is great to see you here. It is a pleasure to have you here at the event. And now, get yourself back out there. Looks like you have some harder heats coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, Zane Spicer. Back to you, boys.
Oh, what an epic chat down there with Zane. I mean, couldn't have timed it any better because, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, you haven't missed anything on the water. As you can see, no scores, no waves caught. And you could really see, I mean, if there's one chap on the tour and out there that shows the stoke and absolutely loves spending as many hours, as many minutes, as many seconds on the water, it is that rider there. I mean, what a chat. Really good to get his insights into where the sport's going, how, he finds it, and about his home spot in Hawaii, Chris.
Yeah, Zane is just, he loves the stoke of being on the water, basically. He's always excited. He's always pushing boundaries. He's always trying to ride the biggest waves. And, like in New Zealand, he was just charging. He came in off the water on Pilot Bay from doing a wing race, and he's like deflating his wing while he's running in. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? He goes, oh, there's a paddleboard contest on the other side on the beach. I'm going to go enter it. So we run over there, and 15 minutes later, he's doing a freaking paddleboard contest with the legends from Australia and New Zealand. So it's always fun chatting with Zane. I think he's got a real future in the broadcast booth as well. The guy has a gift for gab.
Yeah, and he's got a little kid on the way as well. So wishing the family well with that one. I'm sure he'll be a busy boy. But here we have Tituan Galea on your screen, riding with the Cabrina gear, recently making the switch, and there he is. But yet to find any sort of golden nuggets out there. However, couldn't have timed the interview, the waves, any better because Tituan Galea dropping in.
Yeah, so, man, Liam, this is just wild because, Tituan's a seasoned veteran, and he just looked down at his watch and said, half of this heat has gone by. So he just takes this little teeny wave that he's basically just getting a score. And it looks like Fabian from Tarifa, the North Riders, doing the same thing. Like, they're at the point where they're like, something's changed. The Italians hogged all the waves this last heat. I don't know who they paid off or what they did, but somehow the Italian spirit and just vibe was... Those guys caught a combined, I want to say, 24 waves. So, I mean, what is that about? How is that possible?
I mean, it is nuts. I mean, being, like we say, in the right place at the right time. But, with those waves, they sure did put on an amazing show for us. And I'm just going to have a little look at who progressed from that one. I'm pretty sure it was Gregorio that went through. But right on your screen now, Fabian, you've got a little bit of work to do. 2.40, chasing Tituan on that 4.67.
Yeah, Tituan is he's one of the OGs in the waves for sure. This guy's so smooth. I've seen him ride La Perouse, like easily triple overhead. La Perouse is a crazy Maui wave, which it's just so heavy there, Liam. There's no beach to get out at. It's razor sharp lava. The shore break was 15 feet, and we filmed him, and I was like, there's no way this guy can do this. And what he did, Liam, is he just made it look so effortless. He was so smooth in these triple overhead waves, and I'll just never forget that day. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So the guy is really good under pressure.
Yeah, those are the days we remember when people really go down there and shred it up. And just going back to heat number 10 between the two Italians, it was Gregorio Puglisi who progressed with a 14.37. Capuzzo there chasing on that 11.26, but going down on that last wave, he wasn't able to chase. And I think, Puglisi there showed a lovely bit of variety on the wave.
So Tituan looking pretty good. He's a very savvy competitor. He knows he has 2 scores now, 9.97 to Fabian with the 2.4, and it's just flat. We're scratching our head up in the booth here that, 10 minutes ago we saw the 2 Italian riders, Francesco and Gregorio, get 24 combined waves. They waved out. I think you're only allowed to catch 12 waves, but yet T2 and Fabian here are just riding around on flat water. It's just wild.
Yeah, it's slim pickings out there at the moment, but plenty of time left on the clock, 8 minutes. And we know what happened within those 8 minutes in the last heat. Well, pretty much saw 20 minutes of constant waves. Can't stop talking about it because we were loving it so much. And there we can see just a few people stopping on their nice beach leisurely walk to check out the action here at the GWA Wingfoil World Cup. We are here in Cape Verde. First wave spot of the year, first pure wave event ever in the GWA calendar, and we are firing through the rounds. Currently on round 1, heat number 11 with the men. Yesterday we did the seeding round for the guys, and that seeding round has put them in a certain position when it comes to the elimination ladder, and it is now a single elimination. So what that means is riders who do not make it through this round, they go straight to the airport and they get that plane home, because unfortunately that will be their time out. So it's all to play for here, and at the moment Mr. Tituan Galilea sitting comfortably in first position.
Yeah, T2 looking good right here. He took 2 small ones just to fill his scorecard. Again, he's a veteran competitor. He knows. He's looking at his watch, less than 7 minutes to go. Those sets have got to be hiding somewhere. Who knows? But Fabian, just a incredibly nice human from Tarifa, North Rider. He's such a good guy. He's so proud of Spain in general, and whenever we've been in Tarifa, he's always been so kind to us and taking us to the nicest restaurants, and it's such a good vibe there. He's so laid back. So I love seeing Fabian on tour. He's a great ambassador for the sport, always smiling, and he's just a good dude.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Good dudes all around, and also on the women's side as well. They're all friends here, and everyone travels together. And I'm just going to have a little bit of background knowledge on Tituan here. Last year, 2022, was actually our free fly slalom champion. Took out Capuzzo there, who finished in second position. So in slalom, finishing first, and also over on the freestyle side of things, coming in number 5th, closely following Christopher McDonald as well, your young son.
Yeah, Brazil was an interesting round on the racing side. It really came down to Tituan and Francesco in the last race. And T2 is, he comes from a kite racing background, so he's really good at his starts. And I think he had to get a second or something, which he'd been kind of doing all day. And it kind of looked like he had it, but Francesco is a fiery competitor himself. And all of a sudden, we're on the beach, and T2's in dead last on the start. And we're just going what are you doing, man? He's throwing it away. And it turns out that Tituan passes everyone in the pumping section because the New Caledonian is so good in the waves, even on a tiny race foil. He just flew by everyone and just squeaks out the world championship. So it was a heartbreaker for Francesco. I know that one really hurt him. But, boy, that sure was a nice end to the free fly side of things last year, Liam.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And at the moment, we can see Tituan just really engaging on this slight little roller. Not the biggest wave, but at the moment it's slim picking, so you've got to take what comes your way. And here we go. Up and over, down the line, just crossing all of this part of the wave. But again, let's have a little look at Tituan's lowest score. It's a 4.67. That is not going to improve on that one.
Yeah, Tituan, there's just no waves right now. So for the viewers at home, somehow we had this insane round with Francesco and Gregorio. I mean, just putting on a wave riding clinic for the beach. and the viewers at home. And then somehow we've been 16 minutes into this round 11, and the wave gods are not happy right now. So Tituan's going to turn into another very tiny bump. This is not even a wave in his book. He decides against it. Hopefully maybe sees something out the back.
But yeah, on the screens now, Fabian, and there we have, it's lunchtime here, local time. Well, it's actually 20 past 2, and on your screen, current second place, Fabian there, wing behind, making use of this wave as he's on our right-hand side, but going and eating up that water because too much front foot pressure. Foil breached a little bit, wasn't able to hold it all together, and now Tituan at the back, putting that nice carving turn right in front of the eyes of his competitor as he is also making it through in towards the shallow. And they're just talking about his pumping just a few minutes ago. You can see pumping through that flat section.
It's so shallow. He literally just pulled out of that over a rock.
Yeah, you can see how shallow it is. The rock's there on the right-hand side of your screen. And I'm also looking, I can see Fabian's okay. He's managing to just get out of this difficult section as those waves continue to break close. But both riders are okay. Waves definitely not very frequent, as we can see the highlights here.
Yeah, poor Fabian right there. He just overfoiled, or he might have actually even clipped the bottom on that one. He looks like he hit pretty hard. So now we're looking at T2 again. This guy's got, look how close he is to the rocks. You can see it right there. If you actually watch that replay, it was like under his foil, the boil. So right there, we just saw T1 doing a little flick jump right there. And so for people at home, what he's doing is he's getting rid of some seaweed on his tail. So when you see the riders doing those really small jumps without anything, just basically they're trying to look down and see if they have anything on the foil. Like the tiniest piece of seaweed will completely screw it up.
Yeah, and that's the really interesting thing about it. And these riders, they can tell when just something isn't quite right, and it's the marginal differences that can make you win or lose a heat. And here we have Tituan just looking over the left, looking over the right. It looks like there's a wave forming. Definitely not the biggest as he starts to get closer and closer in. And that is exactly why he has decided against that one, because any closer and he maybe just would have maybe got one turn on that wave before having to back out. And that might be the start of a set. And it actually looks like Tituan's on one of the bigger wings that we've seen out there.
Yeah, I suspect Tituan's on either a 4 or a 5 right now. He's one of these athletes, like these guys, they all ride the smallest equipment. I mean, and to get going on a tiny foil, a tiny board, and a 4-meter wing like Tituan's able to do in what looks to me like a glassy 14 knots right now is just amazing. These guys are a different breed. They're so good at pumping the foil. So here we see Fabian on a decent one. He is going to go down in the whitewater, and we're going to probably have a little bit of carnage on that one. The waves are not very big right now, so hopefully he can keep his equipment close.
And Tituan just behind, getting on this wave as he's working this in front of the crowd on the right-hand side, getting in towards the shallows and deciding, nope, I fancy staying on the foil, because he would have also seen that Fabian currently not yet to his feet. So Tituan can go out there and just relax a little bit, currently sitting on a 9.97. Being chased by Fabian there with the 4.07, and Tituan likes the way, look at the wave in front of him. But look at this, Chris. We have a little bit of an issue here. This is going to look like it's
that
going to be
one's
nasty.
Gonna hurt. So he's about to take another chunk, and his leash is wrapped around his foil. So Fabian got really lucky at the end of that and was able to unwrap his wing leash from his mast and not get pounded.
Yeah, Tituan here, it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a sticky situation here for Fabian on the right-hand side. But currently, Tituan, your heat leader, making the most out of the smaller set waves that are coming our way. And it will be good to get eyes on Fabian as he is struggling in this shore break. Okay, and that is it. Red flag is up in the sky. There you can see Fabian. Hope he is all okay in a little bit of a sticky situation. And while all of our watchers on the beach go and give him a helping hand, we're going to go and have a little look at those heat highlights.
It looks like he still is wrapped up there. So that's the position you don't want to be in. He's got his wing leash around his mast and foil, so that's why he's still next to his board. That's why his board is not washing in. So hopefully he's able to see right there, or he's holding it. I'm not sure, but Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to
That's a tough
actually
one
have a
for
little look,
Fabian.
Chris, at the replay from that crash, because just been told in my ear that we're able to have a little look at that one while he's getting his kit out the water. So here we go. This is Tituan on that one. And again, you can see our next rider's out. But this is where it all went a little bit wrong for Fabian. You can see just coming in and the wave catching him up and going down, and then unfortunately ending up in the mush. But next heat is on the way. While the riders come out the water and the red flag is up, we are going to have a little look at the recap from that heat.
All right, welcome back. We are on to the next round. I know we have Clement Rosario, who did very well on the kite side, Liam. He absolutely went up against Ayrton and just was squeezed out. And we've got Arthur, the youngster from France, who's absolutely ripping all week. I've watched this duotone rider absolutely crushing it. Both these guys riding for duotone.
Yeah, there we have them on your screen.
Oh, there's Clement on a good one. Clement is no stranger to the waves. He is really at home in the big waves. Like we said, doing great over on the kite side, and he's going to ride all the way in, and he's about to give us an air, I can tell. Here he goes. No, over a big boil. Man, that is so close. And there's Artur on the outside. Look at this youngster. He's absolutely shredding. He was at Alibaba all week. Look at him. This guy's fearless. I'm pretty sure he's like 12 or 13, and man, looking really good. Go get him, kid. Oh, here goes Clement on a big one. Like all of a sudden, Tituan and Fabian set was small, and then now Clement's got a good one. Liam, it does look like the wind has picked up a little bit, so maybe that's pushing the ocean up a little bit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there we have, getting caught a little bit in that break, but few nice sets to peel off, and the lovely wave just coming in on the inside. And now the wind definitely looks like it's just picked up maybe the odd knot or two, as you can see those white caps out on the right-hand side just in front of our riders. It's getting a little bit fruity out there, Chris.
Yeah, Liam, I'm not really sure what fruity means, but it does look good. The young Arturo from France is like, this kid has game. I have been watching him all week. He's so swoopy, and he goes in the most critical sections. And then, of course, Clement, who, I mean, he really had a good battle with Ayrton, and I think he had it almost until the end.
Yeah, and we're going to have a little look at the replays now from the last two. Here you can see Clement just really showing the style that he has. A very well-rounded rider here, and previously over the last couple of days, I mean, just look at the control he has on that foil over the board. And as I was saying, last couple of days he was up against Mr. Ayrton Cozzolino in the kite surf and really took it to him. Unfortunately missing out there, but as you mentioned, Chris, this young Frenchman Arthur is really not holding back.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to watch Arthur ride all week, and he, like when we first got to Punta Preta, Arthur was going out, and I'm like, what's going on here? And then I see this kid just shredding, and he's on a big one right now, like getting it done out there. Like, wow, that's going to be a really high-scoring wave. And wow, there's a huge one behind with Clement.
Oh, here we go.
Cut back. Clement's on what could be the wave of the day. Like, oh my gosh, that's going to be high scoring.
Yeah, there he is. Wave of the day at the moment, definitely. And there looks to be some really nice ones coming through.
There's a huge one behind him.
But both riders here keeping busy on the inside as Clement going through that flatter section now, trying to hold it together.
He just overfoiled or possibly hit. And man, and now the sets are back pumping again. So it looks like we had a 20-minute break after the Italians, and Tituan and Fabian got nothing. And then these two riders, Clement and Arthur, they're just lining up the wave. So let's see what Arthur can do. Here's another one.
Just saw the corner of my eye there, Clement, on your screen. He sort of just like slapped the water in to say, God, I can't believe I've just gone down on that one. And then looking out the corner of his eye, and as you mentioned, just seeing the monsters come through. Maybe the Italians have just gone, hey, give the Frenchman something. Give him something.
He's going to tack onto this one. That's a big veteran move right there. He didn't see anything better out the back, and this is going to be a great wave for him. This is going to set up really nicely for an air trick from Clément, possibly. Looks like he's just going to pull out, but that was another fun wave for him.
Yeah, just have a look at those scores as well for everyone at home. 5.40 and an 8.23 for Clément. Big score with that 8.23. One of the highest wave scores of the day so far. And then we have the other Frenchman, Arthur, with a 5.03 and a 6.33. So I am going to say it. Big sets are on the way. So wherever you are tuning in, whether it's the morning, the afternoon, or the evening, welcome to the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We are here in Cape Verde at the famous wave of Ponta Preta. It is the first wave spot of the year and the first time we are here with the GWA for pure wave, pure surfing. Wouldn't have it any other way. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the action because we are here for a fair few more hours.
Yeah, Liam, man, I'm getting tired because it's like the waves are so good. I'm getting excited, but it's like we're seeing the young Frenchman, Arthur, like absolutely going toe-to-toe with Clément, a very experienced big wave surfer. He's experienced in the kite side as well as the wing, and this could be a breakout for Clément. I mean, Clément and the Boyes and Mizu and Zane, and you can never leave Cali out of this, and Tituan and Gregorio, who had that amazing run. I mean, I think this is the most wide-open GWA that I've seen where anyone can win it.
Exactly that, and with 12 minutes on the clock, it is all to play for. Exciting stuff as this heat is not over yet.
So here we got Arthur, the young Frenchman, on not the biggest wave, but we are seeing commitment. He is at the top of that mast, foiling so high, and just he's going to peel out of it. The wave kind of peters. You know, Liam, what we're learning from this first pure wave is that absolutely wave selection is so important. Like we saw Clément on just a bomb earlier, and then you compare that to what Fabian and Tituan had. Fabian and Tituan had literally nothing. Not a single good wave came through for those guys. So, I mean, I guess it is part of just waiting out the back.
Yeah, and the waves that they did score were sort of roughly around the scoring of the fives. And for someone like those riders, you know, 5 they can do with their eyes closed. But right now on the screen, current heat leader, Clément, going for a little bit of an air, but unfortunately going down, not able to continue that run on, as he has got some nice scores on the board, but take nothing away from Arthur, because he is here to prove a point. He's got some nice scores, definitely wanting to improve on that 5.03, which is his lowest score. It's back up. The second one is a 6.33, and then looking at Clément's lowest score, 5.40, and obviously with the big banger at the top, the 8.23, which is really giving him that edge in this heat, as Arthur now dropping into another wave, but going off the top.
Yeah, that was going to be a good wave for Arthur. You know, Arthur, from what I've seen this week, I think you need to put him in line with the Axel Gerards and the Noe Kualas and the Ezios. The young group of French riders are so strong on the freestyle side. And Arthur has proven himself in the waves to be just as capable as any of those young men.
For sure. And here on your screen, the replay from Clement, a very, very talented surfer. Normally I've seen him down here at 8 o'clock in the morning grabbing his surfboard and going for a surf. He spends a lot of time over in Nazaré and rocks that wave. I mean, if there's any wave that you want to surf, it's that bomb over in Portugal on the coastline, because when that thing fires...
Yeah, speak for yourself, man. I don't think I don't want anything to do with Nazaré. Like, that place looks terrifying. I've not had the opportunity to go yet, but I loved hearing about Vinny, you know, Vinicius Martins riding it and hearing his story about such a tiny foil and how he did it. And that's so cool that Clement is such a well-rounded, you know, high level surfer. So, you know, but the Frenchman Arthur, the youngster, he's not out of this by any means. There's still 8 minutes left in this, and he's not down by that much.
No, not at all. Let's having a little look. He only needs an increase on his score with a 2.21. So if he can, you know, bump up a wave by 2.21, then he will shoot himself into first position. But take nothing away from Clement, because if there's a guy out there that can deliver on a wave, it is him. Very, very good wave selection from Clement. He knows where to be. He knows what wave to choose at the right time. And with this break here, this perfect little right-hander, I've sort of found over the last 2 times being up here in the booth, that sort of second or third wave in each set is the one to go for. The first wave is, you know, that's sort of generating a little bit of power. And then that second wave, you know, can be really good. Third, fourth, that's where it really is punchy. Those are the big ones. And then the last wave tends to just back off a little bit.
Yeah, Liam, I mean, I wish it was that easy to figure out today, but how do we explain the fact that the 2 Italian riders, Gregorio and Francesco, had 42 waves combined in 20 minutes, and then Tituan and Fabian had 0, and now it looks like Clement and Arthur got a few, but it looks like it's going a little bit flat. But I know Arthur Thibault from France is just fingers crossed for a bomb, so maybe he can actually get in this and upset Clement.
Yeah, 6 waves here for Clement. That's how many he's caught, and then just the 4 for Arthur. 6.5 minutes on the clock, so we, you know, as you mentioned, saw 20+ wave courts from both Gregorio Puglisi and Francesco Capuzzo. We haven't seen a heat like that. Currently, round 1, heat number 12. Here we go. Arthur on your screen there, looking like that might be a little bit of a wave, but he's really far on the right-hand side. And we're just down on the beach because Joe, I can see out of the corner of my eye as this wave is peeling away. We're going to go and join Joe down on the beach for yet another interview.
On the beach with Tituan Galea. Tituan, welcome to Cape Verde.
Thank you.
So Tituan, you are one of the riders that has been pushing the waves for quite a while now. We've seen, you know, stuff on the ground with you in places like One Eye in Mauritius. You come from New Caledonia, which is a wave paradise. How is it to be here at Punta Preta? Because this is known to be one of the best right-handers.
Yeah, for sure. When I first started wingfoiling, the only thing I really liked it in the beginning was mainly going into wave. And I mean, we had racing event and freestyle event, so I started liking it as well. But for sure, having the first ever wave event here in Cabo Verde is a real pleasure, I think, for everyone. Like, everyone is pretty stoked to be here, I guess. And especially in a nice place like here, and we have some conditions. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it, and I hope we're gonna do more events like that, and for the sport to be growing and just more people in it. It'll be nice.
One of the things we can see also is there's a lot of new young riders coming up. You've been a world champion yourself. It must be really cool to see the new generations, but also they are making a push. How do you see them? Because waves is a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah, for sure. Like in freestyle, I think they're leading the game for sure. I mean, they're the one like, yeah, discovering new tricks and just sending, moving the oldest people. But I think in wave you have to have more experience, and like you can see here, like Mizo and Kaoli, they are the old guys here, and they are doing still very good. And yeah, I've got some experience as well, background in wave, so I'll try to make this an advantage for me. And yeah, I think you need a few years to know how to read a wave and to choose a wave, and yeah, also like the local knowledge, like for sure the people that are from here, like we saw yesterday in a kite, like there's 3 Cape Verdean on the podium, there's a reason for it. And because yeah, there's a lot of knowledge, I think, to be able to do good in wave competition.
And what do you think about Punta Preta? You've been to so many different places in your life, traveling, you know, living the dream, traveling around, doing the sport that you love. What do you think of this right-hander? Because obviously we've seen on the kiting some of the best conditions over the last 3 days. There's sets coming through here today. What do you think of this Isla de Sal wave?
Yeah, I think it's a really nice wave, especially because we can be like the spectators and everyone alive can be so close from the shore, like you're really in the action, where like many other places in the world, like even Mauritius and stuff, we're going to be much further, so we could not have the public like kitesurf had last night. And so I think it's a really particular place for it, so I think it's good for doing a wave event for sure, one of the best places.
And what kind of difference in equipment do you have to use? Because obviously this is a powerful wave. It's a hollow wave. It's not like on onshore mush that we can see at maybe a lot of the European destinations. This is a 100% pure wave. What difference equipment do people have to use? Because a lot of the comments we're getting is, you know, the public, they want to know what to get to be able to do the moves like you guys.
Well, yeah, we're using a small foil. Like I don't think anyone is over 750 or 800 centimeters here. Like the kids are riding 500. I was on the 650, and if the condition get bigger, I will ride my 550 like I used to do the last few days while the kite was running. So yeah, we're using small foil, but it allows us to get the speed that the wave has here, and with this speed we can do some maneuver and be allowed to just also make some sections that are really fast here. So yeah, you need the small equipment for this kind of waves.
Well, thank you very much, Tituan. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in the rest of the event. Pro tips there. Now you know the gear you got to get to do the things here at Punta Preta. Boys, back to you.
Brilliant stuff there from Tituan Galileo. Thank you very much, Joe. Really, really interesting to hear, you know, a champion's, what goes through a champion's mindset there, and, you know, coming from New Caledonia, a wave paradise, spends a lot of time over at One Eye in Mauritius. So if there's a guy on tour that knows about a wave, it is that Mr. Tituan Galea.
Yeah, that he does. And we're looking at the youngster Arthur from France right here, and he's on kind of a good one. Maybe he's going to be able to make a run at Clément. Darn it. It looks like the wave is kind of petering out. Potentially there is a set behind him.
Yep.
But it looks like Arthur just coming off foil, so I don't think he's going to... Clément is dropping into a good one.
Yeah, eyes on Clément now. Here we go.
Nice one, Clément. Oh, a big one. He's going to swoop right by Arthur. Oh, he's barely keeping that foil down.
Grabbing the rail at the board as well on that nice big left-hand maneuver.
Drags the wing. If Arthur can pump up on foil and tack into this wave, this set, oh, look at the youngster going for it.
There's another one at the back though, Chris. Yeah. I reckon something might form. Clément getting a really nice wave there, but look at this. Can Arthur start to get himself on the floor? Clément's seen it. Clément has seen it.
Clément is going to swoop in front of him and tack into this. He is not going to let this go to waste. Oh, he just decides against it.
Because of the wave behind. Because of the wave behind. I reckon this one's going to open up.
No. So both of them are not going to get these two set waves. What a shame.
You can see there the frustration, just leaning back, looking up to the heavens, thinking, no.
Oh, boy. Young Arthur from France is going to be kicking himself on that one. You know, he's on a small wing because he's a small... The kids like the small stuff. Christopher's the same way. But sometimes in the lulls, it means you come off foil, and he missed those two set waves.
Really, really unfortunate there, keeping us on our toes. And the red flag is up in the sky now, so that is it. Heat over. And just before we have the next riders, because it's going to be some two very talented riders coming up next, we are going to go now to the highlights from that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. We continue to fire through these men's heats, but introduce these two riders, Chris.
Oh, man, this is going to be a good one, Liam. We got Tom Aubert from France versus Christopher McDonald, the F1 rider from Hood River, USA. Christopher into one of the first ones. He is going to look to get an early score out there. Tom is in one out the back as well. It looks like these riders are going to hopefully get some waves this heat.
Yeah, it is looking nice out there, Chris. Also, little youngster out there in the water. Tom Aubert also going out. Both of these boys know how to surf the surf. I was seeing your son getting absolutely worked, but he is he takes the risk. He takes the risk. And then Tom Aubert, coming out of France, he's no shy man when it comes to waves. It's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, this one's going to be a good one. That's the thing with this pure wave discipline. Everybody has a shot, Joe. It's like on the freestyle side, it seems like we've developed a bit of a pecking order. So you can kind of look at the heats and say but like, for example, this round, we have no idea. I mean, Tom is amazing in the waves. I've seen him shred in Brazil, so I really think it's going to come down to wave selection.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that is what we are seeing, especially when there's not so many sets coming through. It does look like the sets are starting to get a little bit closer, and we're having maybe 2 to 3 sets a heat. But if you make a mistake and you don't pick out the good one, you can be losing scoring potential, and that can mean you're not going to be making it through the round.
Yeah, here we see Tom with a real nice bottom turn, real powered, going fast in that one. He's got a good one going here. That's a great wave. He pulls out of it. He's going to go out and look on the outside and look for something bigger. Yeah, Tom on this replay, this was a fast, powerful wave. It jacked up in the middle section for him and allowed him to go pretty fast through there. Both riders being slightly conservative and not riding it totally down the line. They're going to be looking for something bigger out there. Here comes Christopher McDonald from Hood River. He's looking for any type of set wave at this point. We've had a great time in Cabo Verde so far, shooting at Abu Dhabi and a whole bunch of other places, so maybe he'll get something out of this one. Let's see what he can do. There he goes, going into the deeper part of the wave. Getting a nice carve. That one's looking nice. He swoops back to the other side. Pumping his foil. Oh, he goes for an air. Does he ride out of it? Yes, he does. Oh, he pulls out. There's Tom behind him. Tom on a big swooping wave. Looks like they might actually even have another one behind him. We'll see if Christopher tacks into this one, which I'm almost sure he will.
Those were 2 very nice big set waves, probably the biggest ones we've seen out there today. Chris really carving the line, dragging it in and all the way back, using the power of the wave. And Tom Aubert, I'm going to say, was a little bit more straight lined.
Yeah, Tom got a better score on that last wave for sure. His wave carried all the way through, so we'll see. These boys are just hoping that Mother Nature provides the goods so they can get enough waves to let it be decided by riding, not just on pure wave selection. So here's Christopher dropping into one on the outside. Hopefully he gets some power out of this one. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, all right. So Chris looking up about the 5s for that last wave, waiting for scores to come in, and stylish carves back here, going back to the power zone there, mate.
Yeah, he's going for it here. I think he's just going to pull out of that one. It was big for a second, but it just wasn't quite enough to carry on all the way through.
And here we can see Tom Aubert also opening those shoulders, carving his way around. Nice. Now we're talking. Both of these athletes really going for it.
He drops in on one on the outside. Here's Tom still going on the inside.
All right, both of them there. Yeah, Christopher on another wave. They are keeping busy out there, dudes.
Yeah, this seems like it's every other heat is good, you know?
I mean, now we are getting close to that second round, and let's not forget, whoever loses this has a one-way ticket home, so they are both cutthroat out there. I can see the knife in their teeth, and it has been wave for wave. Let's have a little look at the scores as it stands so far. It is Christopher McDonald waiting for 2 scores to come in. He has a 9.13. Tom Aubert is already at a 10.20, but look at the groove and the smooth operator out there on the water. F1 rider, Christopher McDonald.
Yeah, Christopher's been practicing in the waves all week, and he's had a great time riding with some of the senior guys, Cowley and Mizu and Tituan and the Boyes, and that's what's so cool about the tour is that it's not like riders are going off and training by themselves. What they're doing is they're literally going out and just having fun together. It's so neat to see, Joe. Like, there's so much great camaraderie, and like, I don't know, it's a pretty special tour.
Yeah, I mean, it's one big crew, and what I really like to see also is, even though like when you're out there on the waves, there's no friends, you are competing against it. When they're waiting, they're on the shore helping each other out. If this one of the teammates needs another wing, they do it. There is that camaraderie, like you're saying there, and that is what we want to, portray. That's what we want these kids to have, that education, because these are the new generations, and we want to set those standards for them, and it's great to see them doing that.
Well, that's so important, Joe, because the senior guys like Zane and Titu and the Boyes, they're setting the example on, how to be good ambassadors to the public and how to talk to people and help them and recommend gear. Because a lot of times as a young rider, you may come in and you lost your heat and you got a fan already wanting to talk to you on the beach. It's easy sometimes to be grumpy, but what they're learning is that the ambassadors like T2, who's just so well-spoken and will take time and talk to anyone, it's just they're a really good role model for the younger generation.
Yeah, there we can see one of the top groms there, just chilling out, getting a little bit of sunbathing in his suit there, Axel Gerard. Axel has no fear. He has been putting in some bombs in the upcomings to this event, and looking forward to seeing how he is going to be making it through here.
Yeah, Axel has some real chops in the waves. I've been really impressed with that young man all week. I saw him take a pretty good beating yesterday in the early part of the seeding round, and he just got right back on his gear and paddled out and went and ripped. No fear.
Yeah, just bouncing off the rocks, these young kids. I reckon, I think if I took a wipe out of some of these boys, I'd end up like Mr. Potato out there, mate.
Yeah, Joe, a couple times this week they've been like, hey, Chris, why don't you go out? And I'm just like,
nah.
I'm good. I mean, I went out on a small section at Abu Dhabi, and I even clowned out there and fell and got caught up in the whitewater and almost went on the rocks. And I was like, man, just keep it together. Like, let the pros do their thing.
But you got to try. It is so cool to see the wingfoil community that has suddenly appeared here in Cape Verde. Because talking to organizers Joe Silva, there aren't so many wingfoilers here, and now because of the contest, everybody's come down. He knows that it is going to get pushed, and we are going to be seeing this place grow. And I mean, hey, it's a great sport. It is all about being in the ocean. For me, it doesn't matter what you want, as long as you're having fun. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I totally agree, Joe. Wingfoiling is so new still that a lot of these spots don't have the locals riding yet. So I suspect this stop and these athletes showcasing what they can do in the waves is going to change things. We're going to see more and more wingers every year. We're going to see more and more of these kids start ripping in the waves. So we're growing pretty fast right now.
Oh, we are, and it is speed lightning out there at the moment. We're still waiting for a couple of those sets to come through, but it does look like Christopher is taking on a bump, having a little look to the left, having a little look back to see if he's going to side. Looks like he's seen something a little bit further out and turning around there.
Yeah, he's trying to be patient and practice wave selection. He knows he's still got 9 minutes left. Tom's going to go and see if this one's going to do anything. It's so hard for these guys with the wave selection because it's like you can't just take any wave. It has to be big enough that you can improve your score. So here we see Tom. Oh, that one looked like it might have been worth it. Christopher may ride this one. As we get further into this, I think we're going to see some more commitment from Christopher, where he might start seeing more airs to see if he can improve his score.
Yeah, you can see him powering the wing there quite a lot. All right, going down, going back to that section. Now a little bit, he's looked like maybe aiming up to try and get an air here, but deciding against it. It was starting to get a little bit close to the rocks. Both of these guys, they really are testing out the waters. 12-17, Tomo Bear at the moment. Christopher out there with a 10-26, but both of these guys, plenty of time still in the chamber for them to fire some bullets.
Yeah, Christopher's already kind of a veteran at this point on the contest side, so he knew there, like, Joe, it's just not worth it to do an air on that small wave, because as we're seeing from the judges, they want to see the riders waiting for the big sets. So I'm glad that he was able to realize that this wasn't going to be the right one. He's still got 7 minutes left, and let's just wait and wait for the big set.
Yeah, and especially, the quality of the riders out there on the water on all of these heats, they know that it is the set waves that has the scoring potential. Right, like you're saying, to throw an air on something little like that, you're not going to get past maybe the 3s to the 4s. And at the moment, Tom Aubert has a 6.60 as his first score and a 5.57 as his backup. Christopher has a 5.23 as his best score and a 5.03 as his backup. So very close in between these two guys, but they are past that 5 points where it has to be a wow surf wave, which is what the judges are looking for.
Yeah, they're looking for bigger stuff now. So like I said, I suspect with Christopher that he is going to start doing airs, because he knows that unless he gets a really big wave and can like do something like this, might have some power. I know how bad he wants to front flip right now, but he just can't do it in this pure wave. But that one looks pretty fun, cutting back into the critical section. This is going to be a high scoring wave, so I think he might actually try and, let's see if he's got an air for us here. No, but that's going to be a good wave for him.
He was looking at it, but really nice carving style.
I think Tom might have an air for us here. Nope.
Tom Aubert coming back towards us all the way around. But yeah, both of these riders, nice wave there from Chris. And looking at the judges, it looks like he's going to have a top score. This might move him through into first position.
You know, Joe, I got to be totally honest with you. When it's my kid in the heat like this, I'm about 75% more nervous than normal. So I'm at this point, we're watching the replay. I'm really proud of him. Christopher got smashed pretty well here a few days ago. And he's just saying, you know what, I'm going for it right here. I'm representing F1, and I'm just proud of the kid right now. I'm a nervous dad. I'm also a commentator with you. So I obviously fairness is key. These contests are so challenging because they're judged. It's not like a race where there's a clear winner.
Yeah.
But I'm so impressed with the GWA overall with their scoring, because I see how seriously they take it. They review things. They'll go back and watch something. So it has been really good for us as athletes to see what they're going through and how much pressure they're under and how hard it is for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is cool, and especially, we have an international panel of 5 judges. Top and bottom scores get hit out, and of course the riders, they still have 12 waves, and the top 2 are the ones that count, so plenty of time. We're trying to keep it as fair as possible, but, as the Highlander says, there can only be one, and only one person is going to continue through, and especially with this new format, even though we got the qualifiers at the beginning with that seeding round, now whoever loses goes home.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, that's the thing. It's just basically sports in general. Someone said that to me last year, and they're like, man, there's a winner and a loser in everything. And it's tough because these guys travel a long ways. It's expensive to come here. The brands put up a lot of money. But in the end, it's not really about who wins and loses. It's about the overall experience we're having in Cabo Verde. It's just how spectacular it is. Like, we got to see this amazing kite final, and we had 3 Cabo Verdeans on the podium, which is just so special. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's really about the overall experience, and no one's going to remember who won in 2 years, but we're going to remember these experiences.
Yeah, and I think it's really important also for the younger generations to realize, maybe to come a couple of days earlier to a location, because, a lot of us can get caught in the bubble and just go to a location, and in the end you've come to the same beach for maybe 5 years in a row and you haven't even got to know the culture. It is so important to mix with the locals, mix with the people, taste the food, try the traditional things, because then, like you say, you leave a country with experiences and you don't just leave with a heat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm I guess I'm a senior guy now, 51 years old, almost 52. And it's like I have to remind myself every day to be grateful. There are times when I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm traveling, blah, blah, blah. And it's like I have to realize, a good friend of mine said, this is just a small chapter in your life. And enjoy it with your family. Enjoy it with Christopher. It is tough. Nicole, Christopher's mom, is at home, and she's an amazing wife, and I miss her. But the reality is he's not going to need us for much longer. I'm sure he's already thinking about ditching his parents. So, you know what? We're just enjoying it and just.
Such is life, mate. Such is life. I mean, I have tattooed on my side, it's not the destination, it's the journey itself. And it is the journey. Enjoy the journey. The destination doesn't matter. And there, the local organizer, Joe Silva, enjoying the journey, and looks like a nice little bit of lunch.
Oh, man. I haven't gotten to meet Joe yet, but I look forward to it. Like, what a special event this is. Like, the vibe at the kite scene was so strong. Like, just awesome.
No, it is. The vibe is there. The kills are here. And Tom Aubert, all right. So as it stands, yet Christopher is with a 12.26. He is in the lead with that 7.03 for that last wave.
We're going to see an air out of him. Come on, kid. Oh, he's being conservative.
Yeah, he's being conservative. A little bit more than 2 minutes on the ticker. Still maybe enough time for one set to come through. And now we can see the replay of that last wave there from the Frenchman, Tom Aubert.
Yeah, Joe, I think it might have something to do with, I don't know if you saw his Instagram post of that beating he took. And, he swam in for a little while, and that was a bit of a case of welcome to Cape Verde. And, he handled it well. I'm proud of him, and I wouldn't want to be in that position. And I'll tell you, my heart rate goes up when I see him getting into these positions. But anyways, it's all good. I'm glad they're having a nice battle. Tom is an amazing competitor. The duotone rider is always strong. It looks like he's on another good wave here, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, at the moment it is only 0.9 of a point in between them. So what Tom needs to increase one of his scores by 0.1 if he wants to be able to take this. And this is looking like a nice wave. Can he hold it together? It is wrapping up around the point, getting 2 good turns. Here's the third. It looks like he's going to try and create some speed. Are we maybe going to be seeing an air? Not yet. He is crouching out. Chris is at the back also, looking like there's another set wave coming towards us.
Might be a fun one for Christopher. Let's see what he's got.
All right, here he comes in.
Come on, Dom. There you go. Oh, that's a good wave. Oh, nice hard hack by Christopher. Oh, he's definitely going for it now.
He ain't messing around with
it
now.
Nice wave. I think he just said, be quiet there, Dad. I saw him look at me.
No, it's a good wave for both of them. Now, what Christopher's looking to do, either increases 7.03, which I don't think it's quite there, or increases 5.23 backup score. That could be possible. When it comes to Tom Aubert, he's looking to increase his 5.57 to a 5.67 by 0.1 of a point. And it is looking close. So very tense moments out there on the water, because it all could come down to the line as we are just coming up on the final 10 seconds. Who's it going to be? And Tom Aubert one more time all the way coming in close to the rocks. He knows how important it is. He does not care if he has to destroy his foil. He is going to ride that one all the way to the end. And there is the red flag. There is the buzzer. While we are waiting for scores to be dropped, I'm hitting the old refresh number like the Energizer Bunny. But before we go into some of the numbers, let's have a little look at some of those great waves, Chris. well, welcome back, everybody. Coming up next on the water, those two beasts. That is a big hit. Look at that. The youngsters up against the experience. Well, who are those two?
Well, Joe, that's Leon Scheel. He is a F1 next generation kid. He is 13 years old.
Wow.
He is from England, and he is a absolute charger. The guy is. I see Liam down there. He's shivering. He's so excited. He's flexing. Show us your English tattoo down there.
I will say, at least this youngster uses sun cream, mate.
No, Leon Scheel is an absolute legend already. He is, like we said, he's an F1 next-gen kid. And he has grown up on Cabo Verde, Joe. He has been vacationing here. His dad is an old windsurfer and has been coming here for 20 or 30 years. So Leon is, when I first saw Leon drop into one of the bombs on the seeding round, it was amazing. He has so much style. But Benoit Carpenter has just as much game. So I'd like to see if Leon can replicate his seeding round.
Yeah, let's not forget, Benoit is also the current world SUP wave champion. So this guy knows how to surf, and he has a lot of experience. He won the ISA not so long ago, so very experienced wave rider. Didn't have the best of luck in the seedings. He took out too much of a smaller foil and wasn't be able to get up there. So let's see if the next generation youngster here of the F1 team, Leon, can make it happen. And Chris, I'm going to let you do the honors, mate, because in that last heat, what happened?
Well, I'm going to concentrate on Leon right here. I feel I've got a lot of just respect and admiration for this young man. His dad, Chris, is sitting there watching the live stream at home. Sadly, he had to go home and take care of some business, but let me tell you, we are all rooting on Leon. He has absolutely proven himself at the young age of 13 to just be a ripper. We're watching the replay right here. Leon is filling his scorecard, so he is already a veteran competitor and knows how to really ride this Punta Preta, Joe.
Yeah, no, the youngsters, they're coming in hard, and it is great to see. But we are just waiting, as there you can see those two replays. So Benoit Carpentier here, using it windsurf style, not letting go of that fall for those first two turns.
Well, it's interesting because I wasn't sure who Benoit was, and now that I see, I know exactly who he is. This guy has been impressing me all week. He's been out at Abu Dhabi shredding. I recognize his free wing and starboard kit. He has definite game. I just was always like, who is that guy? So Leon has his hands full here. You know, Leon from England, his family, all his brother and sisters are all watching right now, and I'm cheering on the youngster. But Benoit, man, I've been watching you ride all week, and you shred as well. So this should be a good heat.
Yeah, the David versus the Goliath going out there on the water at the moment. But no, really good to see as we continue on for this day number 2.
So, Joe, just in, I got the results from Heat 13, and Christopher McDonald from Hood River just advances past Tom Aubert, the Frenchman, the duotone rider, both putting up a battle. So, congratulations, kid. You're moving on.
Yeah, moving on. It looks like the youngster is still staying alive. Yet another round through to round number 2. And the match-ups in that round number 2 are starting to create some nervous riders on the shore, because it is just going to get harder and harder, and it is whoever gets eliminated is going home. Now back to the heat that we have on the water. Benoit Carpentier, SUP Wave World Champion, a very experienced competitor. First time we've seen him out here on the wing in Punta Preta, but also up there against Leon, who is one of the next generations and really one of the rippers. Both of these boys have their hands full.
You know, Leon was in Mauritius with Noe Kuyela, who was in the first heat of the day and absolutely has crazy style, Noe from Corsica. And it's like, these kids are unbelievable. Like, I saw Noe and Leon, like, riding just bombs in Mauritius. And then there's a specific clip of Leon, like, sending it off the peak, going, like, 35 feet in the air. The kid is 13, Joe.
No, I mean, no fear. I mean, Chris, you remember when you were 13 and you would probably be skateboarding, motorbiking, or whatever. Concrete didn't hurt, the water didn't there, and the fear wasn't there. It is an advantage that they have, but I mean, they are pushing boundaries.
Joe, at 13, I was not even close to what these kids are able to do. I mean, I think I was probably trying to skateboard, but pretty pathetic. But Benoit looking to improve. Neither Leon nor Benoit has seen a real set wave yet, but Leon in front right now with a 3.63. Benoit, that is definitely going to improve on that 1.83 because he's only showing one score. But, you know, there's Leon. It looks like he's out on the new Strike V3, that really cool blue color. He is going to be hanging out the back. Now we're on the veteran with the starboard rider here, looking really good. Man, I'd almost like to see this guy subfoiling right now if he's a world champion paddler.
It is incredible. Yeah, been in the starboard team for a very long time out there with Sven Rasmussen, the head honcho there, the Speedy Tiki of the Starboards brand, you know, one of the biggest windsurf brands out there. Good. How's it going, Sven? It has been a very long time, and Benoit here
on
up
a
and
good
down.
one. Oh, he almost keeps it together. You could tell. Oh, Leon's behind him. So Leon, 13 years old. Look how deep he is in that pocket. Leon's been trained by some of the best surfers and windsurfers on Cobb. Look at him. Oh, my God. He's just so smooth. Yeah, I have to say, Joe, I've gotten to ride with Leon all week and hang with his dad. And Leon has so much game for 13 years old. Like, this kid's got such a bright future.
Yeah, he does. But out there at the moment, Benoit Carpentier already a 5.67 on that wave. And here, Leon cruising and
that's going to
cruising.
improve his score for sure.
Really nice. Nice and carving, nice and easy. That is what we want to see. And the youngster really putting it to, waiting for some scores to be dropped. And Benoit also waiting for a wave to be coming his way, as it is going to be close. But before we go back out there on the water, it looks like there is a little McDonald over there as he is about to have a beach interview, winning his last heat.
So down here with, you do this, yeah? Christopher McDonald just coming off the water from that last heat win. Chris making it a little bit difficult out there, but you managed to get over the line. What are conditions like out there? As I know your forte is that freestyling.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really used to the waves, but luckily in the last half an hour, the wind and waves have picked up a lot. So I'm really stoked on that.
And we've got your dad up in the booth watching down on you. Any thoughts on old dad in the booth with Joe at the moment?
You know, sometimes it's a bit embarrassing, but I think it's super fun to have him up there, and yeah.
Yeah, we enjoy having him as well. And let's just talk about how your year has started over in New Zealand. Couldn't have started any better, taking the surf freestyle win.
Yeah, I've been training super hard in Mexico every day for 2 months, so I'm really stoked to win that event. Hopefully I can win a couple more this year and take the championship.
I was about to ask, goals for the year, at the start of the year, how do you prepare yourself? So is it, I'm winning a world championship this year. Obviously last year, Malu taking the win, it was super close. You found yourselves again in the final together. We could see that going on this year. Surf freestyle and the free fly slalom, how's it looking for you?
Surf freestyle is definitely my main focus, and Malo's definitely my rival, but also my friend, so stoked to be in the final with him some more.
And just lastly, before I let you go, you're obviously one of the lighter riders on the tour here. What goes through your mind when you're choosing equipment? What were you riding out there during that heat?
I was riding my Strike V2 4.5. I definitely had a lot of power, but I mean, it was enough. And my Escape 530 foil is perfect for the big waves.
Well, we best of luck for the rest of the competition. Super stoked to see you go through. Christopher McDonald making it through to the next round.
There it is, Chris. I can see a smile on your face over here.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, Joe. Sometimes when he's up, it's, it's like, do I go run around the beach or do I sit here and try and commentate? And I think it's actually a little bit distracting doing this. And it makes me realize that, like, you know what? It doesn't matter who wins and loses. Like, it's about the experience. It's like what we talked about earlier. So, life's good. I'm glad he won it, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no, good riding. But going back to the water, that man there, Benoit Carpentier, is comfortably in the lead with a 12.07 versus Leon on a 9.56. But we haven't seen many set waves coming their way, as we have still just under 9 minutes to go. I reckon there's still going to be loads of opportunities for them to score out there.
Yeah, Joe, right now I know Leon is looking for a set wave. That's where we're going to see this young local really show his chops here. Benoit, a seasoned competitor, what he's been doing, he's filling his scorecard. He keeps improving with all these great turns he does on the waves. Benoit has a really nice, smooth style. Like I said, I've been watching him all week and quite impressed. But I think if Leon were to get you know, a couple set waves that we're going to see the youngster go into like a super deep, tight spot, and I think he'll improve on his scores.
I'm just really impressed the no fear factor that you can see out there. And okay, so windsurf style here. Benoit Noir's not even letting go over the wing there. What are your thoughts on that? Totally.
You know, in the end, it's just like scoring. Like, I don't necessarily care who wins, but if it's fair.
Yeah. And I think, you know, in the end, conditions have to be equal for everybody out there. And you got to do what you got to do to get that ball in the back of the net. And here we can see Benoit also trying to get those there. But, I mean, especially this place, Punta Preta, this is where we used to see Josh Angulo do some of the biggest floaty windsurfing airs. And, you know, I remember having a poster on my wall of him with his hands behind his back, hooked in the old Jesus Christ. And I think this place makes that possibility, and personally I would like to see someone, just when they do that bottom turn, power up and float, kind of like we saw in those windsurfing days.
Yeah, and you know, kind of one of my favorite old men moves, which I do all the time, is backwind. And I think you could backwind into these waves, and then potentially some of these, you know, pro guys backwind to like a shove it, or that's one of my favorite old windsurfing moves. And I'm not even sure I'm using the right term for it, but where it's almost like they lay the sail down and do a Rayleigh almost, which I think looks so sick. That's a big move in Hood River. And wouldn't that be cool to see some floaters or the shove-its? So, again, like I said, I've been incredibly impressed with, you know, race director Juan, like basically explaining to people this morning his thought process, like how he comes here so early and there's no waves. So then he's sitting there thinking, gosh, I have to move to Kite Beach. Yet he's also like, we don't want to be at Kite Beach. We want to be here. So it's not like that there's some dark force behind the organization that wants to do it in a certain place. They want what's best for the sport. And what's best for the sport right now is to showcase it here at Punta Preta.
Totally, because, you know, what we are trying to do here is 100% waves. So we could go to Kite Beach. The waves are maybe knee-high. It is mushy. It is onshore. But then you would have to throw freestyle in there. And there's a lot of riders like that man on your screen right now, Benoit Carpentier, who wouldn't be at this event if there was a freestyle possibility. We see the Zanes, the Mizos, the Chiali. You know, this is what they want. This is what we want to push. And we have to respect that and keep to that and listen to the riders. That is why there's a committee. That's why we have riders getting involved. You know, in the end, this is not it's not a dictatorship. It is a democracy that everybody has their little grain of sand, and communication is key.
I totally agree. And like I said, it comes down to the bigger picture. Of course, we all have emotions around competition time where, you know, we want so-and-so to win, our teammate, or blah, blah, blah. But overall, it's about the experience and our relationship with each other and to the spot we're in, and it being fair. That's what I want. Like when Malo won the championship for me last year at that final event, you know, he ran the cards, he won the whole event, and he was by far the best rider.
Absolutely.
And it was fair, Joe.
On that place, on that day, he was the guy who was number one. And that doesn't mean that, you know, a lot of the times, you know, we have those free riders, those free surfers, that sometimes they might not be the best contest rider, but a lot of people will say, you know, kind of like the Clay Marsers of surf, who don't put it together in contests, but you go out there on any day of a free surf, he is one of the best in the world. But, you know, to be a competition rider is a completely different animal. You have to be able to do all of it, and you have to be the best rider every day on all different spots. And I mean, that is no easy task. I mean, look at here. Look at that replay there from Eon all the way down. Nice. And I really like how this kid, he keeps busy and incredible at such a young age. Like you say, he has really got a bright future coming towards him. And here we can see Benoit.
Oh,
nice
Benoit's
carving.
on a screamer.
That was a beauty. He longboards a lot as well, Chris. So you can see that longboarding style in here, similar to what we see with Zane.
Take a look out the back. Oh, I'm looking at Leon. He's got 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes to go, and come on, Leon, let's get a set for him. Joe, I'm going to peek around the corner. I'm pretty excited right now. I know his dad is anxious at home, and oh, he's on a good one. Look, he carries a big bottom turn. He's going to go up and cut all the way back, super committed. Oh, Leon is going to definitely improve. We might even see an air. He could keep riding.
Deciding against it there at the end.
What is his backup score?
So his smallest one is a 4.9.
Oh, that's got to improve on that.
That must improve. Look at that. That is very good wave selection from him. Nice first time, setting him up back to the power zone. digging it in, and that was a nice turn, keeping this speed. I thought he was going to go for an air there. He was looking at it. I could see air in his eyes.
Yeah, you can definitely tell these athletes are wanting to send it, but I think what they're doing is they're realizing that the important part is continue to chase those big set waves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, we are just like you at home, where we are refreshing the computer, trying to see the score update. But what's so challenging is I've actually seen these judges when they're working. It is so intense in there. We are looking out the back. Benoit's on an absolute heater right there.
Nice bottom turn. Look how he got his body nice and low. Now we are talking. This is surfing.
But same with Leon out the back as well. Ooh, Leon's on a beast. Oh, Leon's could be the wave of this heat. He bottom turn, slashing. Come on, Leon. Oh, in the critical section. And there's another one.
Yeah, both of these
He's still
guys,
got a minute to go, so
they are not letting it out.
This one is
letting it out.
Super close, Joe. Got.
All right, so there's that replay. Benoit, I like how he crouches for that bottom turn, but I tell you what, the next wave coming up from Leon, that was an absolute bomb. There you can see him getting in the screen there, turn for turn, synchronized surfing.
Yeah, these two guys just had a great run of waves. I mean, incredible. Like, look at Leon, the 13-year-old from England, absolutely just going link for link on his big turns. Look, overhead for the youngster.
Good size.
Any score? Oh, it's so close. Look at that. 22 seconds left.
At the moment, it is by 1.27, but there are still scores waiting to be dropped as both of these riders have got some numbers coming their way. Leon, that last wave might have put the nail in the coffin. We will soon find out. But Benoit Carpentier does have that 6.5 up there and around the middles of his score, as we already have that red flag in the sky. Pressing refresh button here to see those scores coming in. We will soon find out. But before we do, let's have a recap of the best highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. There you can see our security team just having a little chill. So we are going to be going back and having a rerun of 10 minutes in between Axel Gerard and Noah Angulo. So there was a look over. So there was a protest, meaning that the protest was won, and they are going to have 10 minutes of action out there on the water. Axel Gerard coming out of Spain, and then we have Angulo, obviously the younger son of the famous Josh Angulo, the man that gave me the phrase of the loosey-goosey when he was in here in the booth of 2019. Josh, if you were listening, I hope you're okay, mate. We are missing you out here, but your youngster representing at your wave.
Oh, man, that's so cool. I lived on Maui in the 90s, Joe, and Angulo and the Quattro boys and Ordonez and Keith, like, and Dunkerbeck, it was amazing. Like, it was such a powerful time in the windsurfing community. Like, it was so fun, but it's really cool. I've kind of heard the stories about Angulo discovering Cabo Verde years ago, and this, you know, he's been living here and raising his family here, and what a cool thing to see Noah and Zane together, and like, it's just so funny how there's such a connection with all the riders.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the things I love about water sports, I think all of us that have been involved in water sports, there is tradition. there is generations. You know, like for example, my father's a surfer. He's 74 now, and probably one of the best things I can do is when I go and surf out with him, and I'm sitting out there out the back and just go, yeah, okay, respect. I hope I can end up like that. And you see it yourself with your young boy out there, and I hope one day that those generations will keep going on. But that is kind of something that really does happen in these water sports.
Yeah, you know, Christopher's mom, Nicole, and I, our main goal of teaching Christopher and his older sister, Claire Bear, shout out to her. She's at San Diego State, 20 years old, living the dream. When they were learning to kite, Nicole and I's entire idea was to give back our love of the water, because life is better when you're doing water sports. Like, you will continue your passion, whether you start windsurfing, then you start kiting, and now it's on to winging, and now my passion is SUP downwinding, which is amazing. But the reality is that it's all about the water, and you can see it in Noah, and you can see it in Zane, and it's amazing. So we are rerunning this. We're doing 10 minutes of this heat. There was a protest. What the judges do is they go back and they take a look at some of the video and they say, okay, you're right, let's give him another 10 minutes on this. So it's between Axel and Noah now, and we'll see how it goes.
It's good to join you again, Chris. I'm just swapping positions now with Joe, as Joe's going to go down towards the beach and just get the few of the riders together just for a few of these interviews. And how's it been up here? I've just been down on the beach, and the conditions, the wind, is still there, still pretty solid. And I can see we've got just under 7.5 minutes left. And, wow, some good heats, and good to see your young boy through as well.
Yeah, that one was stressful. I'll be clear about that, sitting in the booth. But like I said, you know, it's good because it forces you to realize that it's not about winning this one single silly round. It's about the experience together, and he's not going to need us in probably less than a year. He's going to want to travel on his own. So just to enjoy every moment.
And what does that mean for you? If he's traveling on his own, you're going to need to get the air miles in as well.
You know, I'm not sure what I'm doing with myself, Liam. You know, this broadcasting thing's pretty fun for sure. But I don't know. I mean, Hood River is a pretty amazing place to live, and you know, I miss my wife, Nicole. She's a wonderful woman. So she's back home. It's freezing there. She has a job. It's, you know, it's not all roses. So anyways, I mean, we've had so much fun on the GWA, and New Zealand was amazing. I mean, it was a lot of flights to get here, and maybe in the future we'll take a break somewhere. Maybe we'll go home for even 48 hours. But I think we traveled for 39 hours of actual plane time.
Well, you definitely got your air miles in there. And now we have Axel Gerard still just sitting in that first position, just over 6 minutes left. And this heat playing out quite nicely as Noah Angulo has some chasing to do. Local time now is just coming up to 3:30, so still the sunset is, we seem to go around 6:30. That's how far we can probably push to, but having a little recap on the last couple of days, as soon as it gets to about 6 p.m, that's where the conditions do start to just drop off a little bit.
Yeah, Liam, it's a real challenge organizing these things, and when you guys need to put so many ducks in a row that, you know, you've got the spots, are we at Kite Beach or are we here, you know, then how does the forecast look? So it's like it's always a game time decision for the race director and the rest of the crew. Like, do we scramble over to Kite Beach? Like, where are we running the women? So again, it's like that's what I like to see. I like to see the ability of the whole team to bob and weave. You know, competitors can get antsy or a little bit irritated that maybe it's not at the spot they want it to be, but they have to realize that everyone is truly doing the best they can.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about bobbing and weaving around, here we go. Noah Angulo on this wave. Axel Gerard just recently pulling out of a very similar looking wave, but the two riders there with just under 5 minutes remaining, managing to find themselves just another wave because scores are dropping for those two. And on your screen now, Noah. On your screen now, Axel. So two riders battling it out because the loser will be going home. Round one, this is a recap a little bit of heat number 2 that happened earlier on in the day. And then after this heat, we have a little bit more coming your way as we look at the replay from Axel Gerard.
Yeah, Axel, the young Frenchman, the AFS rider, has so much wave game. I haven't seen this from him just because I haven't seen him riding the waves. But Liam, a few days ago in the seeding round, he took a pounding and just absolutely bounced right back, grabbed his board, took a few paddles to get over the whitewater, and sent it on the next wave.
These young kids, they can just, you know, take that pounding and get back on their kit and back out to it. I mean, again, finding another wave and a nice big left hook there as he cuts back into the pocket of the wave. And I can hear the crowd enjoying this one because both riders now are getting fully engaged. Noah Angulo on the back, Axel Gerard coming towards the back end. Here we go, crowd loving it.
Yeah, Liam, oh no, it just goes down. I was about to say that could be a wave that might potentially change the outcomes of this. Noah was on a big one, and he just couldn't quite keep it together. He's going to be kicking himself for that one, but you know what? He had the wave, and he just couldn't make it happen.
Tight scores at the top there. Axel Gerard, 9.23. As your heat winner currently on your screen, this is the replay of that last wave, making every inch of it count. Nice shot there of both riders getting engaged with just another wave. As I'm looking at the scoreboards, these are the 8th ride for Axel, and Noah has got 9 waves, so it's been quite the busy heat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Noah he's looking for one more bomb to maybe change the scores. He's got quite a bit to make up, but you never know. He just overfoils there, and looks like his foil kind of wobbled a bit on him, and he couldn't quite stay on it.
Good shot there of the foil as well when it came out the water, because that just gives you a little bit of an idea with the size of that front wing that these riders are doing. We've referred to it a few times today. Tiny kit. That tiny kit giving them the flexibility to be really maneuverable on the wave. And, you know, you've mentioned, Chris, they're the best wingers in the world, so for them to actually get going on this kit is a challenge itself.
Yeah, Liam, if I got on Josh's kit, or even worse, Axel's, I almost guarantee you I would be swimming in on the rocks. Like, sinking up to your neck and no chance. But then you see a rider of like Tituan Galea, who's a big guy, and he does it. He does it on a 530 escape foil and a 4-meter wing in this wind. And you're just like, what's going on? I mean, it's one thing if you have the power to get out of certain situations in the waves. Like we rode La Perouse 2 years ago with Tituan, and he rode the big day, and then we went back the next day, and it was still terrifying. I mean, yeah. But the part that was so scary is that the wind was so light. So a couple times I found myself sinking up to my neck, whereas Tituan never crashes and never comes off foil. So if there's wind, it's a different vibe because you can use the wing to save you or to get out of certain situations. You might crash and be able to water start right away, but on a day like today where, you know, when it's glassy, I'm not sure if the viewers from home can see how like shiny the water is. That means it's like 12 knots.
Yeah, as you can see, the sun's starting to start to get a little bit lower now, so it's definitely going to be a little bit harder to see our riders out there. And just having a little think about what you were saying out there with Tituan, when you were riding with Tituan, you know, next time you should bring a tow rope out there and help you out, get you back up on that foil. But on the beach, I can see Joe down there with one of our athletes. So here we go. Let's go and have a little look at what Joe is going to have in store for us.
And welcome back, everybody. Standing down here with Benoit Carpentier. Benoit, congratulations, winning your heat. Nice waves out there.
Yeah, really happy. I was quite nervous after the round one. How you call it? Seating round. After the seating round yesterday, I couldn't get up on my foil. I chose obviously the smaller board and small foil, so it wasn't working. I ended up flying at 2 minutes before the end of the heat. So obviously my draw wasn't the best today. Leon is obviously a tough rider. He's young and he's promising for the future like crazy, and that was a big matchup, and I'm really happy that we got some wave during the heat. Super happy to be here in Cape Verde. It's my first time. Stoked to be surfing Punta Preta, which is an iconic wave for all the windsurf and sailing sports. And no, it's just nice to be here and all my friends here as well, and stoked to make this heat.
Yeah, Benoit, obviously you come from an SUP background. You are the world champion in APP Tour on the waves. You got second this year in the ISA, and then you were world ISA champion in 2019. Everybody knows you on an SUP board on the waves. How does that translate to the wing? Because with this new discipline of pure surfing, there are a lot of surfers that are coming to tour, which we are very happy to have you guys here.
Yeah, well, it's I got introduced to foiling with obviously Starboard. I'm really thankful for Freewing and Starboard Foil, obviously, for sending me some gear around over. I've always been just touching like pretty much everything that touched the water, like from bodyboarding, body surfing, sailing with my parents, doing many different things in the water. So it came pretty naturally, and I think it's the same kind of the style they're looking right now with the big carding turn and stuff. That's really what I do produce on my stand-up, and it's just like the same feeling, and the speed is just amazing. So that's why I'm happy that there is a tour with the wave now, and I think it looks great, and I'm really happy to try to push.
Yeah, well, congratulations one more time. Great win out there, Benoit. We look forward to seeing you in the next rounds. Rest up, because round number 2 is looking very hard. Boys, back to you.
Brilliant stuff there. Thank you very much, Joe. Good to catch up with Benoit there, and that's what this wing tour, the wing foiling tour with the waves is doing, Chris. It's attracting riders like Benoit.
You know, that was a really interesting interview for me, Liam. I loved hearing how he said it's attracting more surfers, and it kind of clicked in my head what you guys are trying to do, that it's like you want to try and draw from surfers all over the world that may have discovered foiling and have this new amazing tour.
And here we have, next up, Julien Boyer against Chucho Nonot, both coming out of France. Round 1, heat number 16. And just look at that. I'd love to be out there on that boat in the background, enjoying the vibes here in Cape Verde, Punta Preta. That is the wave that we are at, this lovely little right-hand peeling wave. And hopefully some good sets on our way, because 2 riders now on the water. Very, very talented athletes.
Yeah, this one could go either way. Boyer versus Nuno this is a challenging one for sure. I've seen Chucho do some amazing stuff in the waves, as well as the Boyers always are good.
And just right now, we're going to have a little replay of the last heat, because this is Julien now, who caught his first wave, scores to drop. And the Boyer brothers, both riding for RRD. You can see Julien here linking a few nice turns together, carving nicely as he makes his way back out towards the edge of the competition area. But amazing for Julien to be able to travel the world with his brother as well, Camille.
Yeah, they have a really entertaining YouTube channel called Juju Cams, and it's like they're always so happy and stoked, and they drive around in this old Volvo and go surfing and camping out of it, and it's like they make these really cool YouTube videos, and it's like, it's just awesome, you know what I mean? Like, I'm such a big fan of those two. Here we see Chucho on a good one. Chucho, a little air, he's back up on foil. The judges are going to like that.
Yeah, a little bit of variety shown there from Chucho on the wave. Any reason, an excuse to get a little bit of an airtime, a little bit of a freestyle maneuver. Why not? If you can, you might as well, because waves are coming in thick and fast during this heat. This is Julien's second wave. It's not looking like one of the bigger ones, really quite far on the right-hand side. Don't think this one is going to open up nicely. However, it is the second wave of the heat, so it will score.
Yeah, so Julien's filling his scorecard there, and, you know, he's got that same swooping style as his brother. And, you know, here we're seeing Chucho out there. Chuch is his nickname, and he's a pretty amazing young man. He speaks like 5 languages, and his dad, Fred's an amazing dude. But it's just so cool to see, like, he's a new school kind of, I consider him an amazing prone foiler, Chucho. So I think we're going to see a lot of airs out of him.
That's what we want to see, and definitely when I saw his name at the event, I thought, yep, this is a kid to watch at a wave discipline event. Knows how to rip and tear up the waves. And there he is on your screen right now, riding the Nova from North. Wonder what size he is on. But you can't miss that wing. Big, bright, and blue as he holds the handle now, holding the wing behind, dropping in, gaining some speed, and once again, loving the air time there, Chris.
Yeah, he's just what I would almost call a new school rider. I mean, he's young. I don't even think he's over 18, and he is already a seasoned veteran. It looked like he almost wanted to jump into that wave, and I think he realized, uh-oh, I'm at the Pure Wave event.
Yeah, we've seen a few freestyle maneuvers. I mean, Hendrik Lopez doing quite a few. Gregorio Puglisi against Francesco Capuzzo also did quite a lot. And I think Chucho here, with the conditions out there just being on that little bit of a smaller side, I reckon we'll see air maneuvers on most of his waves.
Oh, Chucho's on a good one.
Yeah, here he goes. Dropping in.
Wow, that's a great wave for Chuch.
Dropping in, and he railing from rail to rail. Carving nicely. And just exiting that one, just getting the scorecard busy.
Yeah, that's gonna make things much tighter for Chucho. I want to see how they score his airs, because he can go much bigger too. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a 360 out of Chucho.
Yeah, 360. Definitely wanting a little bit more speed to generate that power to launch off the wave, do the old rotation up in the sky, and then land perfectly after. But just under 14 minutes left remaining. Look at the scores on the doors. 9.90 for Julian, closely following behind Chucho on the 7.57, and once again dropping into a nice looking wave here.
Oh, Chucho's got a bomb. And oh, look at Julian behind him on a huge one. It almost looks bigger.
Yeah, this is the set. Definitely a bigger one out the back there for Julian. Working every part of it. What I'm really liking our riders doing at the moment, Chris, is they're really carving left and getting deep in the pocket, keeping it together, but nope. Coming off the foil and losing all the power, but just look at the wave behind. Unfortunately, no riders on, but starting to filter through now. There's a little bit of movement out there.
Yeah, Liam, it's good to see the energy coming back. Boy, that last wave by Julian's going to be tough for Chooch to beat. It was big. He waited for it, and that's, I think, the biggest one we've seen this this heat. So Chucho's, what he's going to be doing right now is he's going to be out the back looking for something big, and then I expect more airs out of him. So let's see how the scores drop.
Yeah, scores starting to drop. Chucho has got 4 waves on the board, 2 of which are counting, but we have a score to drop. We also have a score to drop for Julian. So maybe shake things up, looking at the current judge scores, because don't forget, guys and girls at home, we do have a little bit of an inside knowledge when rough scores are coming our way. That is the perk of being down here in the booth, watching the live action as it prevails. But yes, there we go. Scores just starting to drop. No improvement for Chucho, but Julian may be looking to improve on that low wave from a 4.00.
So, Liam, we're still only 8 minutes into this thing. Julian has a pretty good lead at 9.9 versus 8.87. But, I mean, all these guys really need is another set. And then I expect Chucho to, you know, really do a committed air, which will be a much higher scoring trick for him.
And there he is on your screen, your current heat leader. Just out the back on the far right side. I mean, we've got to poke our heads right around the corner of this booth just to find our athletes and see what they're up to. But the swell is there. It's definitely shifted. Waves have definitely sort of altered around. We're not seeing that peeling right-hander all the way into the beach. They're sort of just cutting short that little bit around where in front of our booth. So not the longest of waves, but when that set comes through, it definitely is that little bit sweeter.
Yeah, I think this was forecasted for it to turn a little bit north. So, I mean, that's really what we're seeing. Like, sitting in the booth here, we're actually having to poke our heads out around the corner to see the competitors now.
Oh, wow. Here we go. This is like looking like a nice wave for Julian. Really making this one big turn. Let's see if he can carve right back into the pocket. Decides not to go too far in as he's making his way. But Chucho as well out the back on a little bit more of a mellow wave. I reckon that might close out in front of him. Flatlining this section, trying to get past as the wave speeds up. It could get nasty here.
Oh. So right now, Chooch is just gripping that board with his toes. Oh, I think he lost it. I'm not positive. He may have just been able to grab it, but he does have a wave behind him.
Yeah, this could get a little bit nasty.
This is going to get dicey.
Boom, gets spanked in the shore. All the kit is still in one piece, but here we have the replay from that last heat. Julien Boyer down and carving nicely at the top of that section, dropping back in, keeping the momentum going through the foil, driving through the feet, keeping that pressure on that front foot so that the foil does not breach out of the water. And then the highlight from Chucho, again on the slightly smaller wave, didn't get the best out of the two. And looking at the corner of my eye, the sets have calmed down and Chucho is finally being able to just take a breather and get back out into the competition area.
Yeah, unfortunately, Liam, at the end of that last wave we just saw from Chucho, he did go down and get carried onto the rocks. So then the problem is the waves behind it. But it does look like it's gone flat, and he is able to swim back out. Now, if you look at the sheen on the water, it's so challenging because that's like 0 knots. So we're going to watch the young French rider, Chucho Nono, North sponsored, and see if he can get back up and get back out there.
And for those at home as well, that paddling technique that you can see, you know, it's not always just about jumping on the board and trying to pump the wing. Sometimes take a minute, lie on the board, and Chucho is showing very well there that that's a good way just to get out into the water. Sometimes, especially at my home spot at home in the UK, we have quite a big shore break at high tide. So just getting on the board, having a little paddle, letting the wing flap behind you is the best way to get out. But someone who is out there at the moment getting amongst this set wave is Mr. Julien Boyer.
Oh, Julien with that classic Boyer carving style at the top of the mast, going into the critical section. Here comes an air. Oh my gosh, right in front of Chucho. He's stoked. He fist pumps. Woo. He pulls out of the whitewater, which is so hard.
Still bumping around.
He's still going. Oh, Julian's going to be absolutely stoked on that wave.
And looking at the scores, just dropping. 6.50 is Julian's lowest wave score. He has a 7.03 to back that up. Combining total 13.53. As you can see here, ripping and dipping along this wave. Cannot wait to see that air maneuver.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that scores, because that was in a critical section right over the rocks, and he pulled it off, gave the crowd a fist bump right there. Look at that, so sick. Way to go, Julien.
And scores have dropped now for Julien. There it is, 7.70. Lovely little increase on that 6.5. So bumping the score up, 14.73. He is not here to mess around.
So what we're seeing right now is that the judges just rewarded that last air with, I mean, it was a really good wave to start with, but the difference is that air at the end, and it scored a high 7 and bumps Julien up to a 14.73.
Yeah, I can see one of the judges there just giving a nice score. I mean, why not? That is what we want to see. A little bit of variety on the wave, but hang about a minute. All eyes on the prize for the Blue North Wing. So riding this wave, Blue North Wing, Chucho. At the moment, we have one of the other riders on your screen, but there he is. Chucho coming in towards the shallows. Do not go down. Also going for an air maneuver and keeping it together. Not quite as elegant and as big as Julien's. Definitely didn't get as many turns as Julien, but we've just seen the judges reward a little bit of air. Are we going to see an increase on Chucho's 4.30? That's his lowest wave score at the moment.
Yeah, that was a good wave by Chucho at the end. You know, he made the best of what he had. It wasn't the biggest wave. It definitely wasn't as big as Julien, so he's not going to get that big of a score. But it was pretty critical at the end, that little air he did.
Yeah, keeping it together in the shallows. We've mentioned the rocks being so close to that foil. Being able to just stick a little bit of air right at the end of the wave and come out of it is quite impressive. So, scores on the doors at the moment. We can still see Julien in first position as we are waiting to see what Chucho scored. And there we are, nice little spot there. You can see just one of the riders there in the Lycra, just having a little chat to one of the friends or family on the beach, just looking at the conditions out there as we enter 5.5 minutes remaining in this heat. And our riders are out there. It's pretty calm out there at the moment. Nothing really to get excited about. Nothing that's getting me on the edge of my seat just yet. But sets are coming in. They are coming through. And we just got to wait patiently out here because wave selection and experience, that is playing a big factor. Wonder how the rest of this heat is going to progress because we are in round 1, heat number 16 here in Cape Verde.
So Liam, this is the last heat in round 1. So it was interesting because our number 1 seeded rider, Cowley, did not have an opponent to go up against. So he gets what we would call a bye, or he gets to go straight into round 2.
Yeah, and that's a rider that I'm very much looking forward to watching because very, very big score in the seeding round. Came up, as you mentioned, number 1. And I reckon he's looking out there and itching to get out there. But great that he can get that by. But also, Chris, sometimes it's good to just get that heat under your belt because, you know, iron out the cobwebs, just have a little feel for the conditions. Cowley's going to be going in blind and just being able to look and not actually get out there and feel the wave.
You know, that's true. Yesterday in the seeding round, he had a crash at the very end and actually came in on the rocks, and he was disappointed at himself because he was trying a new foil. and he just didn't have enough time on it to actually, be fully prepared. So Callie's a true professional. He's a 3-time world champion, and here we're looking at a couple replays on both sides. Still got 4 minutes left. Chucho getting another air, looks like, and he's got something behind him.
Yeah, a couple of rolling waves coming through. None of these riders are in the best position to catch the rest of this set, but still a couple of scores going down. Julian's lowest score, 7.03. Chucho's lowest score, a 4.60. Don't think those waves are going to increase on any of those, but Julian in quite a nice commanding lead at the moment, just with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Julian is looking pretty good right here. If Chucho can get a set and he can, do a bit of his new school air riding, which I'm totally sure he's capable of doing because I've seen him rip. He's still in this, but right now, Julian's in a pretty commanding spot. 3 minutes left. Chucho's going to need a big bomb and then to do something extraordinary on it.
And on this wave at the moment, nice little left turn to get real deep in the pocket there, but wave didn't form up nicely, not much flow, not really liking what he feels and deciding against it because, patience is a virtue out there. You've got to be just waiting for the right set to come, and with just over 2.5 minutes left, they are praying that a big set comes their way because we know it can happen. We've seen it today. Big heats like the one with Francesco and Gregorio. They had an absolute stomper, and then we saw it again a few heats later, and again a few heats later. So I don't know about you, Chris, but for me it's like every maybe 3 heats we're seeing the big bombs come through, and then a couple of average sets, maybe one big set in each heat, but then every 3 or 4 heats it's continuous waves.
Yeah, Liam, I can't make any sense of it, really. I wish I could say, oh, it's the low tide or it's this. Or the one thing, it has picked up a little bit on the wind side.
Yeah.
But again, it doesn't make sense. Tituan and Fabian had 0 waves, and then the 2 Italian guys had they could go home happy now. They just both caught 15 waves.
Yeah.
So it's just, I guess this is a surfing event, and as I think about a surf contest, it really is all about waiting and knowing the spot.
Yeah, hats off to the sports crew as well with that 20 minutes. I think 20 minutes is bang on the money. It's giving our riders, even in those quiet heats, waves to catch. As we've seen in this heat, this hasn't been, the biggest waves that we've seen and the most frequent waves we've seen. But, the scores still say, oh, we've got some big scores there and there are 1.5 minutes left. And, 20 minutes is more than enough time to catch the right wave at the right time.
Yeah, you're totally right. And I also like that it's man against man on this. So it's not like they're competing against other heats. So it doesn't really matter the conditions because the other guy you're going against right now is doing the exact same thing you are. So right now, Chucho and Julian have had the exact same opportunities to, catch the best waves.
And on a wave at the moment, Julian in the final minute, really getting in on the left, keeping it together. Nicely done, pumping through this quiet section. Both riders now, this is going to be the last wave they can catch, I'm pretty sure, as Chucho is behind on a much nice looking wave.
Oh my gosh, Chucho may have just gotten the miracle wave. He absolutely had a bomb, and I was watching the screen and then glanced up. He does a nice little air at the end. Is he going to be able to oh, let's see another one, Chooch. Here he goes. He's still working it. Oh, this is going to be a high-scoring wave, Liam.
Yeah, and just look at the right-hand side of this wave coming. None of our riders are in the right position, unfortunately, but a really nice peeling right-hander. This is a good set to round off the heat, but look at the score and look at the ticker. It's just in the final few seconds now, so any moment we're going to see that red flag get risen in the sky. Boom. There it is, and that can only mean one thing, Chris. Heat is over, and time to have a little look at the highlights.
CV móvel. Estamos ligados.
And welcome back, everybody. Joining me now in the booth, wanting to get a little bit busy and commentate on this one. Joe, it's great to have you back, because look at this next heat. We're now moving on to round 2, my friends.
Yeah, the idea for today is to complete round number 2, first day of competition. But second day, we've had the wingfoilers in the water as we had that seeding round out there. Now, Noé Kuyala, Axel Gerard. Axel, very impressive. We've been seeing him here before the competition. I wouldn't have put him as one of the surfers, and he has been throwing down, and now we can see here Noé Kuyala right on the buzzer, dropping in a little bit of an air just to get started. And both of these youngsters, they just keep getting younger out there.
Yeah, they're not getting any older at the moment, enjoying time on the water, really working left to right, just showing the fluidity on the wave there, and just coming back out of that one. Good to see these youngsters here in Cape Verde. Axel Gerard now down the line, putting in the turns, staying nicely on that foil. I just love it when it's just pure surfing on the wave. As soon as you see that wing being put behind you, you just sit back, relax, and just put the turns where they needed to go.
You got to slash it where you can, and there we can see both of these boys already starting to throw down. So one wave for each. Noé Kuyala. I can also see our good friend Nico Delmas coming from the kiting scene. He is also being one of the coach of the F1 team, and a very, very experienced kiter. He's been on the podiums of the World Championships multiple times, and now also managing a little bit the team of the wingfoiling. Great to have him back. He is always a great ambassador and a very good example to a lot of these youngsters. And here we can see Axel Gerard just cruising and perusing, and a little bit of an air. So both of these riders looking for those air maneuvers because they have a big freestyle background.
It's great to see a little bit of variety on those waves. If riders can put a little bit of freestyle on the wave and come out of it comfortably and smoothly, our judges definitely like the look of it. We've seen some big scores from the likes of Julian Boyer in the last heat, from the likes of Gregorio Puglisi when he took up Francesco Capuzzo. We saw big air maneuvers, nice little bit of freestyle, and then liking what they saw, the scores rewarded it, and that's why they're going to be up later on today.
Yeah, that's why they're continuing down in this round. So here it looks like Noé Kuyala one more time dropping in. Look at the speed.
Boom. Yeah, he's got his foot down on the accelerator, because really getting loose on this one. The young rider there keeping it together, nearly going down. Foil and the board just tapping along the water, but out the back, Axel Gerard on what looks to be not one of the biggest waves, but right on the far right-hand side here. And just getting a couple last little check turns in, because every turn counts.
Yeah, no, you got to risk it if you want to be able to get the top scores here. And both of them really move for move, wave for wave out there. 100% wave, that is what we're talking about here. And one of the things that impresses me about both of these riders, they are really going inside the pocket. Axel took a couple of absolute beatings over the last few days while they've been training. But, you know, like Chris said before, had a kind of a bounce off the rock and continued out, just got up, paddled to his board and back out there. But, hey, you know, when you're young, nothing hurts.
Exactly, you know, when you reach the end of your rope, tie a knot in it and hang on. That is what these riders have got to do at the end of a wave. Credits to Raza for that one. And on your screen now, Noé going for the air time. And down the line he goes, putting in those turns, pumping along. And Joe, it is 2 for 2 here with these riders keeping it going. There's a nice set of waves on the horizon.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we can see, let's not forget Axel. He is the Vice European Champion of under 16, the 9th in Lanzarote last year. We've seen him in the freestyle now, starting to get out there in the waves. The ASF foil rider. And yeah, looking very nice out there today. Then Noé Kuyala, one of the new generations of the F1 team. F1, a very powerful foiling team. You know, the likes of Hugo Marin, Noé. There's a lot of the riders. Miso, the Kali, some of the big surfing names, and now looking like the gear is working really well for them. We saw Christopher say down in that interview, he was out there on, if I'm not mistaken, a 530 flow, just because of that. And we can see the new V3 strike here. So yeah, definitely loving what we see, loving what's going on, and it is great to see all of these young athletes and the brands supporting the youngsters, because a lot of them are under 15.
The age, it's just crazier, isn't it? These guys are taking it to the slightly older athletes. But, you know, everyone is out there enjoying the conditions, enjoying time here in Cape Verde for the first GWA Wingfoil World Tour stop. Pure wave discipline, 100% wave. We have had one event just a few weeks ago over in New Zealand, but that was both surf freestyle and free fly slalom. So this is the first wave stop of the year, and we do have a couple more stops later on. Chatting to Tom Hartman, our tour manager, mentioning Rio, Brazil, and Dakar are on the cards. Dakar, we were there last year with the kite surfers, and we're going to take the wingfoilers there this year. That is another really nice right-hand wave, and on its day, Joe, last year we had amazing conditions, but Dakar, when it's firing, is definitely another wave that we are going to be treated to.
Yeah, no, that's what I love about Dakar. And Dakar mixes it up as well. You know, you have the waves, you have the freestyle. But look at Axel here. All the way along. Nice. Open face carving, looking over his shoulder, spinning the shoulders, spinning the hips, spinning the feet. Where the head goes, the body will follow. Liking the surfing out there from him.
Beautiful stuff there. 11 minutes on the clock. 11.73 for Noe Kuala. Axel Gerard, 10.37. So, really nothing in between these two young riders as it's getting close. And here is the replay of that heat, of that wave, sorry. Axel Gerard, nicely doing. And what I'm really seeing, the way the wave is forming at the moment, Joe, is that it's allowing the riders to put that big carving left turn in. Previously, at the start of the day and in the previous days, you know, going left quite some time, you know, they were finding that the wave was swallowing them up. It was so dense. But now, as it's just dropped off a little bit, they're able to put that big arcing carve turn back on themselves, go slightly in the pocket where the energy is, and then ride out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is all about the commitment here, the drive, the power through the turns. We've been seeing it, you know, we had the Qataris UK Kite World Tour kite surfing discipline over the last few days, and we could see a lot of the riders really pushing, driving off of those back fins. Now when it comes to the forward, look at this, you can see Axel all the way right into the pocket. Now we're talking. Get yourself vertical, boy. Nice. All the way down and staying completely on the floor as he goes down that quite steep section. Mallory, our head judge, said he would be giving extra kudos for riders that can be doing that. So great riding there at the moment, but it is Noeko Yala in the lead. He has a 6.0 for his first score, 5.73 for his backup, and then a 5.47 for Gerard and a 5.23 for his backup. But I have a feeling he might be improving that one on that last wave. Just under 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
And there's the replay from Noah just going down after trying to do a nice little 360 onto the wave. That's always a nice little maneuver to start your wave off. Judges will like that. And we saw Hendrik Lopez try and do that just quite a few times. Actually just unfortunately going down on one of his waves when he went for the 360. And he'll be up shortly because I was having a little look on Instagram in the break. And I just saw Hendrix put a little post and say, tune into my heat in 1 hour's time because guess what? I'm doing a 360.
Wow.
So he's talking the talk, Joe. He's talking the talk.
Can he walk the walk? We will soon find out.
8 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. There is Axel Gerard on your screen. Second position for him, but plenty of time left. 8.5 minutes. Wow. It's getting a little bit quiet out there at the moment, but we know that the sets are going to come. We know that the waves are going to come because guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Punta Preta, Cape Verde.
Yeah, the beautiful island of Sal, just on the south side of the island of Santa Maria. Little village that we have down here. Beautiful, nice holiday location. And hey, March, when Europe is a little bit cold and it starts to get hot down here on the beach in Cape Verde. Great place to be. Windy pretty much all the time. The last month has been absolute bombing with some great swells. And just enjoying the best of the best athletes of the surfing and the kite surfing and the winging world down here at Punta Preta. This is why we are here. This is why it's one of the wave events, and Punta Preta not letting us down.
It isn't letting us down at all. And there we go. Beautiful shot there of the drone up in the sky. That's where we are. You can see event site just on the left-hand side there. Nice sort of image showing how that wave forms. It sort of starts on that left-hand side of your screen and then really peels away and opens up nicely straight in towards the beach. And someone who's peeling up a wave nicely is Axel Gerard here, going low, carving down, staying on the foil as both riders getting busy. this is a nice set here. Axel Gerard backing out, but Noe isn't stopping here. Riding this one all the way in towards the shallows with a little pop air maneuver.
Yeah, and right around where the face is, so judges are going to be liking that. Noe adding in the freestyle into this, but you know, he is one of the most talented freestylers we have on tour. You know, he lands 720s in his sleep. It is incredible to see the new things that a lot of these kids are doing. And if I'm not mistaken, they can't quite see it if he's out there, as it is a bit glary because we're going right into the sun. But it does look like he is out on that new Strike V3 that has a really nice radial panel layout, and it has 2 weights of material right there in the luff. And yeah, that is kind of F1 bringing in new concepts, new constructions, new materials into the wingfoiling world. And yeah, looking forward to see all the 2023 equipment. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, that's the V2 there, Joe. Actually, we've seen V2, but I have seen one of the riders out the back at the moment, just getting ready where the V3 is in the water. But right now, Noe Kuala getting involved, flatline in this section, getting a little bit of speed. You can see pumping, but just going off the top there. But one thing these riders are doing, they are not limiting their challenges. They are challenging their limits.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes the limits push back, but you have to push back even harder. As it is what you got to do it if you want to get it out there. And both of these boys, look how close it is together. They are 0.4 of a point in between them, but it does look like at the moment it is Kuyala leading. But here we can see Gerard on another wave. Nice turn right in the section. Good timing. Get yourself back in there as he is coming close into the shore. This is when you start to need the wheels because you are very close to the reef. Great surfing there from the French athlete Axel Gerard. He is not letting up the throttle. It is full gas ahead. Nice riding there from him. Let's see if we can get a replay of that last wave. We can see our drone, our security, safety guys just making sure that everything is A-OK out there. A big thank you to all of the organization and everybody making this event possible. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Kuyala. What size is he on there? I'm thinking...
There you go, 4.
Okay,
there.
So he's out there on the 4. But hey, Kuyala, I reckon one of my legs is heavier than him.
Yeah, he's one of the younger rippers on tour, part of that F1 team where they, you know, as Chris was mentioning before, they all sort of travel together, train together, have the fun, and you know, they've done some stuff in Tarifa as well. They've been in Brazil, so enjoying traveling the world as a youngster must be a great way to live. I wonder where the studying gets done, but nonetheless, you're in round 2, heat number 1 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty a lot of the times with some of these brands and some of the teams that they have those managers, because one of their main focuses also is if you do not perform in school, you do not get on the team. You do not go to the contest. And I think that is really important because, yeah, education is so important these days, and it really allows you to pursue your dreams and to realize your dreams. And I think it's great that, yeah, so many youngsters on this sport. One of the things that, you know, really amazes me about wingfoiling, Liam, is how many young riders are there. I'm going to say it. There's more than we've ever seen in kiting, windsurfing, or, you know, it's incredible to see that such a young sport, there are really young riders out there.
Yeah, for a young sport, it is most certainly one of the fastest growing water sports that is out there because, you know, coming around at the time, people just, you know, like the look of it on the floor. You can get out in those light winds. We've seen a lot of windsurfers transition over to the wingfoiling, and I'm just having a little look at the forecast, current surf forecast for Ponta Preta, looking at the swell. And I'm just trying to find out, look at the direction. Joe, talk us through this one.
Yeah, so we've got about 0.6 to 1 meter swell out there. Period isn't that great. It's in between 13 to 15 seconds. And yeah, it's looking like we've got about 21 degrees. That's why the sun is out, and it is beautiful there at the moment. And the swell is coming a little bit from the northwest. So that's why the waves aren't quite hitting where we need them here in Punta Preta, but the sets are coming through as we are just waiting for them there. And high tide is going to be at 7:30, so we're probably about mid-tide there. But the good thing is we are mid-tide on the push, so hopefully we've seen it throughout the last few days. When it gets to that point, it really does start to increase. But I will say there's a lot less swell than we've seen throughout the last days over there at the GKA.
For sure, that was forecasted, and our race director came down early doors this morning because we were a little bit unsure whether we were going to be able to run it here at Punta Preta, if we were going to have to move everything over to Kite Beach, another location. But we've made a good call. All riders, all crew, and I bet you guys and girls at home watching are very happy that we were able to stay at Punta Preta because we've had some good set waves come our way. And there you can see Noah locked in on this wave. Big turn to the left, really going quite far left on this one. That just shows you how much that wave has changed over the last few hours, because local time at the moment, 4:15, 6:30 is sunset. So still, 2 hours roughly of competition. Round 2, heat number 1 of this wave discipline. And in the final minute now, closing stages, Joe, on our screen. Oh, there we are. Waving to you guys and girls at home.
How's it going, everybody? How's it going? I hope you're enjoying this stream. Get yourself out there to the waves because it is starting to be great down here, Punta Preta, as we are bringing on the action of some of the youngsters out there on the water. Non-stop, these young riders, 30 seconds, and it is cutthroat out there at the moment. 12.20 with Noé Cuyala in the lead. Good score, 6 in the 6:20, and then Axel Gerard a 5:19 and a 5:70. Talk about a close one.
15 seconds remaining. Are we going to see another set? I'm just going to look out of the edge of the booth. Wow, these riders really are on the far right-hand side. And there's a little bit of swell out there. There's something going on, but with just those final few seconds, I don't know if any of these riders are going to be able to catch it. And Axel Gerard, is this going to count? Because now the green flag goes down. So I actually think that Axel Gerard was riding this swell before the green flag went down. So this could be a buzzer beater. But both riders at the moment currently out the back on the waves. Here we go. All systems go, go, go. Gerard, Cuyala, here we go. Working the waves. Noah is on the bigger one. Axel Gerard, done and dusted. But have a little look at this. Your current heat leader milking everything that this wave has. Squeezing all the juice out of the orange as he comes right in front of the crowd now and just says, thank you for coming. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. As he mows in towards the beach. Highlights here showing that lovely little wave. One of the other athletes there having a little bit of a play in the background going down. But it's this chap on your screen who had a very, very solid heat. And as the scores are dropping, we're now going to have a little look at those heat highlights.
Cape Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
Okay, welcome back everybody, and this is not a heat to be missed. Get comfortable because we have Mizo Fernando against Hugo Marin. Now this is a massive heat. These two rippers absolutely destroy any wave that comes their way, and it will be a shame to see one of these riders exit the competition in round 2, but nevertheless it is going to be tight, as we can see a replay here of Mizo just getting involved in his first wave. Sorry, that is Hugo Marin. And it's looking like a decent score to open up with. That is the V3 from F1, the strike. And now we have just coming up to 15.5 minutes, so plenty of time. 18-minute heat, 20-minute heats. And we are in round 2, heat number 2 of the men.
Yeah, two of the biggest surfers out there on tour right now. Mizo only coming to most of the surfing whilst he has the experience. One of the older boys here, one of the veterans, but he is known for his laid back, easy, stylish kind of carves. And Hugo Marin, we know him from a lot of the events. Let's not forget, he took the win over there in Dakar a couple of seasons back in where it was more pure wave-ish kind of style before this discipline was there. And we can see him out there rocking the new V3. So let's see. Looking like the boys are going to start to drop in.
Dropping in now. Here we go. Working the start of this wave nicely. Putting a few nice linking turns together. But again, deciding, nope, don't fancy it. Wave was just getting a little bit too shallow. And I reckon there's some nicer ones that will come over the duration of this heat.
Yeah, so just waiting for some scores to come up. It looks like Hugo has a 4.43 already. Rocking out there, like you said, there on that new V3. Just dropped from F1.
Liking the panel layout on that one as well.
Yeah, nice radial panel layout. It's the kind of one of the new features. Then it's got two types of material in that on that strut and in the luff to kind of make it kind of feel and have the flex and the stiffness that they want. A lot of the riders put in a lot of time in the development. Good friend of ours also, Paul Serang, over there, who does a lot of the wing development and also a very good kiter and one of the judges on the GK. Big shout out to him.
Yeah, joined me over in Colombia just a few shy weeks ago, Joe, so it was good to see Mr. Seren out there catching some sun.
It was, and yeah, no, good to see all the new equipments coming out. You know, we've got a lot of new. One of the things that a lot of the brands are doing is they're, you know, really putting in the R&D when it comes to materials. You know, a lot of the, you know, designs, yes, you can improve them, but they're normally minor tweaks. It's if you can find these new materials. You've got Alula, you've got Hokipa, you've got now, you know, kind of new panel layouts, how basically to get the flex and the feel of the wing. And then when it comes to the boards, all the different, you know, materials like Inegra, the new carbons, the Triax, the UDs. It's all about finding the sweet spots on all that equipment to get that perfect combination so you can kind of have a balance in between, obviously, construction strength, because, you know, people don't want any of their equipment to break on the first time they use them, but also there has to be that limit where it also performs. Because the good thing about all of the equipment that you see over here on the tour is that pretty much every single rider, you could go into any official dealer, pick up the same wing, the same foil, and the same board, and that really, really is super important for the brands, because then, hey, the equipment can do it. You know what they say, it ain't the arrow, it's always the Indian.
There we go, hitting the nail on the head there as Hugo Marin getting involved in yet another wave. carving through this one.
Yeah, there we can see Misu, the Brazilian, down and over there with the yellow. It's a little bit hard to take out there. That sun is just at that peak spot where you can see it's about as glary as it goes, but lighting it up the back. And here we can see Ugo on a very nice opening, carving wave, big top turn. This is going to be a great score here for the Frenchman. Carving it all the way. Go back a little bit to the power section here. This one is opening up and ripping all the way down the point. Great couple of turns there from Ugo. Let's see if we can see a replay of that last wave. And Misu just paddling out to get past that impact zone.
And here's the replay, just letting that wing loose. That's the amazing thing I love about when they surf the waves. The wing goes behind them and it's pure wave surfing now. Beautifully demonstrated here. Carving up onto the face of the wave. Really engaging every part of the equipment. Getting used to how that wave was unfolding and going through the flatter section towards the end with a little bit more speed. Great wave there, scores to drop, and now we can just calm down as the sets just get that little bit more chilled out. And there we can see Ryder coming in left foot forward and just going back to that equipment chat, Joe, as well. You know, the best thing as well, you know, these riders have the top sort of the carbon equipment and all the good stuff out there. But the best thing as well is that brands like, you know, your F1s, your duotones, all of them, they also, you know, they have the carbon, but they also have the aluminium. So when you think about, you know, entering the wingfoiling sport, if you don't want to be spending the big bucks on the whole carbon setup, you have the aluminium options, a little bit coming in at a little bit more of a sort of more affordable price point. And then that's a really great way to sort of get in towards the sport. If you're going to ding something, you'd rather ding aluminium than the carbon because it's going to be pricey otherwise. So, and then once you get into your wingfoiling and you're really starting to enjoy the sport, get better over time, you know, it's up to you whether you want to decide to, you know, upgrade, as we might say, and just, you know, spend a little bit more of your hard-earned cash on some nice equipment.
I mean, there's no better excuse than getting a few more toys in the garage. That's all good because it's only going to mean more time out on the water. And we can see here some of the crowd starting to come down. It has just gone past 4:30 in the afternoon over here as we continue on. And we are starting to get some action. Fernando Narvaez just waiting for that second score. And we got a 4.43 for the first wave there of Ugo together with a 2.37. 6.80, and he is definitely going to improve on both of those scores after that last wave.
What a spot to have as well for anyone joining us here live. You can go literally sit on the edge of the water and watch the competition unfold. You couldn't be any closer if you tried. So really nice location for us to bring a tour here. And two riders there in your shot, just coming in. I'm looking to the right. Wow, they really are on the far right-hand side. These waves just have changed over time as the day has gone on. Hugo Marion coming on that 10.23. Miso Fernandez on the 8.07. So there we go. Our riders on the screen. Plenty of time left in this heat, round 2, heat number 2. And they're now heading back out because there looks to be a set on the way. Big waves, nice set coming our way. Just under 8 minutes, scores to be dropped there. Those are the sort of waves we like. Those are the sort of waves we want to see. And both riders fighting for priority as they head back out towards the water. Miso got some work to do because Hugo Marion at the moment is comfortably in the lead. Well, I say comfortably, look at the scores there. A little bit closer than what I previously thought. 7.5 minutes now on the clock. Let's have a little look at the scores dropping. .5.80, Hugo's best wave. 4.43 is the backup. Looking at for Miso's, we have a 2.40 and a 5.67. So yeah, wanting to improve on both of those because Hugo's 2 scores are better than Mizo's 2 scores. And the replay here. Carving nicely along this wave. Both of these riders riding backside. And there they are. There is the shot. 11.63, a little bit of an increase now on both of the riders' scores from those previous wave. 11.63 for Hugo, Mizo 9.37. So both improving on their original score. Five and a half minutes left of this heat. Round 2, heat number 2. And the action is non-stop as we continue on throughout the day.
Okay, so under 5 minutes to go. Mizu, second position, 9.37. Ugo Marina with an 11.63. It looks like Ugo has the upper hand so far, but we are waiting for another set to come our way because I can see some lines starting to hack to the horizon. Both of the boys out the back. You can see Ugo with the yellow helmet, white lycra. Miso with the yellow lycra. Both of the boys just trying to find that set to come their way. As we continue on in this round number 2, the idea for today is to complete round number 2. As we are currently in heat number 2 of that round. And we are going to be going, coming up next, we're going to have Hendrik Lopez against Pablo Padilla. And there are 8 heats in this round. Who is going to be making it through to those quarterfinals? We will soon find out. Just currently 4:30 local time. Sunset goes down around 6:30. That's when that golden hour comes down here in Cape Verde. And we can start to enjoy some of those colors and some of those cold ones coming through. But currently we are on round 2, heat number 2. Michel Fernandez is going up against Ugo Marin. Let's see what Michel can do. 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes. It is close because Ugo has 2 high 5s and Mizo has a medium 5 and a 3. So a good wave could make the difference. Here we have Mizu dropping in. Look at that. Nice carving, open style. He is taking a risk because he knows he needs to. If he is going to have the possibility of getting past, that is a big open hack carve. Yeah, Mizu. Oh, but loses his wing there on that one, which is going to deduct some points. That was unfortunate because that was looking like a beauty. And Ugo also making the most of that wave. Both of the guys going back out into position. What a shame, because I reckon that is really going to cost Miso Narvaez some points as he did not have complete control there. Here's the replay. This is the one of Hugo. Took a little look at it. A couple of turns. Big top turn. Going back up. And then here decides against it to go back out into position. As we're coming 2 minutes left of this heat. 2 minutes. Will we have enough time to see one more? Will we have enough time to see one more wave come in their way? One more set. It is getting a little bit more consistent out there. I am liking what we see. But we are hoping to see some more, as it is just about
Looks like we're coming to the final minute of this round 2, heat 2, between the F1 teammates Mizu and Hugo Marin. Hugo Marin looking like a slight advantage with an 11.6 to Mizu at a 9.37. So it is not too late for the Brazilian, but he is going to need a set wave.
so under, just coming up on about 90 seconds. As there, oh no, excuse me, a little update on the scores there. I do apologize, as it is just coming up on 30 seconds left of this heat. Mizo Fernandez up against Hugo Marin. These are two of the favorites for this event. Hugo Marin, a big surfing background here on the Wingfoil. One of the boys that are pushing it, but Mizu coming out of Brazil, also coming specially for just this wave discipline. As we are about to close this one out. Is it going to be? So it is. Miso is on a last outside bomb. This could be one that makes a difference. Hugo is also on it, so both of these boys are going to be solid. Oh, Misu going down. I reckon that is going to be losing the opportunity, and he is going to get munched by the set wave coming behind. Hugo surfing and cruising all the way along. This is a beautiful wave. Oh, Punta Preta showing her teeth. Now we're talking. What a great couple of waves for both of these guys. But unfortunately, Miso, they're going down. Would have had the opportunity to maybe fight back, but that is not going to be enough. So big congratulations, as Hugo Marin is going through to the next round, making his way through to the quarterfinals, and probably one of the first big upsets of the event. Miso Fernando Narvaez is out, as he has just got crashed and munched up there on the inside. As we continue on, coming up next, we are going to have Hendrik Lopez and Pablo Padilla. But before we do, let's catch up with the highlights or recap of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. Coming up next, we are going to be having out there on the water Hendrik Lopez versus Pablo Padilla coming out of the Canaries. And there's sets already. Let's go straight out there. All right. Hendrik carving all the way along, representing Cape Verde. He is one of the local boys. Hauling out of Switzerland also on the kiting side. Nice air. Oh, goes down on the inside. And we can see Pablo Padilla here also. Nice carving moves. Just almost losing it there as he is going to get out and pass that one. So, big moves from both of these boys. But I can see the board, Hendrik's board, is coming down the reef. And it looks like Hendrik is going to be swimming along, but let's have a little look back at that beautiful replay there. He's already able to swim out, so he's out of the impact zone. And he's just going to be able to get back out there. And there we can see Bigfoot, the boy here from Cape Verde, helping out such a community here. So cool to see. That is what we want to have. Great work, guys. Great work. Everybody helping out here on the shore, because when that Punta Preta takes a bite, it leaves a mark. And Hendrik there going down. But let's have a little look at the scores, because I reckon close in between these two boys, but I reckon Hendrik's wave was slightly better. But what a way to start for both of these athletes. First up, 1 for 1. Hendrik is just about to get back. And I can see out the back there also on your screen, Pablo Padilla. And there we can see Hendrik having a little bit of a swim. The good old doggy paddle all the way out to make his way back into position. But talk about a big set starting on the buzzer. That is what we want to see.
We've gotten, like, the week before this event, people were really nervous about this spot. Like, the big guys, T1 and Cowley and Zane, were like, come on, man, let's go hit Ponta. We're not going to kite beach. But so what sport did you start doing with your dad?
I started surfing since a little kid, and then I didn't really like windsurfing when I was a kid. Like, growing up, I really didn't like it, and then right when I first started playing, that's when it clicked, you know? And then I started getting into kiting a little bit, and then wingfoiling, which is the new sick sport, you know? It's super fun, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
So Noah, have people been sending Ponta like this on wings, or is this kind of cutting edge?
This is definitely cutting edge. Before the contest, we had only like 3 guys who were wingfoiling here, not much guys, and so this is definitely...
All right, well now both of those boys took their time to be able to get back out there, as it does look like it's glassed off a little bit in the front. There we can see Hendrik already going through and making his way back out. Great wave there for him. So scores are official. 6.40 Hendrik Lopez and a 5.23 there for Pablo Padilla. Slightly less there for Pablo Padilla, but no, great work for both of them. As Hendrik going across the rocks, but managing just to save that one as he made it all the way down pretty much to the end of the shoulder. Now we are talking great waves. And in that last heat, we saw one of the first upsets of the competition. Miso Fernando Narvaez, one of the top surfers, coming specifically for this wave discipline is out, as Marin, also another one of the top surfers, has been made his way through. So he is going to be making it all the way through to the quarterfinals. There's that Cape Verdean flag flying high. Cape Verde, we had on the kite surfing 3 Cape Verdeans up there on the podium. It just shows the talent, the DNA, how Punta Preta and how water sports runs through their veins. And going straight back at it, not even hesitating. Here we have Hendrik Lopez dropping in all the way into the impact zone. Let's see what he has. Oh, deciding against that one as he was just a little bit too close for comfort. Now Pablo Padilla down all the way down the line, and he needs to get a move on if he wants to get past this section. Big open face there, but no! Going down and over. There we have the Cape Verdean washing machine. Just losing his edge. He was right in position. Great riding, but there you can see, boom, blam. What a shame, because that is going to be over the top. And Hendrik Lopez here, getting past the first section, trying to make sure that floor stays up. There he goes, another good turn, and off for the wave again. But hopefully he is not going to get caught on the inside, as he is a little bit more out of the impact zone. Great riding from both of them, and talk about risking it out there. All right, so both of them. Here we can see Hendrik Lopez having a great wave, looking about mid-fours from what I can see, something going to be coming up very soon. And then we saw Pablo Padilla. I'm just trying to see if he is able to get back out. Yes, he has. So both of these boys missed that set coming through. And here we can see Hendrik Lopez about to drop in on an absolute bomb all the way out the back. Now we're talking Punta Preta coming our way. Let's see what the Cape Verdean has for us. All right, dropping in backside. Going for the 360. He lands it almost going over. But that is what I call commitment. Yes, 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 yes. Great riding there. Hendrik Lopez. And I don't know how this boy manages it. Even every time he falls off, he seems to be in the right way to not get absolutely munched. Look at that, he almost got it, but just getting pushed off there. Big move there from Hendrik Lopez, risking it. And we will have to see if that is going to pay off, but at the moment he is in first position with a 10.40 total. And Pablo Padilla out the back, as he has seen Hendrik has lost his board. He's going to have to go back in there. Wow. What riding both of these guys are doing. They are really risking it out there on the water.
Yeah, no, well, maybe you can waves here, because in the booth earlier, we just couldn't figure it out. There would be one heat where there would be like 25 waves, and then the next heat there would be 0. Like, I can't figure it out. And then 2 more heats would go by with great waves. Like, what's the deal? Is it tidal or?
It's definitely not tidal.
All right, there we can see Diddy. Diddy is Hendrik's mum. An absolute character here. Comes to a lot of the events. She is so cool and always supporting all of the Cape Verdeans and pretty much everybody out there. She just has that style, that ease. She has the Cape Verdean compadre in her, and it is really cool to have her here at the events. Pablo Padilla. Oh! Trip wire going down hard. Getting slapped. Has he got further enough out to be able to get past that one? He does. Misses out, but here we have. Look at this. He just goes on the top, and this is where he loses it. Boom! A big crash, but he is out of the impact zone, so he has managed to get his way. These boys are really going for it. Both of the riders now out the back, set to really coming through in this heat. Just less than 6 minutes to go as we continue on a second day here, GWA Wingfoil World Tour event in Cape Verde. So Pablo Padilla is making his way back out after that big crash. He is playing on catch-up at the moment. He hasn't got the scores that we have seen there from Hendrik. So it is Pablo Padilla out the back, has an opportunity here. He has one decent score of a 5.23 and then a bad score of a 2.83. So he's looking to increase either one of those. So very possible. But here we can see the Hendrik is just about to go out. That Cape Verdean flag is flying high as we continue on. What a day. Round number 2 here of the competition.
So I'm on the beach here with one of my favorite young ladies. She won in New Zealand on the racing and the freestyle side, and I've nicknamed her the teen from Tarifa. I'm here with Nia Suardiaz. Nia, how's it going?
All right, well, Pablo Padilla is trying to play catch-up. It is very close, but both of these guys really going in. They are throwing full beans into the pan. But it looks like Pablo is having a little bit of an issue to try and get back up on his wing. There are some lulls of the wind. When it goes a little bit too offshore, it lightens out. But we are waiting to see. Here we have Hendrik Lopez. Is he going to be deciding to go on this one? He knows it's close. He wants to increase on that 4.0. All right, so yes, he is. Here we have Hendrik Lopez on the inside. Just having a little play with this one. I reckon we might be trying to see a freestyle maneuver. He is very close to the rocks. All right, deciding against that. Just having a little, a little roll, a little saying hi to his fans out here right in front of us, right in front of the stream booth. Just saying, hey, how's it going? I'm all good, I'm all good. Just under 3 minutes. Pablo out the back near the upwind mark. Waiting to see if there is a set going to be coming his way. second dare competition here. Cape Verde, we have had amazing conditions at Punta Preta. And there, a couple of the coaches saying what is happening, what is going on, how it is going down as we approach the final 2 minutes of this heat. Oh, I can see some lines coming out the back. 90 seconds on the ticker. We might have a buzzer beater. This is what we want. This is what we want to see. Here we have Hendrik Lopez. Oh, stylish little grab. Turn on the bottom. There he is, holding up against top turn. Gets it. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Hendrik all the way down the line. Standing up tall, puffing the chest out. That's what I call a claim if I've ever seen it. Good work there from Hendrik Lopez. Pablo Padilla is going to have to get a wave if he wants to have a chance, as it is the final minute. Good surfing. Here you can go. Grabbing that rail on the way down. Controlling it all the way through. A good couple turns there. Liking what I see. Liking what I see. And looking at the judges' panels, the judges are liking what they see as well. All right, wow. Final seconds. 30 seconds to go. Unless a set can come through and Pablo can jump on another way, it is going to be Hendrik who is going to be making it through to the next rounds, as he is going to be going through to the quarter-finals of the competition. Coming up next, we are going to be having Camu Bouyer is going to be going up against Wesley Brito, the Black Mamba. All right, ladies and gents, that is going to be the final one, and it is going to be Hendricks, who's going to have a little bit of a victory lap here. He's got it in the bag already, but he's just going to have a nice wave just to chill, just to cruise. Oh, straight line in this one. Is he gaining the speed? Are we going to be seeing a freestyle maneuver? Yes, we are. 360 onto the wave. This is going to be a big score. Hands are in the air. The crowd is going wild. Good moves out there. Really nice moves from Hendrik Lopez and Pablo Padilla, even though this wave isn't going to count. Oh, going in. Oh, getting absolutely worked out there on the shade. Absolutely worked. And I have a feeling, has that gone? Has he broken that wing? I couldn't quite see with the glare. But anyway, great riding for both of these guys. But it is Hendrik Lopez who will be advancing through to the quarterfinals.
Wow, I'm not sure if we got that on the live stream, but Pablo just absolutely took one on the head. That was absolutely insane. Take a look at his wing. Pablo, shout out to you for definitely the crash of the day. You are sending it, kid. Well played.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. And joining me here in the booth, I have Fabian Momentale. Fabi, how's it going? Here in Punta Preta, the waves are going off.
What's up, Joe? How are you, my friend? Yeah, here we are in Punta Preta, as you say, and waves are firing. We're having a show. The boys are going down, giving it all, and yeah, it's been amazing to watch.
Yeah, it really is. And talking about action, let's get right out there, because I can see the guys out the back starting to go on as we continue on with the competition. Punta Preta is not failing, and there are two very big riders going to be out there for us.
World Tour last year. So we'll see who comes out ahead on this one. So we are almost 4 minutes into this round. Looks like we got Wesley on a small one on the inside. What he's doing is filling his scorecard. So for the people on the beach, what he's doing is just trying to get any score in case it goes flat.
Wow, Fabi, all right. So two big guys going out there. Camille Bouillet, and he is up against a good friend of yours, Wesley Brito.
Exactly, Joe. As you say, Wesley Brito, good friend, local from Boa Vista. Cabo Verdean guy, really big guy, one of the most powerful guys in wingfoiling, sorry. Yeah, he's got a unique style. He smashes in the waves, he smashes in the freestyle, and he's definitely going to put up a big show.
Here comes Wesley Brito from Boa Vista. The duotone rider is extremely powerful. He's amazing on the freestyle side of things, and
Here we can see Camille really making his way down the line. I mean, Cammy, we know him from a lot of the events on the Wingfoil Tour. He is a very talented freestyler. Fabi, tell me a little bit about this rider.
Well, Camille, yeah, brother of Julien, they both are French powerhouses. They are really experienced riders. They've been windsurfing, surfing, big wave riders as well. And they both charge. I mean, they both score. And yeah, Camille here, it's going to put up a big show.
And we can see Pablo Padilla here on the inside there. Has he just another wing? That guy is destroying most of his wings, but unfortunately that is going to be it for the contest for him. Wesley Brito out there, a good friend of you, one of the duotone riders, is chilling, cruising and perusing. We saw him in the heats before. He's patient, but hey, he knows this wave really well.
Exactly, as you say, Wesley is a Cabo Verdean guy, so he definitely knows the spot. He's got the technique, and he's going to wait for the right moment, for the right wave to give its all.
All right, well, we're just going to be watching this last wave as we are going to be going down to the beach very soon. Wesley Brito all the way along, right up on the top corner of this competition area as he makes his way going out, and I can see that down there Liam has an interview.
Down here on the beach of Punta Preta with Noah Angulo. Noah, this is a home spot for you. How did it feel to have the first GWA Wave event of the year here in Punta Preta?
Feels really good, and I'm super happy that they chose such an amazing spot, which is my home spot. I grew up here since a little kid, seeing all these amazing windsurfers, kite surfers coming down here. So I'm really happy that they did that, yeah.
And just talk to us a little bit. You've been on the beach, you've had eyes on the water watching that last heat. Yeah. What were your thoughts on that heat? Both of those guys sending it to the moon.
You know what? I'm still processing what just happened. Hendrik has been absolutely on fire, even if it's kite surfing or wingfoiling. He definitely has this this character of just pushing the limits and going absolutely crazy.
And for the rest of the year, you know, this is the first stop on the Wave Tour for the GWA, but we've got a few nice stops. We're looking at heading to Rio and Dakar. Will we expect to see you join us for the rest of the tour?
You never know. You never know. You might see me there. I think right now I'm just going to take my time and train and definitely work on my gear, and you never know. You might see me come down there.
Well, it's been great to see you be a part of the competition so far and during this event. Thank you very much for joining us here. But the action is in full flow. Waves are pumping, as is the wind. So there's only one thing to do. Let's head back onto the water.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. And as we said, he is one of the locals down here, the son of the great Josh Angulo. We don't need to introduce that man. Fabi, Wesley Brito out there. How is it to be here in Punta Preta?
Well, it's definitely a unique sensation. It's a very technical spot. You really need to know what you're doing, take your time, do the right choices, and if you fail, you're going to pay the price, that's for sure. But it's a unique sensation, as I've said. When you surf that wave, you feel the power of nature, the power of Cape Verde, and it's great.
Well, Fabi, it is. At the moment, it looks like Wesley Brito has the upper hand, but it is very close in between these two riders. Wesley Brito coming out of Boa Vista, he is a very powerful rider, one of the strongest riders out there on tour, and it looks like he has a nice set wave all the way out the back.
Yeah, he's engaging. You can see how he's committing to the turn now. Bottom turn, going up, and boom, nice snap. He's definitely a super talented rider. He's charging. I've seen some videos of him getting very big waves at Boa Vista, and I'm expecting really good results of Wesley in this competition, and I really wish him the best.
Yeah, we think so. And also he's going to be, you know, at the moment, the winner of this heat goes round to the quarterfinals. But let's not forget, he is up there against Camille Bouillet, who looks like, I can see it out the back, entering on an absolute bomb. There he is, Cammy dropping down. Look at that, almost losing it.
Yeah, he definitely saved it. Did a nice cut back up. Boom, nice little snap there. He's going well, charging some speed, and comes out of the way to do it into the safe zone.
All right, here we can see the replay is going to be coming up of that last wave. Here we have Camille Bouillet all the way in.
Nice
going
bomb.
Right into the power section. Good first turn speed.
Definitely. You can see how much speed he has. He has to control. He keeps the control. He manages to be there, rail to rail. It's down the line surfing. It's pure surfing with your foil. It's just amazing performance from the Frenchman.
Yeah, and I reckon I can see big numbers coming his way. So really, Wesley is at the moment going to have to up his game if he wants to continue and get on in this contest. He has a 6.67 as his top score, but Camille has just landed two big waves, a 7.47 and a 7.13, 14.60 total.
Yeah, very big punctuation for the Frenchman, 14.60. That's a very high score. Wesley there in second place with a 10.47. He still can make it to the top spot. Those guys still have 8 minutes left, so anything could happen. You never know at this spot. You never know which waves are gonna come, which one is gonna fail. So yeah, let's keep us posted.
Yeah, no, it is good. I mean, and also with these competitions, Fabi, when it comes to the waves, it really is depending on those sets. And, you know, there's still a lot of time, just under 8 minutes to go. Plenty of time for both of these guys to improve their scores. But at the moment, Camille dropping the gauntlet nice and early. And he is definitely giving Wesley a run for his money at the moment, because Wesley is playing catch-up.
Definitely, Camille is not going to do things easy for the local guy from the Boa Vista Ripper, Wesley Brito, but I'm sure they're going to be in a tight and nice fight. And as you say, let's see what happens now. Anything could happen. That maybe one big set's coming in and they both charge big bombs. Maybe no more waves coming, I don't know. This spot is really unpredictable, but today we're really lucky to have gorgeous conditions, good wind, good waves. Saint Schweitzer here making its way to the water, the Hawaiian rider for starboard and free wing. Amazing performance today.
Yeah, we knew Zane coming out here because of the 100% wave discipline that we have here. Great to see a lot of the surfers. And Fabi, tell me a little bit back, because you just came a couple of weeks ago. Were out there in Kingfisher in the Philippines for the new North Kiteboarding photo shoot. So as soon as we finish this wave with Wesley, I want you to tell me how that went.
Oh, here we have Wesley the man doing a sick 360 on the wave. That's some unique Cape Verdean action. There we go, big boy.
Yeah, not messing around. Gonna be interesting to see how the judges score that one, because yes, it is a big maneuver, and I tell you what, there's some big scores coming our way. But Cami was also getting a nice wave. There it is, 360.
Bam.
Right in the nice little section, so airing it off, and it is going to be a big score. This is going to put Wesley back into contentions. Is it going to be enough for him to take the win? We will soon find out, but these boys are continuing out there. Wesley Brito, here he is. Another wave, big, powerful turn here, the do-its-own rider. All the way out to the back, cutting it down. Camille also out the back on another wave. It is move for move, turn to turn, pound for pound.
You can see this is plenty of action going on, and the Frenchman is charging a very big wave, going there with huge turns down the line surfing. His performance is absolutely amazing, and he makes his way out to the safe zone. Yes, he does. Perfect.
Yeah, clean exit there for him, clean exit. And there we can see some of the riders getting ready to go out as well. Some of the girls that looked like it was Muna and Julia Castro. And here, that replay. Camille has such an easy, laid-back style. This is a great surf for him. As we're waiting for numbers to come in, it is going to be close because they have big scores awaiting for both of these athletes.
It's amazing to see the Frenchman surfing these waves so relaxed, committing, engaging, really going into the impact zone, turning around, but feeling so relaxed, making it look even easy, Joe. It's just crazy.
Oh, it ain't easy, I can tell you. It is not easy. And Fabi, the conditions, keeping the speed and the flow on a wave like Punta Preta really shows the quality of these riders, because a lot of them, it is the first time they're doing this pure surfing style. Camille here, he is not stopping. He is not going to stop until the buzzer, as he knows he is up against one of the favorites, Camille.
Yeah,
liking what we see.
Okay, so right now we've got Wesley Brito back on top position with this Air 360 he's done. That's definitely what the judges want to see. They don't want to see tricks doing with your wing, but if you manage to do a pure surfing trick without using the wing, that's going to score very high, and he knows that, so that's why he went for the 360, which he really has it in his hand.
Yeah, and only winning by 0.27 of a point. Brito in the driving seat, as we still have 3.5 minutes out there, and that looks like Tituan Galea also getting ready, repping out the new Cabrina gear. Just joining the Cabrina team and not so long ago, and looking very good out there on the water. The New Caledonian athlete, one of the top athletes of our sport. But Wesley Brito and Camille right now are the two men in the spotlight, and it is so close in between them. Big heat on the water.
Definitely, Joe. Just less than 3 minutes to go. Wesley in top position, Camille making its way out, paddling out to get another wave, hopefully. And the next hit is going to be Tituan Galea against Saint Schweitzer from Hawaii. It's going to be a really interesting one, as we've seen Saint charging today. And well, Tituan with his style, well, he needs no introduction. We all know he's just ripping out there and he loves the waves. So it's going to be a very nice show to see the next round.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. And now 2.5 minutes. So there's still, I'm going to say it, Punta Preta, send us some waves. I want these boys to battle it out until the very end, as we can already see. So Camille needs to improve his scores by 0.28. So he is going to need something around the 7.4, 7.5-ish if he wants to have a possibility of continuing on.
It's definitely a big and here we see Wesley charging in another wave. Let's see what this boy gives to us.
Yeah.
He's there committing. Yeah, nice bottom turn now. Yeah, ooh, now he pops out. You see, this is what I was telling before. Here at this spot, you really need to choose the right wave, and this guy knows the spot very well. So if he doesn't see it clear, then he pops out and goes for the next one.
Yeah, and especially also here in Punta Preta, if you mess up, if you wipe out, you have high percentages of getting absolutely mauled here on the inside. And yeah, we are looking at two of the top riders, less than 90 seconds to go. There we can see Camille Bouillet out there on the Beluga LTD and the gold Alula wing. And here Wesley Brito also getting ready as Camille deciding to go off of that wave. Is there going to be enough time? Is there going to be a possibility for them to get another wave? There we can see Nia Suarez, the current #1, took the win over there in New Zealand, and Muna White, who took the win on the kite and is also here involved in the GWA. Muna, such a talented surfer. Great to see. It's really cool to see surfers coming into the tour, Fabi.
Definitely, it's just amazing, and Muna was putting such an amazing performance these days at the GWA Kitesurfing World Championship. I mean, when you saw her, you really saw that Hawaiian power style of surfing. She's just a pure surfing with the kite, and it's, yeah, such an amazing rider.
I mean, Fabi, you were very involved in the strapless freestyle, on the surfing and the kite surfing, but now concentrating more on the winging. But the quality of the wave surfing, it's just getting better and better.
Definitely, definitely. I was doing lots of strapless back in the day, but since 2020, I just got hooked with the wing bag, and yeah, it's just my love. I fell in love with it. And here we were seeing the finals yesterday of the GWA, and as you say, it's just more about surfing, not using your kite. That's what it's all about. And that's what the judges want to see. That's what we want to see. Getting more surfers into the game.
Yeah, surfing in the game. So, waiting for the scores. Looking at the crowd, it means only one thing. Wesley Brito has made it through, winning by 0.27 of a point. The Cape Verdean out of Boa Vista, the duotone rider, has done it. Incredible work. And now, Fabi, let's have a little look at the recap of the best waves of that last heat. Well, welcome back, everybody, as we are going to go out on the wave with Zane Schweizer and Gregorio Pugliese. Both of these boys, and I tell you what, just before that green flag hit the sky, some of the biggest waves of the day just starting to come through. I reckon we are going to be in for an absolute treat, starting off straight on the buzzer. Here we have Zane dropping in all the way down. representing starboard and the free wing air starboard collaboration. And here we have Zane coming out of Maui, one of the most famous watermen around. And he is up against Gregorio Pugliese of Italy, repping out RRD. And he is one of the top freestylers, and looking forward to see him here in the waves and see how he is going to perform. But Zane, here we can see that replay. Beautiful surfing there from him as we continue along.
Just to let you all know, on the beach, the last heat, scores still coming in. So yet to have a confirmed winner in that last heat. Our judging team just finalising and validating all those scores. So will it be Camille? Will it be Wesley? Still to be announced, as our judging team are closing.
All right, so we are just waiting, as I've just been informed that there is a revision on the heat in between Wesley Brito and Camille Bouillet out there. So it is still not official that he has won, as there has been, I don't know if there's been a protest or something is being revised, as it did appear like he was the winner. But I would get the info of that as soon as possible. We are just waiting for that to come in. So I'm going to try and get the info as soon as we can get it. And I got my good buddy Liam there. He's going to the judges' booth to try and see why that was. But still, we continue on out there on the water. We have Zane Schreiser going up against Gregorio Pugliese. Zane, a 4.33 for that first wave. Waiting for Gregorio to get some scores. Second day of competition here, GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Punta Preta, Cabo Verde here on the island of Sal, and it is nothing but perfect right-handers coming all the way along the reef. There we can see some waves starting to make their way down, and we are just waiting for the riders to pick them up and slash them away. .33 for Zane, just under 15 minutes to go. Just under 15 minutes to go. Gregorio coming out of Italy, one of the top freestylers, repping out RRD. We can see him out there on the Gold Series there. And the Beluga LTD, which is what most of the RRD riders are on. And then we can see Zane is out there on the starboards gear and the free wing. Starboard's obviously having a big wingsurfing background, making some of one of the biggest manufacturers in the industry. And Zane here, one of their top athletes in pretty much everything that has to do with wingfoiling. Everything that has to do with wingfoiling. Okay, so here we have Gregorio making his way down the line. That's a nicer turn, all right, but deciding against it, not quite sure why, as he goes and makes his way off of the wave. Only a smallish score there for Zane so far with that 4.33. And Gregorio, obviously, that's not going to be much bigger there at the moment. As we can see both of these athletes, Zane is all the way up on the back right-hand side, and here we can see that replay. Just a little check turn back into the section. But this wave, nice and small, and making his way across. But yeah, both of the athletes are going to be going all the way back up to that top wind mark as we continue on. And it looks like Gregorio might have seen something because he was turning around pretty fast on that one. Thank you everybody for joining us here on the stream. Throw a comment down if you want some interviews, certain gear, certain tech talk. If you have questions, we'll try and get it to the riders and get those answered all on the social media. Anything you guys and girls would like to see, throw it at us and we will try and do our best to get that happening. It is great to have the stream down here in Cape Verde as we are starting to enjoy these beautiful conditions. And we are just about waiting for those sets to come through. But before we go back to the action, we are going to go down to the beach. As I can see, Chris has Kauli Seadi.
Hi, I'm here with Kauli Seadi, the Brazilian three-time world champion windsurfer. He is here, and he was our #1 seed yesterday. So what that means is Kauli was the last one to go and absolutely went out and sent it with a score of over 15. Kauli, how you doing?
I'm very happy to be on an event like this, you know, after such a long time without competing. You know, I quit windsurfing World Tour since several years, and to be back on this spot, which was my favorite spot for many years when we had the events on tour, you know, with this magic wave in Ponta Preta.
So you really know this spot. We were going out to dinner a few times over the last week, and people are recognizing Kauli. Like, this guy is a legend in Cabo Verde. So tell us about some of your windsurfing moments back in the day. How many titles did you win, or tell me about this spot and what it means to you.
Yeah, I think I did did 3 finals here. We had 3 years in a row, and it was really a good battles with Josh Angulo. He's Hawaiian, but he's based here. His wife's Cape Verdean. Now his son is competing with us. So it's amazing, like, actually to see this whole new generation. When I see like Noah, he was a little kid, and now he's competing against us and ripping. So, and what I was even like sitting today and thinking about it, I was like, man, it's been 18 years that I was here competing for the first time. And I'm still as fired up as when I came here on the first time, you know, because I really like these conditions. It's so amazing.
Yeah, this place has been insane. This is our first trip here, but over the last week, I've seen you at Abu Dhabi, I've seen you around the corner at Cora Azul, and you guys are just fearless in those big waves.
Yeah, I mean, I really like wave riding. So for sure this place, it gives us the tools to play, you know. Perfect waves all around the island, many breaks. And I think we have the chance to bring wingfoiling to a different level of riding, you know. Because of course, sometimes we think that we cannot, but then when we have so many good guys together, one pushes the other, and then we see action here and we see things that we didn't believe was able to do on such a hollow waves and shallow place, you know. So I think everybody is making history of wingfoiling here on this event.
Yeah, it is pretty cool to see this first pure wave event. We've attracted all sorts of riders, like I'm watching Zane out there absolutely killing one on the inside right now. I'm so excited for Zane. He's a Maui guy. He rides Jaws all the time. Kauli, you could be seeing Zane later on, because that is an epic ride. He literally jumps a boil right there. So that was a really big hit there. Kauli, who are you going up against?
I think now I go against one of the Bouye brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Julian.
I think you're going against Julian.
Yeah.
That's right.
So it will be a tough battle. He rips, and I saw his previous hit. He was doing really good. So I'm sure that everybody's ripping, so you gotta go out there and do your best and hope you put the things together. So I'll try that.
All right. Cheers, my friend. I look forward to seeing you moving on through the contest, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you very much, Kauli. Thanks, Chris. Nice work, boys. You know, Kauli, one of the windsurfing legends. He was one of the first guys, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even the first guy to throw the pushy forward, which is a pitch loop into a forward loop on the windsurfer. Such a talented young, rider. He has been a Brazilian powerhouse. Incredible work. But now let's go back out there as Zane's rider just had a couple of absolute bombs. This was one of the best rides we've seen here today. So much style, so much ease. Great there from him. And now we can see Camille Bouyer there just dropping out of a wave.
Noah, you're going to talk to your friend Hendricks and say, yeah, you have no voice because you stayed out too late last night, youngster. So Noah, I'm turning it over to you.
All right, so we're going to have a little look at the replays of the waves that were happening there while we had that interview. Here's that one of those waves from Zane, a 7.23. Big score here for them. Liam off the top, left and down, really riding smoothly.
Yeah, here he is, just getting all up on this wave. Great little shot there. And you can see what I'm loving today is the way the waves are forming. It's allowing these riders to just come on the left-hand side that little bit more. On those first big days, the wave was just closing out and having that little bit more aggression. But you can see again here, Gregorio Pugliese actually doing a nice little air trick to the left-hand side. Probably one of the first tricks we've seen going left actually on the wave and then carving up nicely, peeling away as he comes in towards the judges and then beautifully executed there. These guys are really making it look just that little bit too easy. And now we go back towards Zane just one more time as he is mooching along this one. These are the replays of the waves that our riders had just when Chris was down there interviewing. Boy, oh boy, they've had a busy couple of minutes and then just a little cheeky air at the end.
Yeah, and you can see just, styling it out, getting that longboard, stretching that front foot out, just cruising. But Gregorio here as well. Also, these waves are starting to open up nicely as that tide is getting to that sweet spot. It's just coming up on 5:30 in the afternoon, about 2 hours before high tide. So every single day at Punta Preta, Liam, this is when the good waves start to push through. This is when we see those rollers, those open sets, and that's what's happened in the last 3 days during the GK. Now it's time for the GWA to throw down.
Oh yeah, no, they are throwing down and have been now for the whole afternoon. And the interesting thing as well is the swell has definitely shifted around. We saw that this the row classically peeling off to the right, and then actually I was looking at the corner of the booth about an hour and a half ago and the waves were actually a little bit nicer on the right hand side, further on the right, and that's why we found a lot of the riders really over far on the right, and now all of a sudden the swell's just shifted back and we're getting really nice sets coming through. Biggest sets of the days now in these last few heats, and I hope that it's only going to get better. At the moment, looking at the scores, first position Zane on that 13.23. Second position Gregorio Pugliese, just under 5 minutes to go. Who's it going to be in this heat? Because we are currently on, ladies and gentlemen, in the men, round 2, heat number 5 of the GWA, first wave stop of the year. And this location is not disappointing.
No, and dropping into yet another bomb. Here we have Zane Schweizer. He is keeping himself buddy. The amount of energy this young man has always astounds me. A world-class SUPer. He windsurf, he's surfing, and he just told us there in the interview he wants to start to try and get into the big wave surfing tour because he has been out in Jaws. We've seen him there on the ground, out there with his brother, and had a session after that famous contest of the Eddie Akai Invitational. They pretty much had a session, the both of them. All right, Zane, get in. You can see going away, making sure he is out of the way there. Gregorio knows what it is to be in those impact zones, because let's not forget this boy lives out there in Hawaii, Maui.
What a place to be living as well. Another athlete that we saw over the last couple of days was Muno White on the kite side coming out Hawaii, but just there, Gregorio Pugliese just not being able to stay on the wave, and you can see no leash on the board as well, so that's a little bit of a, got to be careful there if it goes in the rocks.
No, none of the guys have leashes on their board, and you do not want a leash on your board in the waves like this. And there we can see some of the guys in the next heat getting ready to go out, so that is going to be Clémence Rosselló, the French rider, just from above the sky. And here we can see that ride here from Gregorio Pugliese all the way along. This could be an important one for him because he is quite close. He needs to improve both of the scores if he wants to be out of the way, because let's not forget, out of this is going to be the people going through to the quarterfinals. Gregorio there just taking a bit of a nosedive, and now Out the back, I am seeing some lines hit the horizon, Liam.
Yes, final 3 minutes, and this one is looking like it's going to shape up nicely for Zane. So all action back onto Zane. Here he is, dropping in to a really nice looking wave, one of the biggest of the set so far.
Open his arms, cruising it along, opening the shoulders. This is a big wave all the way down in the impact zone. Does he get it? Yes, he does, off the top. This is going to be a very nice score for him if he can keep this working. Loving the speed and just all the way down the line. Zane is absolutely flying. And a little bit of an air to finish it off. Great riding there from the Hawaiian.
Lovely looking wave, and he really made the most out of the whole start, middle section, and the end. Great riding there from Zane. He will be having a smile on his face because, as you mentioned, Joe, he's one of those riders that just loves getting in the water. And there it is. There is the wave just for him. That was the move I loved, when he went so deep back into the pocket and then was able to just come out and hit the top of the lip for that next maneuver, for that next turn. And then the back end, the middle section here, just putting in a few little check turns. And then the speed. Foot down on the accelerator, gear 5 before this little alley-oop. Shabing! Up he goes, and out he comes.
Yes, a 7.57 for that wave. So two very big scores for Zane. 14.80 total. And then Gregorio Pugliese getting a 4.83, so improving on his scores. Just coming over 1 minute to go. Both of these riders are going to want. Gregorio is in position, so he is going to be praying for a set to be coming his way because he needs to improve his scores by pretty much a 5.50. So he needs pretty much a perfect 10. He needs pretty much a perfect 10 if he wants to have a possibility of getting through. But hey, anything is possible, and it ain't over until it's over.
This morning I would have said getting a perfect 10 is pretty much near impossible with the conditions we had early doors. But now Punta Preta is firing, and with the waves we're being thrown, there are definitely opportunities for our riders to get big scores, as proven there by Zane with a 7.57, because that is at the sort of the top spectrum, more of the higher scores we've seen today. We've seen a couple of 8s. Don't know if we've seen a 9 today. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but I think we've just sort of been hovering around the 7s and the 8s for the heavy scores.
Yeah, you know, obviously 20 seconds left on the clock, and it doesn't look like there's something coming this way, but wait. It might be. All right, I can see out of our streaming booth as we are going to follow. It does seem like Gregorio is on a lump, so he is going to have a possibility to be able to redeem himself, needing pretty much a 10. Gregorio Pugliese dropping in. All right, airs it out in the corner, and he is going down, leaving nothing on the cards. And Zane just having a little jump out the back, but that is going to be official. Zane's rider is going to be making it through to the next round and joining the quarter finalists. Great work there from him, and we are actually going to be having Zane in the booth when he comes out of the water. Have a little chit chat with him. Really cool to see the surface here. But coming up next, Tituan Galea is going to be going up against Clement Rosselló. But before we go into that, we are going to have a look at the recaps of that last heat.
Boom. Look at that flag just flying high in the wind. That is where we are, Cape Verde. And hold on to your horses. Round 2, heat number 6, Titouan Galea against Clément Rosel. Both coming out of France. This is going to be a huge heat. I mean, we're only in round number 2, and every heat is like a final. I mean, Titouan is one of the best wingfoil athletes that we have on tour. Clément is one of the best surfers we've seen participate in any of the events, whether that's wingfoiling or kiting. I mean, the guy has got such a talent when it comes to backside riding. Whew. I really can't call this one. Hoping that Punta Preta continues to fire, because when it does, these riders will be able to deliver an amazing spectacle for everyone on the beach here, for us in the booth, and for you at home. And there we have on your screen, that is Clément riding the duotone unit by the looks of things at D-Lab Construction with the Alula material. And Titouan out the back is riding for Cabrina. So those are your riders, and it's looking like Clément is dropping into the first wave here, carving nicely, getting nice and low, and both riders now keeping busy. Clément down and out, unfortunately, but Titouan, big left hack there, carrying it on forward towards the judges. That wing just holding it nicely behind him as he's carving his way left and right, pumping the board just to get a little bit more momentum as he comes through this middle section. Plenty of power. Are we going to see a little bit of an air maneuver? No, we aren't. Titouan Galea going back out, but here we go. That is the replay. I can see out of the corner of my eye. Big wave going down for Clément. We'll be able to have a little look at that one very shortly as we recap from Titouan's wave, where he was just moving and grooving side to side. And there he is on your current screen, Titouan Galea. Scores dropping now. Waiting to see who is going to be taking that first position. And we had some big waves a second ago, which we'll be able to look back on shortly. But right now, Titouan Galea driving down on this wave. Left and right, top to bottom, up and down. Great selection of waves so far. This heat is not disappointing to begin with. The swell is on its way, and it is firing out here in Cape Verde. And here we go, Clément just coming to the end of that wave. That was definitely not one of the best waves, but still a ridden wave. Some scores starting to drop as they'll appear on your screen, top left-hand side, very shortly. And here is the replay there from Clément. Big top turn there. I just love it when they glide. Here, this is a favourite part of the wave. And then driving back up towards the top. You can see the amount of energy going through the body there, using the legs. Absolutely pump central when it comes to keeping on the foil sometimes. A couple of ways to keep the momentum going. You can either use that wing and sort of pump it up and down, gain some speed through that, or, you know, up and down with the legs to work the board, work the foil, and together. That'll get you going. That'll be a little bit of nitrous going through the water. 14 minutes remaining. Scores still to drop. Titouan's last wave here being shown on the replay. As right now out of water, it's a little bit quiet. As both riders making their way out. But it's Clément here on your screen who's catching a little bit of a back end of a wave. Coming in close towards the shore. Getting in where the rocks are, but going down. Unfortunately, you're not able to come out of that wave elegantly. 13.5 minutes. And we have a few scores starting to drop our way. Let me have a little look at what we have. And it's looking like Titouan Galea is currently just bumping himself into first position, 5.07. And Clément is on a 4. Another wave being caught here from Titouan. That is going to be his third wave that he has caught. And the replay just showing here one of the smaller waves that we've seen, but these guys are keeping busy out there. There's plenty of sets coming. Plenty of rolling swell out there. And this day has only got better as each minute, each hour has gone. What a time to be alive here over in Punta Preta, Cape Verde. 2023 is off to a bang when it comes to the wave discipline of this sport. And still a few more scores to drop because that's just one scoring wave at the moment on the scoreboard from both of our riders. And we all know that they've ridden more than one wave. I'm just waiting for our judges to finalise some scores. You can see there Tituan has just pushed himself up a little bit more, 10.67. Clement 9.33. Very, very close between these two riders. Tituan doing the old U-turn, liking what he sees, wants to get his teeth sunk into this wave. And drop it in. Here we go. Tituan Galea, the New Caledonian, driving through this section, pumping the board, keeping the momentum. Great style. Flatline in that section there, and this is where the wave starts to come towards an end. And doesn't want to stay on that section. Just a replay here from that last wave. Still riders probably and most likely wanting the bigger waves to come. I'm sure at the moment we will see that because waves are just not stopping anytime soon. And here is the last and final section of Clement's wave. Getting super close towards the rocks there. 10.67, 9.66. And here the recap of that last wave. Linking all the turns together. Local time is 5:45 in the evening. And you can see that sun is really starting to give us that glare now. So I know it's a little bit bright on some of the angles at home, but we're covering you the best we can. And there you can see some of the crowd on the beach really enjoying the spectacle here in Cape Verde. And people just letting our riders know what position they're in, whether they're first, second. It's really important that these riders know where they are, so they've got to ask a few friends and family members just to help them out a little bit while they're on the water. Sometimes it can all come down to the wire, as we do know with the last heat between Camille Boyer and Wesley Brito. Still do not know who will be advancing through on that one. Still validating the scores as it was super, super close for our judges. And there we are, the beautiful GWA logo flag flying in the air. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. Coming from the UK, I mean, there's not much to be missing back at home at the moment. It's pretty cold, pretty wet, pretty damp. And of course, I'm going to swap positions for lovely, beautiful Cape Verde. I mean, pumping waves, pumping wind. A great event to start the wave discipline. Obviously, we were in New Zealand just a few short weeks ago for a little bit of surf freestyle and free fly slalom. Just after this event, in just a couple of weeks' time as well, we moved to the Cap for the same. No wave riding until middle of the year, where we hopefully head over to Rio, Brazil, and then follow it up nicely with Dakla. So we've got a busy calendar ahead. Wouldn't have it any other way, though. 9 minutes on the clock, and you can see scores slightly improving there for Clement. A 10.10, chasing Tituan, the 10.67. Plenty of time left on the clock, and it's looking like Clement here is about to drop in on a nice looking wave as he lets go of that wing, diving himself in now, carving around. Nice left hand turn there, letting that hand loose and opening up the chest. Looking super free out there. You can definitely see that surfing style coming into play when he's up and down, left and right on those waves. Had a very, very good and enjoyable heat against Mr. Ayrton Cozzolino over on the kitesurf just a couple of days ago. What a heat that was. And any moment now on your screens, Tituan Galea is going to be sneaking in as we look at that last wave from the Surf Master. Beautiful stuff here. Saw Clement in the airport actually on the way here. coming on the 16th. So coming pretty late, not much training time for Clement here at this spot, but I'm sure he spent plenty of time here in the past. But he knows how to read and surf a wave, and you can see that in his riding. Both riders heading out now. I don't think the waves that they just rode will be increasing on any scores anytime soon. Replay of that last wave. Pure surfing now down the line. Good top turn as he drives through this section. Linking it all together, showing a nice bit of flow. Great style on the wave. Pumping through that section. And just a couple of little rollers here on the inside. Both riders there, Clement on the right, Titouan on the left. Great shot there from our camera guys. Big shout out to them. They've been doing a great job covering all angles for us up here in the booth. You guys are doing a fantastic job, as are the riders, because they're putting on a fantastic show. 6 minutes, 40 seconds to go on the clock. No changing in scores. And it's just gone a little bit mellow out there. So let's just sit back, relax, and everyone catch their breath for just a few moments. Because I am definitely going to put a few euros on another set wave coming our way. Ah, isn't that lovely? Nice and romantic here. Enjoying the wingfoiling tour. No, it doesn't want any of it. Ah, Clement Rezereau on your screen now. Pumping out. 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Okay, just above 5 minutes left on the clock. Men round 2, heat number 6, GWA Wingfoil World Tour. The best riders in the business out here. And Punta Preta has really started to filter through and fire for us. This is what we want to see. Don't think I sat down over the last 10 minutes. Don't know if that's because the sun is glaring in my eye or I'm just too excited. And 10.26 for Clement Rezereau. Titouan Galilea, 10.67. Heat has definitely quietened down over the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 minutes. Here I am on the booth, loving life up here, covering this event from all the angles. It's been great to join the booth with Joe and have Chris as well join us today. Definitely been an event to remember. 2019 we were here last for the kite surf, and there it is, green flag in the sky. Plenty of time left, 4 minutes on the clock. And Clement again dropping in for a wave. This one is really starting to look nice here. Big open face wave here. This is going to be an increased score, hopefully, if he can hold it all together on that 4.93 he previously scored. Getting all the way from the top to the bottom and out the back as well. Titouan, biggest set wave of the day. Clement getting eaten up alive, not even swallowed, eaten up. While Titouan is showing the style. Can he hold it together? Because he's going to be looking at improving on his lowest score, which is currently a 5.07. And I think that wave might just do it. And in close, we've got Clement, who has not only lost his board, but has also lost his wing. Let's try and get eyes on Clement here on the shallows. Just over 3 minutes to clock. There we have the shot. Brilliant stuff there. You can see wing one side, board the other. And just a few of the wild animals here. I mean, look at that action. Why not have a little look at some of the locals here having a little trot along the beach And one person that's not having a trot along the beach but a trot along the stones is Clement, and that board of his. Good job that board has no feelings, because that would have hurt. As you can see, he's climbing up on the rocks. And the lovely judges there, all the shades on, enjoying what they see. Full focus for our judges. They can't take any eyes off the water, especially when Punta Preta is pumping like it is. And there he is, just needs a moment to sit down. I hope he is okay. You can see there, just needing a little bit of a helping hand. Looks like he's taken a little bit of a beating there, Clement. Just over 2 minutes to go. Taking a few knocks. But yes, there it is, the thumbs up we saw there on the stream. So he's okay. Just taking a breather. An absolute beating there. But you know, this is a tough spot, and what a spot there. You can see Tom Hartman there on the right hand side, our tour manager. So just having a little chat with Clement. The wing as well looks to be in one piece. Board is also looking to be in one piece. It's a little bit quiet out there, so we'll keep our focus here on Clement. You can see our race director as well, Juan Antonio, having a little chat, making sure he's okay. Yeah, no scratches at the moment. But definitely a little shock to the system when our riders do get pounded in the shallows. However, we are here on the World Tour, the big stage. And at the big stage, we have the big conditions. And Tituan Galea just getting amongst this wave here, because we are just about to enter the final minute of this heat. And Tituan Galea currently on a 12.30. And Clement's on a 12.83. So although he's off the water, still currently sitting in first position. There's been a little old mix-up. But Tituan all the way on the left-hand side. Now one of the longer waves of this heat of the day we've probably actually seen. All the way in towards the beach. Finishing it off with a nice aerial there. So is that going to shake things up? Because Clement is not heading back out onto the water. Tituan, I cannot imagine, is going to have another wave. And he's all the way down there. So that, I reckon, I'm 99% sure is going to be it for our riders on this heat. As scores will be dropping, there's only one thing to do, ladies and gentlemen. And let's have a little look at the heat highlights.
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced.
And welcome back, everybody. Day number 2 here, the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We are getting ready to go. We are going to be having out there on the heat another couple of riders. Heat number 7 of round number 2. There we have it. Christopher McDonough is going up against Benoit Carpentier. They are making their way up to the top win buoy. But we are going to be going down to the beach very shortly, as I can see our guys getting ready for an interview. And yeah, there it is. I can see my boy Liam down there on the beach with Clement Rosselló, who just put an absolute showcase out here in Punta Preta. Liam, how is that boy feeling?
Okay, throughout the day, we have seen some absolute beatings. Clement, you just come out of one of the biggest wipeouts of the day. You're standing here next to me, so you're clearly okay. How are you feeling after that? The foil looks a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, it was kind of painful, at least because like my two ankle was staying on the foot strap, and I already had one injury on one of those ankles. I know that I'm gonna put ice and I'm gonna be ready for tomorrow and push more than today for sure. But the last one was just insane. We were like outside with Titouan. I was trying to push him to go on the first one. He didn't want to go on the first one. I pushed him to go on the second. He didn't want to go on the second, so I take the second. And on the way, I was just thinking, oh, I had the karma against Ayrton to have the wave and show what I can do. So this wave is gonna give me the opportunity to show what I can do with the foil, and it was the wave. Even if I failed at the end, it was, I think, one of the best waves I have with my foil for sure.
And just talk about the conditions here today. You obviously do a lot of surfing. You can see it in your riding on the water. You're showing a lot of flow, a lot of style. It's great to watch. You spend a little bit of time over in Nazaré as well. Conditions today, though, they must be really enjoyable for you out there.
Yeah, the conditions are just incredible. I think I never have a competition on those kind of waves. Even on the stand-up World Tour or the longboard World Tour, the waves are good, but not as a Ponta for wingfoiling. I think it was one of the best waves we can ride and we can compete on. Yeah, and today the conditions are epic, sunny, windy, and the wave is insane.
And you've been keeping busy as well. Just before I let you go, you know, just a few days ago you were competing on the kite surf where it was absolutely firing. Now you're here on the wing. Are you excited for the rest of the year? We're going to see you competing in the wave, also on the kite surf, so a busy year ahead for you.
Yeah, at the beginning of this comp I didn't know if I'm gonna compete for the others, but like my parents saw my hit of kitesurfing against Anton and they were like, okay, Clement, you have to push off.
Yeah.
You have to push more on kite surfing waves. So I think I'm gonna do it, and for the wing, I think I'm gonna do it too, no?
Well, I mean, we want to see you here, so why not? I mean, I'm telling you now, you have to do it. We want you at the comp, so I mean, hopefully, you know, put some ice on that foil, and I'll let you go as well, because you're probably going to need a little bit of rest before tomorrow. Clement is now through to the next round. We look forward to seeing you just out of the corner of our eye. There's been some nice waves, so let's have a little look at what's been going on this heat with the men.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Great to see Clement out there. I mean, having me also here in the booth, Zane Schweitzer. Zane, welcome to the studio, mate. Great to have you here in Cape Verde, ripping out there, winning your heat.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks for having me. Stoked to be up here in the booth, especially to support my teammate Benoit Carpentier, and he's up against the world champ Chris McDonald, so it's going to be an exciting heat.
Yeah, not an easy one, but I'm really liking the longboard style that Benoit has out there. I mean, he comes from an SUP background like yourself. Both of you boys know what it is to throw the boards around, but he's actually doing one thing that I haven't seen out there. He's keeping that second hand on when he's on the wave.
Yeah, you know, it's really cool to see that he's mixing that up and powering up almost like windsurf style, putting power into the turn, leaning it over, accelerating all the way through, and then letting go of the wing for the rest of the ride. I think it's a great variety of maneuvers, and, you know, personally, I think it's so cool to see this format introduced to the GWA.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see, I mean, Punta Preta, we know, you know, Josh Angulo, this is his wave. We've all grown up seeing the windsurfing airs all the way from the back, the Jesus Christ with the hands behind his back, floating over the top. I want to see that in the winging as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we're just scratching the surface of what's possible in this sport, and it's going to be so cool to see how this progression continues. And with this format, I think it's going to inspire riders, not just in tour, but also around the world, to continue to push it in the waves.
Yeah, well, already talking about the waves, let's have a little look-see out there. As I can see, Benoit Carpentier already out here in the front. Looking at the scores also, Benoit is in the lead. He's got an 8.70, and Christopher McDonald at the moment a 2.93. So both of these guys are throwing down, like you said, Christopher, the world champ. But Benoit, I'm going to say, might have a little bit more wave savvy with the experience he has in the SUP.
And you know what? Benoit, he's also a two-time world champ, both ISA and APP for sup surfing. So he's no stranger to competition. Not only is he a waterman, experienced surfing, longboarding, stand-up paddling, and recently with winging. So it's super cool to see him transitioning his skill. And on screen here we see a beautiful replay of that powered wing through the carve on the critical section. Not many people are doing that this event. And with the judging criteria at the beginning of the event, the athletes athletes were educated that any aerial maneuvers powered with the wing will not count. And so it's cool to see all this surfing with the neutral handle up front. But we are allowed to do that. We're allowed to carve, power through the section, race around sections with the wing. We just can't be taking it to the air. So super cool. It looks like guys are just hunting for waves. It really is not only a competition of critical section, but I think it really is important to get the sets.
Yeah, I mean, Zane, you come from a family of watermen. You've seen sports develop. You know, living back there in Maui, in Hawaii, and also, you know, your family very involved in quite a few of those sports. How is it when a new sport comes? Because winging really is taking off, and the thing I like the most is there are so many young rippers getting on it, which that is only good things for our sport.
Well, I mean, it's just like the sport of stand-up paddle, you know. There was the OGs that were out pushing it. You know, I saw Laird Hamilton and Dave Kalama doing downwinders on stand-up paddle boards to stay fit on the off-season for big wave surfing. And that inspired guys like Kai Lanny, Connor Baxter, and myself to be like, man, there must be something there. We love these guys. They're our heroes. And so young guys are not afraid to get into something new. They're not breaking old habits. They're not afraid to like go and adapt. And I think sometimes, you know, we get into the flow, we get into the rhythm of something, kind of like Clement was saying, you know, I got to keep pushing in kite surf. It's sometimes hard as a waterman to know what style to push. But the young guys, they see something new and exciting. They see the opportunity, and there's no excuse to jump through that window of opportunity.
Yeah, talking about a youngster here, Christopher McDonald, very talented rider. And getting into the waves, one of the things I love about the boys, they are taking the risks. They aren't holding back.
Oh, yeah, totally. And, you know, Chris, he's an amazing freestyle rider that is probably one of the more consistent guys. But when you watch, you know, the different style, it's clear to see, you know, that there's a completely different style of choice of riding. And, you know, I'm personally been very humbled in the freestyle divisions of the GWA. I got to attend Lacotte and New Zealand, both surf freestyle events with quite flat water. And so to see what these guys can do, getting, you know, 15, 20 feet in the air off flat water, doing 720s, back flips, front flips. And Chris is one of those guys that just smashes every maneuver. And so it's really exciting to watch him. And I'm stoked to also see that he's not afraid to push it in the waves.
No, I mean, that is what exactly, he is definitely not afraid. And now, once again, on another nice inside roller, keeping himself busy. Loosey-goosey out there, and it looks like Benoit is going to be taking one off at the back as well.
Awesome riding and beautiful transitions from rail to rail. You know, I think that's one of the challenging parts about foiling is that transition from side to side. It's a lot different than riding a board with fins. You have a slight delayed reaction with every maneuver and every movement of your body. And so to anticipate that controlled and sharp radius turns on the foil is impressive.
Yeah, no, and really, you know, getting into it. Talking a little bit about equipment out there, obviously Benoit is one of your teammates. What kind of stuff is he riding? Because one of the things, a lot of the comments that are coming back on the stream is obviously new discipline. It is a new format. We're seeing wave riding, pure wave riding in a competition for the first time. What do you recommend and what is your teammate on?
Oh man, you know, Ben and I are pretty much riding the exact same gear right now. We're riding the Starboard Takeoff, which is about 47 liters. It's a good size that's for most conditions, maybe a little low volume for some of the lighter lulls today. He's riding the 750 Glider, which is slightly more high aspect, so really nice for those lulls in the wind. Great to be able to get through the sections. And the wing, that's a free wing 4.5. I personally love these free wings. I've been riding them for a few years now and feel super comfortable on them. I just am transitioning from AK foils to Starboard foils again, and I'm loving the new gear. As we see Benoit Carpentier, my teammate for Starboard and free wing, laying it back. Oh. I love how he dropped his front hand towards the whitewash. You could see his tip of his wing catching there, but he continued with his balance, continued his ride. That was a beautiful carve, using his chest and his arms to guide his turn back towards the whitewash. And I think that's something that's really differentiating the different riders, and the judges are rewarding that. The direction that the nose is pointing. You know, you could see he takes a deep bottom turn, pointing that nose towards land, gets the nose a little more vertical, and then wraps all the way back towards the whitewash. And so being able to point that nose in all different directions, in surfing we say throw it at 12 o'clock. It's a little tough to throw it at 12 o'clock with the foil, but we could definitely throw some G-force into some turns.
Yeah, you can, but we will get there. We will have 12 tops in the future, which is another great thing of pushing the boundaries. You know, when we got here to Punta Preta, a lot of the riders like, okay, you know, this might be impossible. These conditions aren't rideable. We can't see that. And then obviously, you know, guys like yourself, guys like Mizu, like Kaoli, coming from a surfing background, it is sometimes people need a little bit of a push, but also the manufacturers and the brands and the equipment. Equipment is development so fast to be able to get that. And I think, you know, you need challenges to be able to push those boundaries, to find the right sweet spot and to develop a sport into new different avenues.
100%. I mean, there's a big choice of equipment for these riders, you know, but like I said before, we're barely scratching the surface of what's possible. And now that we have this new core surf division, as we see Benoit, the rail was dragging on that one. He was throwing the carve so hard there that the rail started to touch the water. So, and then we have Chris right behind him. This is back-to-back action. Chris, same thing, guiding that front hand back towards the whitewash. And now what's he going to do? He's looking like he's trying to spot an air section.
Yeah, I mean, the freestyle background of this young man, he is one of the top freestylers. He has been a world champion himself. So he be able to mix that combo and up, you see, that's the good thing. You have the experience, like you say, a bit of the OGs who have kind of like the Kellys or the Fannings. They will go out and it is power turns. It's the Carvin, the Scotty McKerchers.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that kind of quad twins feel nice and easy. And then you got the scatty erratic kind of the new gun. Thinking of joining those things together, we are going to see new generations of rippers coming our way. But at the moment, Benoit Carpentier, 12.97, comfortable lead.
That's a few great scores. Looks like a 7.7 and a 5.6. So a great way to kick off this round for Benoit. And Christopher is also doing amazing right now. I mean, I'm super stoked to see him surfing. You know, normally I'm used to seeing him doing freestyle, so it's great to be able to see the different styles of riders. And as we mentioned briefly before, we're going to see foils and boards and wings change, especially now that the GWA is introducing this new format, not only for core surfing, but it also relates to the free fly division for the racing that we're introducing in 2023 GWA. So I think we're going to see a lot more foils that are meant to hydroplane and throw some spray, breaking the whole foil out of the water. Personally, when I sup foil back home, I'm most stoked to be able to break the tips out and get a fan of spray with the foil, just like with surfing. And watching this, sometimes it could be a little discouraging with the surf background. We're like, where's the spray? Where's that fan? But I think we're right there. And I think with a more medium to low aspect foil, a foil that can actually fly above the surface and smooth transition back into flight as it enters the water, will allow people to really get tighter radius turns, more spray with the foil breaking the surface like a fin throws spray on a surfboard.
Yeah, I mean, it is about, we want that wow factor, because also when a spray goes out on a wave, the guys and girls on the beach, they go wild. It is about that style. And yeah, I think it would be really interesting. He's waiting. It looks like Benoit is, I don't know what he's doing there at the moment. He's asking and seeing how he's going. He knows he's in first place. Obviously, one of the beauties here with this tour as well is we have live scoring. So if he has friends, family, coaches, teammates out there on the shore, they can tell him, hey, you're in first, you're in second, which some athletes like it. Some athletes prefer to just, you know, go out and do their best, and if they do take the win. But, you know, technology is to be used to our advantage.
Yeah, I'm curious what Benoit was putting his hand up for. You know, I'm wondering if, you know, was it Okay, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I was thinking maybe Chris came close to him. Maybe there is a little bit of an interference. Maybe he's looking for a score. We don't really know, but he's definitely looking for some sort of announcement, maybe an update. With 3 minutes on the clock, a lot can happen. You know, the sets, when they come in, they seem to come in a flurry. Yeah. So it's not like they have to defend their position to catch the right wave. I think if they're both on the outside, there's plenty of waves for them to select a nice set. It's just whether you're on the inside when those sets comes or whether you're waiting for them on the outside. And like Josh Angulo told me this morning, be the guy waiting for the set.
Yeah, and we actually have seen that in the kiting with the likes of Me Too, Matthew, in the windsurfing with Josh. We see Wesley Brito here really waiting. They're out there, they're patient. Obviously, you know, this is their home. This is their backyard. They know how this place works. And you can see the guys that do wait, sometimes it is a lucky draw. You have to have that patience and not go, oh, no, I'm going to go and scratch and get in on the inside. But if you do, but then the pressure is you have to perform on that set wave.
Most definitely. And the pressure is on when you have that set. And also knowing the judging criteria, they want to see you open with critical maneuvers. They want to see you following that wave in the critical section. They want to see commitment. And that combination, along with the set, the pressure's on for the riders. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand, you know, especially for the free riders out there. It's a different level of stress. It's a different level of enjoyment. And I think for me, as a competitor for my entire life, I've always tried to find that balance of mental, physical, spiritual, and enjoyment on the water, not just that seriousness of competition.
Absolutely.
I'm the type of guy that I'm almost not performing as well when I'm too focused, too serious, too, you know, crazy.
Overthinking.
Exactly. I have to calm myself down, get out there, have fun, enjoy, give a handshake to my competitor, wish him luck. And you know what? That's just, everyone has a different style. Some people are, you know, warm-bodied and cold-minded, and some people are just out there having fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different animals, the likes of the free surfers to the competition surfers. I mean, Zane, you are, like you say, you're a competitor at heart. You've pretty much competed in most of the disciplines of most of the water sports. And I know you are getting into the big wave scene now. We saw you out there this winter, multiple times out there in Jaws. You were at the Eddie Akai, that, you know, legendary event. It must be really humbling. And to keep, where do you get the fire? Because I also know you have a new member coming very soon.
Yeah, you know, I've always tried to, I always find that inspiration from the people around me, from my environment. The ocean has been my greatest teacher. It allows me to adapt, and I think that's what the ocean, if that's the greatest lesson of the ocean, the power to adapt with the ever-changing conditions of the wind and the waves. And so having multiple sports under my belt, it allows me to have fun on the water any day. And I think that's important. And yeah, I got a baby boy coming in June with my beautiful wife, Kimberly Yap. If you're watching, thank you so much for sending love and allowing me to be here. She's in full support of my career. And, you know, with this baby coming, I feel so motivated to push myself even further, and it gives me a more purpose than ever. Yeah. It's really interesting. And you know, for me, it's tough because I am focused so much on the Sup Surf World Tour over the years, the Windsurf Tour as a teenager, and now with the GWA. But you know what? My heart has always been in big wave surfing. And it's funny because you see a lot of these big wave surfers on the WSL Tour. They have they're committed to other jobs, whether it's ocean safety or whatnot. My job is to be a competitor as a waterman. And the WSL and the Big Wave Tour, it took them some time to recognize me because they saw that I wasn't necessarily as committed for big wave surfing as I was committing my time for stand-up paddle, windsurf, wingfoil. But at the end of the day, that's my profession. It's my job, but it's my profession. And I've been surfing Jaws since I was 15 years old. I've been out there for over 15 years already, windsurfing, stand-up paddling, surfing.
Paid your dues.
And I have not missed the swell when I'm home for that. And so to finally be recognized by the WSL Tour and to have, you know, my potentially a wild card for the Pe'ahi event, it makes me so freaking stoked.
I mean, firstly, congratulations. Well deserved, mate. I mean, like you said, 15 years of hard work, hard wipeouts, and some very big scares from what I've been seeing over the years. But yeah, I think in the end, we've known each other for a very long time, and you have always been about the big swells. And, you know, to go out there and to finally get that recognition to be able to be on that tour, well deserved. Mate.
Yeah, I'm still working towards it. It's not official yet, but at least I've been in communication with the crew. They've recognized me. They have me in consideration, and I'm feeling pretty good for this next season. I'm hoping that it's going to happen. And I couldn't be doing this without the support of my family. You know, they've not only paved the path for me to not only be a professional athlete, but to not be afraid to be a part of pioneering something new. You know, my dad, he not only was the first world champion of windsurfing, an 18-time world champion, but for him, in many ways, it was his kuleana, it was his responsibility, because his father was the inventor. He had to be out there doing it. And so in many ways, it's so special to be able to, you know, have so many sports under the belt, because I look at the ocean every day and I know there's action, there's training, and my intention is clear. Every day I'm in the water, whether it's swimming, stand-up paddling, or surfing or wingfoiling, my intention is training, cross-training for the day that's going to put the pressure on in big waves.
Oh, and having all of those sports underneath your belt prepares you for any possible situation out there on the water, and that is what will give you that absolute level and what makes you a complete waterman, to be able to understand that. Zane, thank you very much for joining us here in the booth, mate. It's a pleasure to have you here at this event. You are already through to the quarterfinals, so you can now have a little bit of a rest as we are going to continue and enjoy the beautiful sunset, because that is the golden hour coming through the booth. Now it is time to go out, have a cold one, because tomorrow is more action. Thank you one more time, guys and girls here on the strain. Zane Schweitzer, see you later, guys.
Joe, thank you so much. Aloha, you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the final heat out there on the water. We have Cauli Seadi from Brazil there on the left-hand side. He is going up against Julien Boyer from France, two very top competitor. Cauli has been a world champion windsurfer, and we have Julien Boyer always on the top of the podiums. He is one of the highest-ranked riders we have had, a very talented freestyler, and also very nifty in the waves. Big air, can he land it? Can he keep on the wave? Oh! Just going down. And joining me back in the booth, Liam, how's it going?
Oh, Joe, I mean, it is going better than ever. I mean, it's beautiful down there, really getting a feel for the waves down on the water's edge. But here we have Cowley just really showing a great start. He got a wave just about a couple of minutes ago. I think it was before the heat, and really just rode it all the way down. What a warm-up session.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the scores on the boards coming up. We have an 8.10 from Cami as we are looking at this wave here. Very nice. Excuse me, from Cami, or from Julien Boyer. Sorry, the boys. The brothers always together, get them mixed up. Here we have them going down, all the way down the line. Nice surfing style. And he is going to be rewarded about a 4-ish for that one. And here we have Cowley, changing the wing. Up and over, all the way around. 7.4 for his first one. Pointing the nose back and into that power section. Cowley, very nice ride. You can see him out there on the new V3. And we have Julien out there on the Gold Alula RRD. Last heat of the day. What a day. Day number 2 here. GWA Wingfoil World Tour. The World Cup Cape Verde Punta Preta. Nothing but action out there on the water. And the golden hour right now, Liam.
So pleased we're here at Punta Preta. Obviously wasn't sure when we popped down first thing this morning if all the stars were going to align. But boy, oh boy. It's been a great day. The waves have actually really come through nicely, and you can see at the moment a couple of more scores. It's super close, 13.10 for Cowley, and Julien just sniffing behind on that 12.50. So it's super close between these two. Joe, you know, just while I was on the beach, I saw you were up here with Zane. I mean, what a guy to represent just water sports as a whole.
Yeah, Zane is such a cool guy. We've known each other probably for more than 15 years. I used to work with the Starboards crew, and Zane has been one of the biggest Starboards ambassador. And it doesn't matter any time I see Zane. He always has the shaka, he always has the aloha and a smile on his face. He is just what a brand would like in a rider. He does it all. He rips out on the water. But also what riders do forget sometimes is that you are not just a rider. You are an ambassador of your sport, and that part comes with being humble, you know, really talking to everybody on the beach, helping out, being able to, you know, really help people out, get them involved in the sport. You know, we want to portray and take wingfoiling all the way around the planet, and it's riders like Zane, it's riders like Cowley who is, they just really know how to make that happen, how to make everybody feel that they want to be part of this. And once again, another good surf wave there from Cowley. I reckon he is in the driving seat so far, 7.4 and a 6.13, but a big wave there from Julien Boyer. So nice wave here from Cowley. See the Brazilian athlete coming to this event purely because it's 100% waves.
Brilliant to have him here as well, just showing that really flowing, elegant style, linking all the turns together from the top, from the bottom, from the left, from the right, from the up, and from the down. And 10 minutes now on the clock. There you can see our riders just heading out, and local time now 6:30. So perfect, nice sunset as it's coming down.
All right, so Julien out here working his way through. He is currently in at second position, but he has the biggest score of the heat of an 8.10. So we will have to see. We're going to be getting a replay of that one coming back to you very shortly. One of the top waves, and it is great to see the Frenchman out here battling it out. Very important heat. He has a backup wave of a 440, so he is probably going to be improving that, and Cowley is going to have to step it up a gear, but he has a 7 and a 6, so both of these guys right on the money. All right, Julien deciding against that because he wants to keep priority. He is a little bit further up to the right-hand side of the competition area. And just look at that sunset starting to come through. The gold is coming out as the final 9 minutes of the last heat of the day. Punta Preta once again 4 for 4.
It's a shame to see this day come to an end and come to a close, but really, really great action today. Some big sets coming through and also a couple of upsets. But every heat at the moment, although we're just in round number 2, every heat's like a final. I mean, the men that we've got in this event it's crazy. We've got some new faces that have joined. We've got some young guns that are here to try and prove a point. We've got the guys that have been on tour for quite some time now and, coming from a windsurf background. I mean, with it being that pure wave discipline, it's just attracted a different kettle of fish. And, riders on the tour from last year now wanting to get involved. We're going to be able to crown a pure wave champion at the end of the year. I mean, everything is just pointing in the right direction for an exciting 2023 ahead.
Yeah, very exciting. And obviously this new sport, and the thing that excites me the most about the wing, and I will say it time and time again, is that there are so many kids involved. And if there's kids involved, that means it is very positive. That means that the future of the sport is very bright, because there's generations. It's great to go to a point and you have, fathers and sons. My dad is a surfer, and one of the best moments for me is when I go out on the water with him. Obviously, for a lot of us over in Spain, yesterday was Father's Day, and obviously sending my love out to your dad. Hope you are enjoying the stream here. And he is 73 years old, and to be out there on the water, all I want to do is be able to sign a contract and be out there at his age. But we see that here with the winging. So many youngsters, 14, 15, 13 years old. And, the world champion is just turning 17. It is incredible to see. But then their dads, we see there with Chris. Chris competes as well.
Yeah,
we've got Chris Senior, Chris Junior. That is what we want to see, and it is great to have it all over the GWA.
And the other biggie as well is that the brands are backing it as well. The brands are backing the youngsters, and that is, so good for them, being at that younger age, needing the backing, not just from family and friends, but from their sponsors and the brands. And, even if they're not sponsored just yet, brands are putting on demo days, events and clinics, and, what is it going to be to become that pro athlete? And, we also have a nice youth tour, which is going to be soon coming up, but we're going to be able to hold some of the clinics for the young guns that are up and coming. It's just all systems go when it comes to the sport of wingfoiling, and the best thing is that we've got that front row seat. We are in the driving seat and help push it to the new boundaries, new limits. But, before we get underway, we still have a little bit of time remaining in this last heat of the day, and you can see the heat ladder there as Zane is going to be up against Clermont. Wow. That is going to be an exciting heat for the two of them.
Yeah, that's going to be an exciting quarterfinal, and we're just waiting to see who is going to be going out of this. But now, also one of the things, like you're saying, about those young generations and the support of the brands, it's like, back in the day it was the Boards and More group, so with Duotone, with the young blood camps, where they get all the riders together, they teach the youngsters, they see them how to talk to camera, how to be, to turn this into a profession. We see it with F1 now as well, with the new generations. F1 has one of the youngest up-and-coming teams here in the sport, and all the other brands, RRD, all of the brands along the wingfoiling world are starting to pick it up, and not just on wingfoiling. I think there's a general thing where it's almost like there's been a revival in the water sports, of the wind water sports, where we are starting to see new blood, and they are appreciating these youngsters because they need their help. Because, let's not forget, education is so important at that age. We do not want, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids to, forget school, not go for it, and then, just that when they turn 25, they don't know what to do with their lives. If there's an education support, we have, Nico Dalmas for F1 is now the coach, and making sure that if they don't study, they don't go out into the water. Doesn't matter if the parents are there or not. And that is so important, because I think it's a responsibility of the GWA to make sure that the kids turn into ambassadors and turn into great human beings.
And we don't want anyone sitting on those iPads, on those iPhones, playing all those games. Why would you not rather spend your time more efficiently out on the water, becoming a better person, becoming a better athlete? And, as you mentioned, Joe, they are the young guns. And once they, just go through the years, go through the competition, they'll then be able to, be up there and teach the fellow and the up-and-coming young guns in the future years, what it takes to become a pro athlete. And there it is. Don't get too emotional, because we are nearly at the end of the day. One of the sunsets of the week, and here we have Cowley just shredding up this little bit of a perler on the right-hand side. Not quite one of the waves of the day, on the smaller side, but still, it has done this before. I mean, I'm not surprised that we're not getting the sets coming just yet, because that sunset time, 6:30, we've always seen it drop off for the last 4 days.
Yeah, so we are at the final moments, and it is going to come down to a final set wave, I reckon. We have Julien just slightly in front, 14.63, and we have Cowley with a 13.53, so very, very close in between these two guys. You know, Julien has been a little bit more conservative free waves, and he's got the big scores. Cowley a little bit more busy. He got a 7.4 for that first one, but he needs to increase his scores by a 1.11 if he wants to overtake the Frenchman. So he's looking for around a 7 point something if he wants to make that possible. That is a set wave score. That is the kind of numbers. He's done it before. He's done it in this heat. So we have to see it. I want one more set to come our way because, you know, nobody likes when the waves don't kind of come in and it has to end like that. We saw, you know, yesterday with Matthew and Mitu at the very end of the heat, they were scavenging a bit. What we want is it to be absolute bombs all the way along. So with that, they can just go for the rides, go for the groove, and it really is a battle for their wits out there.
But when we don't see the bombs come through, that's where we can really see, you know, why these riders are on the tour, why they're the best in the business, because conditions are challenging, and that's where they really have to do, you know, slim pickings. That's where you see the skill. One of the shots of the day there, with the sun setting, Julien heading out. Boy, oh boy, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, the gold RRD wing out there with the golden sunset. Doesn't get much better and cliche than that. Look at that shot right there. Beautiful water, and they're making their way up there. You can see into the top wind mark where that is where the sets come in. And I can see it looks like Cowley also is all the way up the top as they are. One of the words that we just saw there from Zane, Josh Angulo, and some of the more experienced watermen here in Cape Verde, you want to be waiting out the back for the sets. This is not a place you scavenge. This is a place you wait to see it coming. And I just do hope that we have one more set coming our way. And I will say it, it does look like we have some lines. I reckon we're going to see a battle because we are coming on the final 90 seconds. Just look at that image, Liam.
Oh, it's brilliant. And you can see here, I think that is Cowley, yes, on your screens, looking and tempted to drop in. You know, he's still got two hands on the wing, so he's keeping plenty of power through the foil, through the wind, you know, and there we go. So once that wing drops behind him, we know he's going to engage, and I love watching that. Look at the linking. It's like a figure of 8 along the wave.
Yeah, and this is a big wave. Is he going to be able to make it? Is he going to keep it through? Yes, he does in the critical section. This is an important ride for Cowley. He knows he needs a 7 something if he wants to be going through. Talk about in the critical part of the wave, but look at the back there. Julien also replicating it. Cowley goes down at the very last moment. Is Julien going to be able to hold on to the lead because he is putting in an absolute killer out there. Great riding from both of these guys. Julien up and over. That is going to be the last trade of blows. Now we are talking, both of them exciting. Wow, what a finish.
Oh, look, there we can go, checking the time, knows it's all over. The Boyer brothers, they always have a smile on their face. So good to see. You can see paddling in there, boards actually getting a little bit of a battering on the walks, but the good thing for these riders that I will say now is that there's no more big sets coming, so hopefully that kit will all stay in one piece. Yeah. We talk about the day though, Joe. I mean, about with the waves coming, we were waiting for the set wave. Red flag is now in the sky, and we got that final little golden nugget.
Yeah, the little golden nugget. That's what we wanted to see. So the boys were out there on 5.0s. You can see there, that is Julien Boyer. We're waiting for those scores to come in. So while we're waiting, we're just going to see these guys come in, and you can just having a little swim, the drone on top. The eye in the sky, as they have both literally the final exchange. It is going to be close. Who is going to be making their way through to the quarterfinals? We will soon find out.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but that's what I call leaving it all on the table. Both Cowley from Brazil, the F1 rider, Julien, the French RRD rider, both sent it so hard on their last waves that they literally both are walking in on the rocks. So cheers, boys.
and there it is, the final moments of the heat, the final moments of the competition. As we continue on, we can see here these beautiful drone shots of Punta Preta. What another great day, Liam. Incredible work out there.
I mean, you talk about how good it can be at Punta Preta, and we were unsure at the start of the day, and I'm so happy that the whole crew, you know, dug deep. We came here, we waited, and Punta Preta prevailed for us.
Yeah, it did. And we have results in, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll for that last heat. Making his way through to the quarterfinal, repping out France. ROD, congratulations. Julian Boyer entering the quarterfinals. Unfortunate there for Cauli Ciadi, the Brazilian. Both of them threw down on the very end. We saw the turns on those last waves, but Julian had put in a little bit extra work at the beginning, taking the win. Wow, another complete day of action here. Second day of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. I'm Joe Siastia. Joining me here, Liam Drigg. Thank you very much. We will see you guys tomorrow as we have non-stop action here. Until then, see you later.
CV Móvel. Estamos ligados.
Cabo Verde offers an incredibly diverse landscape, from exhilarating nature exploration and water sports to beachside pampering and cultural immersion. The sunny islands are a beach lover's paradise. With white sandy beaches, crystalline waters, and exciting water sports. The Census Islands call all nature enthusiasts and ecotourists. Mountainous peaks give way to lush valleys and surrealist volcanic landscapes where premium coffee and wine are produced. The Essence Islands are the cultural heart of Cabo Verde. Home to the two largest cities, visitors can explore the heritage sites while enjoying vibrant music, vivacious street life, and traditional food. Cabo Verde has it all.
Bye.